Chapter 488, Young Genius. Although Everlasting War had already spoken, his companions had frowned in response to Shi Feng's reply. They had never expected that Shi Feng would try to negotiate. Countless people yearned to join a competition of such level. Yet, even many of the experts on the God's Domain experts list had been rejected. They were already stooping pretty low by willingly inviting an unknown expert such as Shi Feng. Even world-renowned players fought to join the Dark Arena. Participating in the Dark Arena was already a supreme honor in and of itself. Not only could one win endless riches, but they could also receive the admiration of millions. It was even possible for one to become an international celebrity with a single battle. Not even the ruler of Star Moon Kingdom was a match for the Dark Arena's participants in terms of status. After all, that was a stage at the international level. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's little jaws hung in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief as they watched Shi Feng. The competition between guilds in God's Domain was intense. Almost every guild was supported by many corporations. However, not even the backer of a first-rate guild could compare with international corporations. It was merely an ant in the eyes of such giants. Although the virtual gaming industry's total value rose with each passing year, it was still significantly inferior to other top industries. If a guild could obtain the financial support from such a corporation, they could instantly become a super guild, surpassing any first-rate guild in God's Domain. With such a good opportunity at hand, Shi Feng actually had a condition. However, Shi Feng did not care about what others thought about him. Taking a sip of tea, he returned his gaze to Everlasting War, saying slowly, "My request is very simple. I hear that each battle team participating in the Dark Arena consists of 10 members. Seeing as you only have 6 members at the moment, I wish to invite 3 of my people to join. That way, we will have a full battle team. What do you think? You must be insane. Just inviting you is already leader's limit, yet, you still want to invite 3 others to join the team? Who do you think started this battle team?" A youth in black armor shot up from his seat in anger. The other members of Everlasting War's party were also clearly angry. Everlasting War, on the other hand, watched Shi Feng seriously. The member limit for each battle team had only been recently confirmed, so only an extremely small group of people know this information. How did Shi Feng, an upper manager of a small guild, find out about this? Suddenly, Everlasting War realized that the young man before him was shrouded in mystery. The only goal of the corporation sponsoring your battle team is to secure victory. Naturally, the stronger the chosen team members are, the better. I can guarantee that the players I want to include are all very formidable, Shi Feng explained. Although Shi Feng had not personally participated in the Dark Arena, he had a certain understanding of it. After all, it was the future battlefield for the apex experts of God's Domain. He had learned plenty of techniques from the matches held in the Dark Arena. For example, he had learned void steps from watching the Dark Arena's battle videos. If he could allow the experts of the guild to participate in the Dark Arena and experience those battles, it will enable them to improve their techniques further. Brother Yifeng, I am afraid that I am really powerless on this matter. There are a limited number of slots for the battle team. Although I am the team leader, I only have one invitation for the test, not the member slot for the battle team. Originally, I intended to test guild leader Black Flame's qualifications. However, even if he is qualified, I believe that, as the leader of a guild, he should be very busy with its management. Even if he has the strength, he should not have that much time to spare. That's why I wanted to invite Brother Yifeng, Everlasting War said, smiling bitterly. The competition between these international corporations was extremely intense. Every position on the battle team was unimaginably precious, so how could they give them away to Shi Feng so easily? I expected as much. Alright, I accept your invitation. When will the test be held? Shi Feng nodded. He knew how valuable the slot was. The invitation alone had already greatly surprised him. However, he still wanted to know how much power Everlasting War, this battle team's leader, wielded. If he could obtain another slot, he would have truly profited. The unified testing time has yet to be determined. Let's add each other as friends for now. Once those in charge have decided on a time, I will contact Brother Yifeng immediately. Everlasting War promptly sent a friend request to the swordsman before him. After Shifeng added Everlasting War as a friend, they chatted about matters relating to the Dark Arena. Seated by the side, Blue Bamboo was utterly stunned by the two's conversation. She had never imagined that Zero Wing was so amazing. It had actually received an invitation from an international corporation. If the guild received support from such a corporation, its potential would be unimaginable. Blue Bamboo's decision to join Zero Wing solidified after both sides chatted for another half an hour or so. Everlasting War's group departed. Big Brother Everlasting, there are countless experts in God's domain. Aside from Black Flame, how could you invite Yifeng so casually? What if he fails to pass the test when the time comes? It won't look good to our superiors. Why don't we head over to Starmoon City and take a look? There might be some other amazing experts there, a beautiful female elementalist wearing crimson robe suggested. I know. Our superiors gave me an invitation slot precisely because they wished to test my judgment and to see whether or not I am suited to lead this team. They will definitely replace me if I fail. Knowing this, I won't act recklessly. However, this Yifeng is indeed amazing. Based on his appearance, I'm guessing he is only around 20 years old. Yet, when he moves, not a single action reveals a weak point. There were not even any excess actions in his movement. I have already been in the refinement realm for close to 27 years already, so I can tell that he has clearly already set foot into the refinement realm. Moreover, his progression into the realm is also not shallow. This Yifeng is simply unbelievable. He is truly a young genius. As for Black Flame, I have already watched his battle videos. Although Black Flame is indeed amazing, his performance shows that he has only taken half a step into the refinement realm. He only displays such overwhelming might due to his equipment and skills. With the power backing me, I can easily obtain things such as top-tier equipment. Otherwise, would not have chosen Yifeng. Refinement realm experts are as rare as phoenix feathers in God's domain. We are already very lucky to have encountered one. Even if we went to Starmoon City, it is unlikely that we will find another such expert. Alright, let's return to leveling up for now. His teammates could not help their surprise after listening to Everlasting War's reasoning. They had not realized that Everlasting War had such a high opinion of Shifeng. However, they also had to admit the scarcity of refinement realm experts. Even the 5 of them had only taken half a step into that realm. After Everlasting War and his party left, Shifeng turned to thoughtful Rain, thanking her. I am truly grateful for Miss Rain's help today. If not for your introduction, we would not have such a fortuitous opportunity. If Miss Rain wishes to purchase equipment for yourself, I can offer a 50% discount. Really? Thoughtful Rain knew how expensive top-tier equipment was on the market. Moreover, top-tier equipment was not necessarily available. If she could purchase top-tier equipment at a 50% discount, she could save tens of thousands of credits with each item. She could save over 1,000,000 credits if she bought an entire set. In addition, the equipment available on the market was nowhere near as good as Zero Wing's equipment. Of course, Shifeng laughed. Great. I want to buy a set, then. Also, my best friend here, Blue Bamboo, has always been very interested in joining Zero Wing. However, as she has only recently started playing virtual reality games, she's not very strong. Can you perhaps allow her to join? Thoughtful Rain asked meekly. I am afraid I really cannot help you with that. Not even an upper manager like myself is allowed to bend the guild's rules, Shifeng said, shaking his head. However, I can allow your friend to join and train herself with our guild's elite parties, having her learn the combat techniques of God's domain. Once she's sufficiently strong, she can then become an official member of Zero Wing. What do you think? I'll do it. I'll go. Originally, Blue Bamboo had been extremely disappointed when she heard Shifeng's initial refusal. However, being able to improve herself with the elites of Zero Wing was not a bad alternative. Chapter 489, Shop. Upon hearing Blue Bamboo's agreement, Feng immediately contacted Aqua Rose and had her organize an elite dungeon raiding party. A dungeon was a very good place for players to improve their techniques. Independent parties normally only raided normal mode dungeons. Even ordinary guild parties would only occasionally raid hard mode dungeons. As for elite parties, they raided hard mode dungeons slightly more often. Zero Wing's elite parties, however, were different. When they raided dungeons, hard mode was the lowest difficulty they would choose, though they would often challenge hell mode to raid a hard mode dungeon. Players only needed to meet the minimum requirement for equipment. The requirement for techniques was not very high. However, it was a different story for hell mode. Hell mode had a very high technique requirement. Even if players' equipment was good enough to overwhelm the monsters that waited inside the dungeon, that did not guarantee that they could clear it. Their techniques needed to reach a certain standard before they could raid the dungeon successfully, so it was a very good place to train one's techniques. Zero Wing also had a requirement set for its elite members. Every week, elite members needed to raid hell mode dungeons a certain number of times. Although this was a stringent quota, members who fulfilled it would earn plenty of guild points as compensation for the deaths they suffered inside the hell mode dungeon. This was also why Zero Wing's elite members were so much more powerful than the elite members of other guilds. As long as Blue Bamboo trained diligently and polished herself in hell mode dungeons for a time, she should not have any issues passing Zero Wing's evaluation, following which, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo each purchased a set consisting of level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment for elementalists and clerics, spending over 1,000,000 credits in total. Despite such a large expenditure, however, both girls were extremely satisfied with their purchases. They even felt that they had profited significantly. They knew very well that, should they purchase level 25 top-tier equipment from the virtual trade center, they would have to spend over 2,000,000 credits at the very minimum. Moreover, there was no guarantee that the equipment would be available. After all, every guild was in dire need of top-tier equipment. Naturally, they would not sell such equipment easily. After Feng finished dealing with these matters, he immediately departed from the residence and headed towards the Starstreak trading firm. Rain, you're the best. I can't believe you actually know someone like Big Brother Yifeng. Previously, one of my classmates boasted in front of me about how her boyfriend wore several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment. If she finds out that I now have several pieces of level 25 fine gold equipment, she will definitely turn green with envy. Blue Bamboo laughed as she fiddled with the fine gold equipment in her hands. Honestly though, Big Brother Yifeng really treats you nicely. On the way here, I've researched the forums and found out plenty about Zero Wing's elite members. These elite members normally raid hell mode dungeons, and they never offer to carry anyone, not even their own ordinary members. I've always wondered what it feels like to clear a hell mode dungeon. Now that Big Brother Yifeng has arranged for us to accompany Zero Wing's elite parties to improve our strengths, it won't be long before we become experts, to say, seeing as how Big Brother Yifeng is such a young and handsome man. Do you think he has a girlfriend? If he doesn't. Rain, this could be a good opportunity for you. Even an international corporation is trying to recruit him to their battle team. Once he becomes famous, who knows how many people will be gunning for him. Your chances with him will decrease significantly if you wait. You little girl. Thoughtful Rain blushed slightly. Snapping, she said, I'm going to ignore you now. Seeing that Thoughtful Rain had turned around and was about to leave, Blue Bamboo hurriedly pulled her friend back, panicking. No. White River City, Starstreak trading firm. Smile, how many strengthened armor kits have you guys produced? Feng asked guild leader. The three of us have forged over 10,000 pieces. Are we going to put them up for sale now? Melancholic Smile asked Mhm. Bring all of the strengthened armor kits and follow me. Right, also bring the gold we've earned so far, Feng said. Although the strengthened armor kits were inferior to the mana armor kits, with 3 people producing them, Feng did not have to forge the armor kits himself. Naturally, the stock they had created was astounding. With the burden of 30,000 gold on his shoulders, Feng felt that it would be best if he dealt with the problem as soon as possible. After all, there was not much time remaining. The looming penalty for failing the epic quest was also quite stressful. Moreover, Horizon Alliance had already nurtured quite a number of lifestyle players, forgers in particular. They had also recruited close to half the advanced forging apprentices from White River City's 7 neighboring cities. The Horizon Alliance even employed basic forgers, which no other city possessed. Once Shifeng accumulated the 30,000 gold, he would no longer have a connection to the Starstreak trading firm. Hence, Shifeng had been planning and accumulating his wealth, preparing to open his own market, and now was the perfect time to do so. Fortunately, he had accumulated a sufficient number of gold coins. It was time to display his strength. Guild leader, I have everything with me. Aside from strengthening scrolls, we also have the 13,000 plus gold that we've accumulated, Melancholic smile said as she placed the money and the items on the table. This was the first time she had ever seen so much money. There were more than 13,000 gold coins stacked on the table. This was the accumulation of all the money Starstreak trading firm had earned from the 8 cities it occupied, including White River City. There was not a single guild in Star Moon Kingdom that could compete with the Horizon Alliance's wealth. A guild would be quite well off with only 1/10 of the Alliance's fortune if converted to credits. 13,000 gold was worth hundreds of millions. One had to admit that God's domain's money-making potential was formidable. Moreover, the game had only launched less than a month ago. However, no fool would exchange so much gold for credits, yet Melancholic smile had no idea what Shifeng intended to do with so much gold. After giving the items on the table a casual glance, Shifeng quickly stored them in his bag. Follow me, Shifeng said as he exited the forging room. Melancholic smile promptly followed. After leaving the Starstreak trading firm, Shifeng led Melancholic smile to White River City's City Hall. Lord Viscount, how may I be of service today? A female manager asked politely, smiling when she noticed Shifeng enter the building. I wish to purchase some land, Shifeng said. Please follow me. Saying so, the female manager led Shifeng and Melancholic smile to a VIP meeting room. After a short wait, a tall, middle-aged man entered the room. Lord Viscount, I have prepared a list of all available commercial land. My lord may choose any plot of land on this list, and because of your esteemed status, you will receive a 10% discount on all land. Okay. Shifeng only glanced through the pages, not bothering to read them in detail. He then said, I want these 2 plots next to the bank and the auction house. If one pointed out the most valuable plots of land in White River City, the first would be the plot directly beside the auction house, the second was next to the bank, the third was near the 2 aforementioned establishments, and the fourth was next to the Virtual Trade Center and the Adventurers Association. This held true for every city in God's domain in the past. These plots of land had been highly sought after. Renting one of these plots for just a month could be astronomically expensive. Moreover, as God's domain developed, the money one could earn would grow naturally. It also cost a significant sum to purchase these plots of land. Moreover, one must also possess certain status if they wanted to purchase land. Money alone was not enough. As a viscount, Shifeng could only purchase a limited number of plots. Thus, he chose only 1 plot per location to begin his shop's operation. Chapter 490, Candlelight Trading Firm. Without hesitation, Shifeng requested the 2 most popular plots of land in White River City. When Melancholic smile saw the prices, her little mouth fell wide open. These prices were outrageous. An ordinary plot of land in White River City cost over 1,000 gold. If the land were in the densely populated Central District, it would cost more than 3,000 goldas. For the 2 plots Shifeng had set his sight on, each cost over 8,000 gold. If they converted 8,000 gold to credits, they could establish a relatively large company in the city in reality. However, Shifeng did not consider his choices to be expensive. In the future, these 2 plots would become extremely valuable. In the past, he could not have obtained them even if he wanted to. Players frequented both the auction house and the bank. Hence, the traffic was guaranteed. If not for his need for money right now, Shifeng would have preferred to purchase several more plots of land. By the time White River City became the #1 city in Star Moon Kingdom, the value of the city's land would soar by more than 100-fold. Lord Viscount, for the 2 plots of commercial land you have chosen, one costs 9,200 gold, while the other costs 8,800 gold, coming to a total of 18,000 gold. After including the 10% discount, your total is 16,200 gold, the male manager said with great excitement. In addition, after purchasing these 2 plots of land, there will be a 15% property tax each month. If taxes aren't paid for in 3 months, these plots will be locked. If the taxes aren't paid for in half a year, the city will reclaim the land. This is a scam. Melancholic Smile nearly shouted when she heard the male manager's explanation, flushing with anger. They had already spent so much money to purchase these 2 areas, yet, they were still required to pay a 15% property tax every month. In total, they were required to pay 2,700 gold in property taxes for the 2 plots of land. Not even first-rate guilds had that much gold. Most importantly, they had to pay this tax every month. Here is 16,200 gold. Shi Feng handed over the money without hesitation. Shi Feng was very familiar with God's domain's rules, so he had expected this. Moreover, the main God system had implemented this property tax with the purpose of avoiding someone powerful from monopolizing a city's land. Although the property tax seemed absurdly expensive, gold coins would become easier to earn as players leveled, resulting in their depreciation. Gold coins would not remain as valuable as they were now. Hence, paying 2,700 gold each month was no big deal. A short moment later, the manager passed the deed for the 2 plots of land to Shi Feng. With this, Shi Feng could now establish shops on these 2 tracts anytime he wanted to. Moreover, these 2 areas were relatively large. They were in no way inferior to the Starstreak trading firm. At the end of the day, the Starstreak trading firm did not belong to Shi Feng. Even if he managed it well, the firm still belonged to NPCs. However, if he established shops on the plots he had purchased, he could do whatever he wanted to them. It was a lot more convenient. Soon after, Shi Feng chose 2 relatively good building models in the city hall, with both being 3-story buildings. He could use the first floor to sell products and use the second to establish a warehouse, forging rooms, and other necessities. Finally, the 3rd floor could be an office area. However, to construct these 2 shops, Shi Feng had spent another 2,000 gold. After which, he hired over 20 advanced NPCs to conduct daily management and sales in each shop. After spending all this money, little remained of Shi Feng's funds. Fortunately, the dragon scale set equipment sold consistently in the Blackwing auction house, and a large sum of gold coins would fill Shi Feng's pockets every now and then. Smile, I'll leave the management of these 2 plots of land to you for now. I've already given you the authority you need. Begin transferring our members from Starstreak little by little. As for our products, we'll set the strengthened armor kits as our main focus. There is no need to sell them over at Starstreak, Shi Feng said. Guild leader, if we only sell the strengthened armor kits at these 2 locations, it will divert traffic from Starstreak, impacting our business there, Melancholic Smile said, concern filling her voice. That is precisely my intention. I want to lure all of the old customers of Starstreak to the new shops. Just do as I say. As for the price for these strengthened armor kits, set them at 7 silver coins minimum. We can't afford a loss from selling them. Shi Feng laughed. Although the Starstreak trading firm was still somewhat useful to him, its greatest purpose to Shi Feng lay in the initial business. Now that he had accumulated sufficient capital, he had to abandon it, little by little. After all, the moment he earned the 30,000 gold and completed his quest, the Starstreak trading firm would sever all ties with him. If he did not prepare for it now, it would be too late in the future. Guild leader, rest assured, I will make sure the prices of the strengthened armor kit stay above 7 silver coins, Melancholic Smile said. She was very confident about the strengthened armor kits they had produced. Even as basic forgers, their success rates at producing the strengthened armor kits were below 30%. Meanwhile, the material cost for producing each strengthened armor kit was over 1 silver. In other words, the actual cost for producing a complete strengthened armor kit was more than 3 silver. In reality, selling them for only 7 silver coins was simply too cheap. Even if Shi Feng had not given the order, she had intended to set the initial price of the strengthened armor kits at 10 silver. After all, with the current average level of players, a price of 10 silver coins was definitely affordable. Guild leader, you haven't named the shops for these 2 locations yet. What will you call them? Melancholic smile asked as she looked at Shifeng. A small spark may kindle a raging fire. Let's call it the Candlelight Trading Firm, Shifeng sighed as he looked at the deeds to the 2 golden real estates in his hand. At this moment, he finally had his own capital. With these 2 plots, he had taken a large step ahead of the other guilds. His guild would have a relatively stable source of income in the future, and he wouldn't have to fear becoming any guild's target shortly after. Both Shifeng and Melancholic smile visited to the 2 plots of land they had just purchased. At this moment, however, the buildings were still under reconstruction, so they could not view the shop's full elegance. It would take several more hours before the reconstruction work would be completed. At that time, they could open for business. There sure are a lot of players in White River City right now. Shifeng examined his surroundings, discovering a sea of players near the auction house. The area was even more crowded than it had been in his previous life. Guild leader, this is a given. Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile are constantly competing over White River City. Zero Wing is also the first guild to own a guild residence in Starmoon Kingdom. In addition, there are Overwhelming Smile's impressive offers to consider. As a result, many players from other cities were tempted to migrate and develop themselves in White River City. Based on the statistics published the day before yesterday, White River City is currently the 2nd most populous city in Starmoon Kingdom. It is only slightly behind Starmoon City. An ordinary city could not compare with a capital. Even if White River City offered a massive advantage, many players still preferred to mingle in the capital city Starmoon City. Upon hearing Melancholic Smile's words, Shifeng suddenly remembered something. He had befriended someone in Starmoon City before and had intended to purchase land through him. Originally, he had planned to direct Zero Wing's development towards Starmoon City. In the end, he had dismissed this notion and focused on making White River City the #1 city in Starmoon Kingdom. After all, unlike in Starmoon City, Zero Wing had an extraordinary background in White River City currently. Although he no longer intended to develop Zero Wing in Starmoon City, the capital city's population was still very attractive. After all, in God's domain, players were a city's resource. The more powerful a city was, the more powerful the guild controlling said city could become. It seems I need to make a trip to Starmoon City. Shifeng suddenly thought of a plan that could advance White River City's development further. Chapter 491, Holy Land for Experts. Just as Shifeng was about to head towards White River City's teleportation hall, the clear ring of his communicator reached his ears. Aqua, what's wrong? Shifeng asked after accepting the call. Guild leader, good news. Previously, your feat of killing so many of Overwhelming Smile's experts boosted our guild's morale. Currently, our members are flooding the fields to participate in the war. As Overwhelming Smile's expert parties are no longer appearing on the battlefield, we've gained significant advantages. We have already taken out over 20,000 Overwhelming Smile members, probably because we're the first guild to kill over 20,000 players in an all-out war. An advanced NPC from the Adventurers Association just visited, issuing an epic guild quest. The quest is called Ancient Battlefield, and only the guild leader of the guild is allowed to accept the quest. Moreover, only 10 guild members can participate in the quest. Unfortunately, we can't learn any more until we accept the quest. I'm worried that this epic guild quest might disappear if we don't accept it soon, so I contacted you immediately after learning about it. Aqua Rose was extremely excited when she spoke. This was her first time encountering an epic quest. She had only ever heard rumors of them on the forums. Every epic quest represented a massive opportunity. If one could complete it, they could receive extremely bountiful rewards. Based on the information she had gathered, epic quests would reward players with an epic item at the very minimum. If it were a high-difficulty epic quest, one could even obtain 2 or 3 epic items. Meanwhile, the quest the guild had just received was an epic guild quest. It was a lot more difficult than an epic quest meant for individual players. If they could complete it, they would reap a frightening harvest. Ancient Battlefield? Shifeng was stunned upon hearing Aqua Rose's words. indescribable thrill growing in his heart. Hurriedly, he asked, "Aqua, are you sure you read that correctly? The information on the guild's quest board is clear, and I made sure to read it very carefully. I can say with certainty that it is an epic quest. Even I didn't believe it at first when I was told. After verifying it multiple times, I am sure that it is the epic quest Ancient Battlefield," Aqua Rose said, practically glowing with excitement. If they could complete this epic quest and obtain several epic items, it could help them immensely when they raided large-scale team dungeons in the future. Now that Zero Wing waged war against Overwhelming Smile, morale was very important. The news about Shifeng taking out the underworld guards with one hit had caused Zero Wing to instantly become the publicly acknowledged #1 guild of White River City. This incident had also placed significant psychological pressure on Overwhelming Smile's members. If Zero Wing could take the lead by conquering a large-scale team dungeon, gaining even more top-tier equipment and prestige, Overwhelming Smile would have no hope of competing with Zero Wing in the future. However, Aqua Rose did not know that, in reality, what had shocked Shifeng was not the difficulty of the quest, but the ancient battlefield itself. In the past, the ancient battlefield had been immensely famous in God's domain. It had become so famous because of its alternative name, the Holy Land for Experts. The ancient battlefield was known as the Holy Land for Experts because the map was a training ground specifically designed by the main god system for players. This training ground's purpose was to allow players to gain a better understanding of the combat style of God's domain. In the past, countless noobs and new players had instantly soared to become experts precisely because of the ancient battlefield. Moreover, it wasn't limited to ordinary experts. The ancient battlefield had even given birth to many apex experts. As a result, players called the ancient battlefield the Holy Land for Experts. Countless players had dreamed of visiting and experiencing the wonders it had to offer. Unfortunately, this opportunity was too difficult to encounter. In the past, despite countless guilds and corporations offering astronomical prices for the slots to enter the ancient battlefield, nobody willingly sold the slots they had. Now that Shifeng had suddenly been notified that he had obtained the ancient battlefield quest, how could he contain his excitement? He had always dreamed of visiting the ancient battlefield in the past. Unfortunately, he had never been lucky enough to receive an invitation. Now, however, he haughty understand. The difficulty of an epic quest is not to be taken lightly, so set it aside for now. Don't worry about it disappearing. After a guild quest is issued, it will be available for 3 months or until someone accepts it. Since it has just been issued, leave it there for now, Shifeng said after calming down. However, although we are setting aside the quest, I have a few tasks that I'll need you to do for me. Tasks? Aqua Rose was confused. She could not understand why Shifeng did not intend to accept this epic quest. Although she knew that the difficulty of an epic quest was unmatched, without accepting the quest, how could they possibly know whether or not they could complete it? It was a pity to leave the quest there like that. Most importantly, it was so tempting. That's right. In order to complete this epic quest, we will need sufficient combat power. I need you to contact Fire Dance and the others and tell them to stop trying to level up to deal with Overwhelming Smile. The same goes for you. All of you should focus on improving your combat techniques. I will also frequently give you pointers. In a few days, I will test you all to see how much your combat techniques have improved. At that time, I will select the top 9 players to participate in this epic quest. Shifeng laughed. What should we do about the team dungeons? I hear that Overwhelming Smile has already allocated their experts for raiding level 20 hard mode dungeons. If we lose the race to raid the team dungeons, it will deal a significant blow to our guild's prestige and empower the enemy. Aqua Rose simply could not understand Shifeng's decision. Previously, Shifeng had strongly advocated raiding dungeons first. Wasn't this change of plans a little too sudden? She wasn't even sure how to react. The most surprising thing was the fact that a busy man like Shifeng had actually offered to instruct them personally. This had never happened before. Having the #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom tutor them would yield effects hundreds of times better than learning from Shifeng's battle videos in secret. Countless players dreamed of such an opportunity. There were even some who had offered 1 million credits on the official forums, hoping to hire Shifeng as their personal trainer. It would be a lie if Aqua Rose said she was not excited. This was just as thrilling as the epic quest. Sharpening your axe will not delay your job of cutting wood. Do you think that conquering a large-scale team dungeon will be so easy without a certain degree of strength? Beyond that, the quest only requires 10 people. We can just have the others continue with raiding the dungeons. Shifeng did not bother to explain further, he could not reveal too much information. Aqua Rose had no idea just how important this ancient battlefield quest was. Raising an army was easy, nurturing a general was not. In the past, no one had been willing to trade their spot on the ancient battlefield even when offered a legendary item. The competition over a measly dungeon had meant nothing. If possible, Shifeng would have accepted the quest immediately. However, doing so would be a massive waste. Besides, leaving the quest for players to see would provide a powerful incentive. Shifeng did not have any concrete information about the situation inside the ancient battlefield. He only knew that the better the combat techniques a player possessed, the greater their harvest would be. Hence, Shifeng had specifically instructed Aqua Rose and the others to spare some time to improve their techniques. By doing so, they would also increase their potential gain. I understand. I'll contact Fire Dance and the others immediately. They will be thrilled when they hear about this. Aqua Rose giggled as she disconnected the call. She then began to contact the other core members of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, Shifeng had arrived at Starmoon City, Starmoon Kingdom's #1 city, through a teleportation array. Chapter 492, Plundering Resources. With a clear moon and few stars, it was already night time in God's domain. As the #1 city of Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City had brilliantly lit streets at this time. Magic lights illuminated the streets all around, making the entire Starmoon City seem as bright as day. As expected of Starmoon City, the population here is not something a regional capital like White River City could ever hope to match up to. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he waded through the sea of players crowding the streets. Now that players were higher leveled, many could afford the teleportation fee to travel to Starmoon City. At this moment, Starmoon City's player population was nearly 5 million, 2 million more than White River City's. If one could take control of Starmoon City, it would significantly improve a guild's development speed. The impact on a guild would be even better than having control of 4 or 5 smaller cities. In addition, the available resources in the vicinity of Starmoon City were very abundant. Hence, all powers staying within the capital city were a mix of both strong and weak. Other than the 3 first-rate guilds that had set Starmoon Kingdom as their main base of operations, first-rate guilds of other kingdoms and empires also had a presence in Starmoon City. Plenty of second-rate guilds were also taking root and developing themselves here. As a result, the competition at Starmoon City was extremely intense, and in this aspect, White River City was far from comparable. Even the average level of ordinary players here was much higher than at White River City. Before long, Shifeng arrived at Starmoon City City Hall via horse carriage. When Shifeng got there, a majestic and powerful-looking man was standing outside the entrance of the building. This man was none other than the Ghost Raider, Lifeless Blade. At this moment, Lifeless Blade was already level 26, not one bit inferior to Shifeng. Initially, Lifeless Blade was stunned upon seeing Shifeng, but he soon revealed a bitter smile. Although Shifeng's outward appearance had not changed by much since the last time they met, inwardly, however, the gap was like the distance between heaven and earth. The last time he met Shifeng, the latter gave the impression of being very ordinary, that there was nothing special about him at all. On the other hand, Shifeng's every action right now had an indescribable sense of naturalness. The pressure Shifeng radiated made Lifeless Blade feel as if he was facing a Lord-ranked monster right now. The last time Lifeless Blade met Shifeng, he had learned a lot from the discussion he had with Shifeng on combat techniques. Moreover, the latter had even provided him with plenty of quests that raised one's reputation, allowing his reputation to swiftly reach the status of a noble, which afforded many conveniences for his team's development. Lifeless Blade was only where he was right now due to Shifeng's help. Hence, he felt immense gratitude towards Shifeng. During this period, Lifeless Blade had raided plenty of team dungeons. He had even raided Hell Mode team dungeons. There were also countless instances where he participated in field PvPs. If he were to speak for himself, he would say that his strength had improved plenty since his last meeting with Shifeng. However, compared to Shifeng, his improvements paled significantly. Brother Yifeng, I've already completed the task you requested, Lifeless Blade stated when he saw Shifeng approaching. In a somewhat worried tone, he continued, but, Brother Yifeng, that plot of land you want is simply too far away from the high-traffic areas of the city. You will only make a loss by purchasing the land there. With the same amount of money, you can easily purchase a plot of land in the high-traffic areas of the city. This is really not a profitable purchase. No worries, I prefer a place that is somewhat peaceful. Shifeng laughed. Starmoon City was extremely large. There was also quite a lot of land available inside the city. However, the prices of the land here were not one bit cheaper than in White River City at all. Even an ordinary plot of land had a minimum price of 2,000 gold. With this sum of money, one could purchase a relatively good plot of land in White River City already. Meanwhile, the land situated around the central district of Starmoon City had a price tag of at least 6,000 gold, whereas land in the golden areas of the city cost 14,000 gold at a minimum. The prices here were more than double those of White River City. However, precisely because of this reason, the guilds based in Starmoon City had a constant headache. There was no meaning in purchasing a useless plot of land for more than 2,000 gold. However, not to mention the land in the golden areas, even accumulating 6,000 gold required a lot of time and effort. Hence, practically nobody was paying attention to the land within the capital right now. However, the many guilds in Starmoon City had neglected a point. Since the land of the capital city was so expensive, wouldn't the guilds developing at the capital city at the initial stages of the game suffer immensely? Not to mention the expensive land, but there was also the high difficulty of earning reputation in Starmoon City. No matter how one looked at the situation, guilds that were developing themselves in the capital city would be at a disadvantage during the early stages of the game. In reality, however, that was not the case. It was only because everyone had yet to deepen their understanding of the commercial lands of Starmoon City. Only after some time had passed would everyone come to realize that some ordinary plots of land in Starmoon City were actually much better than land in the central district, and these were the lands surrounding certain special buildings. Starmoon City was the core of Starmoon Kingdom, and many powerful high-tiered NPCs were gathered here. There were even many establishments here that were unavailable in other cities. Although these establishments were not as popular as the auction house, bank, and such locations, the player traffic at these locations still greatly surpassed that of many of the lands located in the central district in the past. Many guilds and players who were lucky enough to purchase these plots of land had made themselves a fortune through them. Meanwhile, the plot of land Shifeng was planning to purchase right now was precisely located beside one of these unique establishments, the Underground Arena. Although only a small number of players frequented the Underground Arena at the moment, that traffic would increase, along with the growth in popularity of arena matches. In particular, players from other cities and countries would often visit Starmoon City, boosting the player traffic here to an even more frightening level. Shifeng truly wished he could purchase every plot of land surrounding the Underground Arena. Unfortunately, he no longer had that much money on him right now. Forget it. It's your money anyway. Lifeless Blade shook his head and sighed. Including the ownership transfer fees, the plot of land Shifeng had set his eyes on cost nearly 3,000 gold. That was enough money to purchase a relatively good plot of land close to the central district, following which, Lifeless Blade led Shifeng into the city hall and carried out the purchase and transfer procedures. After 10 minutes or so, Shifeng had obtained the best plot of land close to the Underground Arena. Moreover, he had also spent over 1,000 gold to construct the best available shop there, and had even hired 15 advanced NPCs to manage the daily affairs of the shop. Witnessing how Shifeng had spent close to 4,000 gold coins so casually nearly shut down Lifeless Blade's brain. This was his first time seeing a spendthrift like Shifeng. Not only had Shifeng wasted his money on an ordinary plot of land, but he had even spent over 1,000 gold to construct the best available shop in Starmoon City. Lifeless Blade's team could be considered extremely wealthy. Yet, even so, their liquid assets only amounted to dozens of gold. Even a first-rate guild could not easily take out 1,000 gold. Yet, Shifeng had spent it casually, as if he was buying vegetables at a market. At this point, Lifeless Blade had even begun to wonder whether Zero Wing, the guild behind Shifeng, was manufacturing gold coins. In the face of Lifeless Blade's stunned reaction, Shifeng simply gave the man a smile. He did not bother giving any explanations now that he had established a branch of Candlelight trading firm on this plot of land. He had the foundation to begin plundering the resources of Starmoon City. As long as he sold the strengthened armor kits here in limited quantities, the players here who needed these items would end up heading over to White River City's Candlelight trading firm to purchase them when the local supply ran out. With this, Shifeng could secretly steal the player population of Starmoon City. Over time, the players of Starmoon City would become White River City's. By the time the guilds competing over Starmoon City realized their situation, everything would be too late. Afterward, Shifeng discussed matters relating to Starmoon City's situation with Lifeless Blade. He then logged out of the game to rest as he patiently awaited the completion of Candlelight Trading Firm's construction. Chapter 493, Big Dipper Competition. After logging out of the game, Shifeng exited his virtual gaming cabin and began today's training plan. Ever since his brain activity increased, it was as if Shifeng had entered a whole new world in regard to his control over his own body. During this period, he had continuously been adapting to the new changes. A human's body was subject to the brain's control. The brain controlled processes such as hormone production, cellular immunity, and physical power control. As these processes involved a lot of information, the brain carried out these processes automatically. Just like a computer, which ran its system programs in the background, the human brain had long since been set to deal with these processes automatically without requiring conscious effort from the brain. This was a sort of self-protective mechanism for the human brain. However, with the increase in brain activity and, simultaneously, brain usage rates, humans could actively control these processes instead of leaving the brain to passively control them. If brain activity increased to a sufficient level, humans could even control their own body's hormone production, fine-tuning their own bodies to increase their own lifespans, maintain a youthful appearance, and so on. In particular, with a high enough brain activity, one could even control their brain's subconscious inhibition of their body's physical power. If an ordinary person, who might originally have had a punching power of 100 kilograms, was able to remove the inhibition their brain placed on their physical strength, then they could instantly multiply that power by over a dozen, or even several dozens of times. Like in the news, during times of emergency or danger, many people would suddenly display explosive power that they never possessed. As for the reason why these people could display such power, it was because their brains had removed the limiter placed on their physical bodies. However, it was exceptionally difficult to remove this limiter. There were also many people who failed to remove it, despite encountering a dangerous situation. Or even if they did manage to do so, it would be for only a very brief period of time. Nevertheless, with the increase in brain activity, one could consciously remove the limiter placed on their physical power. This was the case with Shifeng right now. The increase in his brain activity had boosted his brain usage rate. Originally, Shifeng was unable to control the limiter placed on his physical power. Now, however, he could adjust it slightly. As far as Shifeng knew, many martial arts grandmasters in the past had undergone long periods of training, in addition to consistently increasing their brain activity, in order to grasp this technique. Moreover, due to the popularity of God's Domain, as well as the fact that the game played a significant role in developing a player's brain, many people in the past had also been able to reach this step. At this moment, Shifeng's goal was to reach this step. During this period of training and learning, Shifeng could sense that he had already touched the gateway. If he could grasp this technique, then his combat power in God's Domain would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. However, if he wished to grasp a hold of this power, he needed to increase his brain activity once more. It was just that breaking through his own mental limit placed a heavy demand on his brain cells and required a large amount of energy. Meanwhile, only with S-rank nutrient fluids could he solve these problems. Although Shifeng had the money, he could not purchase any S-rank nutrient fluids by himself. Shifeng really wished to have a sufficient number of virtual gaming cabins and S-rank nutrient fluids in order to immediately nurture Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Cola, and Violet Cloud into true top-tier experts and have them set foot into the refinement realm. At that time, Zero Wing's strength would definitely soar, and it would no longer be an impossible task to capture the several cities surrounding White River City. Just when Shifeng had completed his morning training and was about to have his lunch, the quantum watch on his wrist rang. "Mr. Shifeng, I am Mr. Xiao Yu's assistant. Your competition today is scheduled at 5 p.m. I have come to pick you up in advance. The car is already waiting downstairs," the young and beautiful woman who appeared in the video call said, smiling. "All right, I'll be there in a moment," Shifeng replied before disconnecting the call. Meanwhile, on the ground floor of Shifeng's apartment, a maglev limousine was currently parked outside the building. A man and a woman stood quietly beside the car, waiting. The woman wore a black dress. She had fine black eyelashes and a glamorous face with skin as white as snow. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Overall, she had a bright and beautiful appearance. As for the man, he was tall and ferocious. Wearing a black suit and a pair of sunglasses, he was like a ferocious beast, his entire body radiating a hostile aura that made others consciously distance themselves from him out of fear. When the residents of the community saw this scene, they thought that a big shot had come visiting. "This guy sure knows how to take his time." The female assistant, Liang Jing, looked at her quantum watch. In an impatient tone, she grumbled, "Just what does Chairman Xiao see in him to actually have us come fetch him?" She was the head assistant for Big Dipper Training Center's chairman. Yet, now, she was actually sent to escort a youth. The man standing beside her right now was also no ordinary character. He was called Lu Jihong, and he was the personal bodyguard of Chairman Xiao. Lu Jihong's strength was simply amazing. He could easily deal with 7 or 8 ordinary people simultaneously. Even if he participated in the city's fighting competition, he would have no problem obtaining a good ranking. At the moment, the company lacks the support of a martial arts master. Chairman Xiao is naturally trying to create a grander scene, Lu Jihong replied indifferently. Is just slightly over 20. How could he possibly be a martial arts master? Liang Jing had noted Shifeng's appearance through the video call just now. No matter how she looked at it, she could not relate Shifeng to those 30 to 40-year-old masters. I hear that his opponent this time is quite amazing. Even Master Chen Wu has referred to that person as a fighting genius. That person has even defeated several martial arts masters before. I really cannot understand why Chairman Xiao still insisted on holding the competition this time around. The result of this competition is so obvious, he could clearly just choose that person, instead. She had personally seen martial arts masters before. Even from afar, every one of these masters gave off an imposing air that made others feel reverence for them. However, Shifeng did not possess such a feeling. If not for Chairman Xiao personally confirming that Shifeng was indeed a martial arts master, she really dared not believe that such a youthful master actually existed. While Liang Jing and Lu Jihong were conversing with each other, Shifeng came downstairs. When Liang Jing saw Shifeng's blue sports attire, however, she was immediately stupefied. How was this a master? Whether in terms of temperament or power, he was clearly just an athletic youth. At this rate, he would simply be seeking his own death by challenging a martial arts master. Contrary to Liang Jing's reaction, however, the bodyguard standing beside her revealed a completely different expression. Despite the faint smile Shifeng had on his face, Lu Jihong felt as if he was staring at a dormant beast. Lu Jihong could not sense anything from Shifeng's every action that was right. He could not sense anything at all. For a seasoned bodyguard like himself, there was nothing more dangerous than being unable to pick up anything from someone's action. It was as if someone were pointing a gun at his head, and he still thought the other person was joking. If Shifeng were to take action, Lu Jihong felt that Shifeng could easily defeat him in just a few moves. Before the female assistant could even speak, the previously silent Lu Jihong hurriedly opened the car door, respectfully saying, "Master Shifeng, please, get in. We will take you to the venue immediately." "Thanks." Shifeng smiled as he entered the car. However, the female assistant, Liang Jing, was stupefied. What was this situation? She had never seen Lu Jihong act so respectfully to anyone before. Not even Chairman Xiao received such a treatment. Chapter 494, Gathered. Big Dipper's Central Assembly Hall. Although the sun was blazing, an endless stream of guests entered the hall at the bright red carpet. Well-known upper-class personages descended from luxury cars, one after another, and slowly walked into the assembly hall. Big Dipper's assembly hall was very lively today. It was even livelier than when the city's fighting competition was held. Quite a small number of people. Seated inside the limousine, Shifeng swept a glance at the assembly hall's surroundings, noticing that the people who came to watch the competition were all well-known characters in Jianghu City. There was not a single commoner present at all. Logically speaking, by holding the competition this time, Big Dipper should be promoting itself to increase its popularity. In order to recover from its downward spiral, it would definitely want to widely publicize the competition this time around. Internal force experts were rare, and exchanges between internal force experts were even rarer. Countless people wished to feast their eyes on such a fight. However, when Shifeng looked at the scene before him, it did not seem as if Big Dipper had done any promotion at all. Otherwise, the venue would have been completely swamped with people. Mr. Shifeng, it is like this. The other master wishes to hold this competition in private. He does not wish it to be known by everyone in the world. Hence, the company has not made any attempt to promote the competition, and has only invited a few well-known figures. But even so, that master was not happy about it. If Chairman Xiao had not offered sufficient compensation, the number of people attending this match might be less than half the current head count, Liang Jing said as she looked at Shifeng, her lips curled up in a mesmerizing smile. Charmingly, she continued, if Mr. Shifeng thinks that this event is too small, after this competition is over, we can definitely arrange for your name to be known by all in Jianghu City. As the head assistant of Big Dipper's chairman, observing another person's every mood was Liang Jing's specialty. After seeing Lu Jihong's respectful performance before, even if she was a fool, she would have realized that Shifeng was not as simple as he appeared to be. With such a great achievement at such a young age, Shifeng would definitely become a dragon among men. If she could narrow the distance in their relationship slightly, the familiarity would be of tremendous help to her future. Naturally, she could not pass up this opportunity sitting before her right now. That person sure likes to keep a low profile, but it's fine. I don't like being watched by too many people either, Shifeng laughed. Originally, Shifeng had no intention of making himself famous. He wanted to develop himself while maintaining a low profile. If not for the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 5 virtual gaming cabins, he really would not participate in this competition soon. Shifeng followed Liang Jing to the backstage of the assembly hall to rest there as he quietly awaited the start of the competition. At this moment, the competition hall inside Big Dipper's assembly hall was already packed with people. Every one of these attendees held considerable status in Jianghu City. Plenty of well-known figures from other cities had also turned up this time around. Meanwhile, seated inside the VIP room on the second floor were the few titans of Jianghu City at this moment. Xiaoyu was entertaining these VIPs. If Shifeng were present in this room, he would definitely discover a lot of people he was familiar with here. Seated in the center of the room was none other than Jianghu University's headmaster and chairman, Su Wenqing. Seated beside him were Zhao Jianhua of the Zhao Group, Master Chen Wu of Jianghu City's #1 dojo, and many more high-profile characters of Jianghu City. Little Xiao, you've surely given me a big surprise this time. You were actually able to invite 2 martial arts masters to conduct a competition with each other. This is a first for our Jianghu City, Su Wenqing said as he stroked his white beard. A little excited, he said, I wonder if you can introduce me to the 2 masters you've invited this time around? The other VIPs promptly nodded their heads at Su Wenqing's words. In this day and age, fighting competitions were the most popular event in the world. The status of martial arts masters was naturally extraordinary, more so that of internal force experts. Normally, one could not see such experts in an ordinary city like Jianghu City. Even high-profile characters like the VIPs present would not be able to easily meet such experts. Old man Su, you must be joking. How could I possibly be able to invite 2 masters to conduct a competition with each other? The 2 of them just happened to want to compare notes with each other, so they allowed me to arrange this competition, Xiaoyu said, laughing. Currently, his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of joy. the two masters are currently resting and preparing for the competition later. It would not be convenient to invite them over right now, but I'll definitely arrange for a meeting afterwards. I hear that the two masters competing this time are very young. Is that true? Su Wenqing asked curiously. Yes, the two of them are indeed very young. Both haven't even reached the age of 30 yet. Xiao Yu nodded, then added proudly, in particular, Master Chen Wu has also met the master that we've specially invited this time. Although he is only 27 years old, his strength is very frightening. He has already defeated several well-known masters. During this period, I heard that he is planning to join the qualifiers for an international fighting competition, and that he has a high chance of obtaining a good result. Indeed, that Master Lei Bao is really a prodigy. I've compared notes with him before. Unfortunately, I was easily subdued in just a few moves. Now that Master Lei Bao has undergone over a year of intense training, his current strength should be even more frightening. When I met him before, I even felt chills running through my body. Chen Wu nodded as he sighed in admiration. Lei Bao was definitely the most powerful internal force expert he had met. A martial arts prodigy. In the future, it was highly possible that Lei Bao would become a martial arts grandmaster. At that time, Lei Bao would probably be able to defeat him easily even without using internal force. If Lei Bao used internal force, instead of just losing the match, he might even lose his life in a single move. Everyone found it inconceivable when they heard that Jianghu City's famous fighting champion, Chen Wu, had been easily defeated, and that this had happened over a year ago. Not a single person present did not know who Chen Wu was. He was a character known by all in Jianghu City in his early days. Chen Wu had fought many martial arts masters. Although he was defeated in those exchanges, the martial arts masters that fought him also did not have easy victories. One could say that Chen Wu was a martial arts expert who was very close to becoming a master. Hence, everyone in Jianghu City referred to Chen Wu as Master Chen. Currently, Chen Wu was still of a relatively young age, and he maintained his strength at its peak. Logically speaking, he should have already taken half a step into the ranks of masters. Yet, he only managed to last several moves against the martial arts master named Lei Bao. One could just imagine how powerful Lei Bao was. Oh, there's actually such a talented character. Little Xiao, you must introduce him to me after the competition. Although this decrepit old man has spectated international fighting competitions before, never once have I had the opportunity to chat with such a master. Su Wenqing's eyes glowed with anticipation upon hearing Chen Wu's words. Seated at the back of the room, Zhao Ruoxi, who had come along with Zhao Jianhua, revealed an expression of worry as she listened to the conversation. What to do? Zhao Ruoxi's heart was in distress. Although she believed that Shi Feng was very amazing as well, compared to the martial arts prodigy Lei Bao that everyone was talking about, whether it was in terms of strength or experience, Shi Feng should be quite inferior to Lei Bao. If Lei Bao did not hold back during the competition, it would definitely end in tragedy. Time passed little by little. Very quickly, the arranged time for the competition arrived, and the excitement inside the assembly hall reached the boiling point. This was the first time a competition between martial arts masters would be held in Jianghu City. Usually, such competitions could only be seen on the international stage. Meanwhile, the majority of the people present here today had only ever watched an international competition through TV broadcasts. They never had the chance to personally witness such competitions. Just as the crowd was wondering what kind of people the two masters were, white smoke started emerging from the two passages leading to the arena. Meanwhile, the two people who had walked out from the white smoke were none other than the two protagonists of today's event, Lei Bao and Shi Feng. When the audience personally saw the true appearance of the two masters, every single one of them was rendered speechless. They never expected the two masters to be so young. In particular, when the spectators inside the VIP room saw Shi Feng, they were all shocked. Shi Feng? Why is he here? Su Wenqing rubbed his eyes. For a second there, he even thought his eyes had gone blurry. Chapter 495, Strength of 1,000 Kilos. Su Wenqing's memory of Shi Feng was still fresh in his mind. Previously, not only had Shi Feng defeated the university's #1 fighter, Zhang Luowei, but he had also earned high praise from Chen Wu. Su Wenqing had not expected Shifeng to actually appear at this place right now. It can't be, right? Chen Wu was similarly stunned upon seeing Shifeng. As he recalled, Shifeng was very amazing but had yet to reach the level of using internal force. At this moment, however, Shifeng was actually participating in this competition. It was truly shocking when both sides stood in the arena. Lei Bao and Shifeng contrasted sharply. Lei Bao wore a black vest that placed his bronze muscles on full display. His muscles were not bloated, but instead were sleek like a cheetah's, giving others the feeling that his muscles were packed full of power. His disheveled hair coupled with his bestial aura and aquiline gaze made him seem exactly like a wild, ferocious beast. People would not dare to get even half a step closer to him. On the other hand, Shifeng looked just like your average university student. He possessed neither a sharp, sword-like aura nor a tall, robust body. He gave others the impression that he was completely harmless to both humans and animals, that there was no need for even the slightest bit of vigilance towards him. The battle between the two was a competition without any suspense. It was just like a fight between a ferocious lion and a cute little rabbit. There was absolutely no point to this battle at all. Suddenly, it was as if cold water was poured over the hot passion of the audience members. Wasn't this a match between two masters? Why is there an ordinary university student here? That's right, even if Big Dipper is trying to promote Master Lei Bao, can't they at least invite a slightly decent expert? What's the point of inviting a youth that hasn't even grown all his hair yet? Even I can take care of that little brat with ease. The audience promptly burst into a heated discussion. They all felt that Big Dipper's chairman, Xiao Yu, was lacking sincerity. However, seated at a corner of the spectator stands, Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong were both stunned when they saw this scene. How could he be a martial arts master? Zhang Luowei looked with eyes full of disbelief at Shifeng standing in the arena. Even until now, he still took to heart the defeat Shifeng had dealt him. During this period, he had trained constantly and had even sought meticulous guidance from Chen Wu, all in order to have his revenge on Shifeng. Yet, now that Shifeng had appeared before him once again, the man had actually become a martial arts master already. However, when Zhang Luowei looked at Shifeng's opponent, Lei Bao, a smile appeared on his face. He had heard plenty about Lei Bao's deeds from Chen Wu. Lei Bao was a fierce man who did not know how to show mercy. All those who had met with him in official matches had suffered heavy injuries at the very minimum, and some were even crippled. Hence, nobody was willing to compete with Lei Bao. When those in the world of martial arts heard the name of Lei Bao, even top-tier masters would try to avoid him as much as possible. Nobody wished to destroy their own future by competing with Lei Bao. Originally, Zhang Luowei had thought it was some daring expert who had come to compete with Lei Bao this time around. Now, however, it would seem that Shifeng was just a hot-headed youth after all. Yet, before anyone could voice out their complaints, the host of the competition immediately hyped up the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, before the start of this competition, the two masters will do a small warm-up, allowing everyone to clearly see just how powerful the two masters are. Now, let's welcome our two masters to showcase their strengths. As the host was saying so, some staff members pushed out a punching power testing machine into the arena. The punching machine was the latest model, and it was intended to test Lei Bao's and Shifeng's punching power. The first to take the test was Shifeng. Shifeng was very interested in regard to this test. He wanted to know just how much he had improved during this period of time standing before the punching machine. Shifeng took a proper stance before abruptly sending a punch forward. After piercing through the air, his fist made a loud boom when it landed on the target. The punching machine shook from the impact. Immediately, the numbers on the punching machine began rising madly. In just a moment, the numbers had broken past the 200 kilograms mark. A short moment later, the numbers rose to 320 kilograms. This value was already within the standard of professional fighters. In the end, the punching machine displayed a value of 401 kilograms. This result was almost comparable to those of well-known fighters of Jianghu City. However, it was still significantly lower than that of the city's top professional fighter, Chen Wu. This Shifeng is amazing. With this kind of punching power, it is no wonder Zhang Luowei was not his match. Su Wenqing laughed with satisfaction as he stroked his white beard. If he already possesses such strength at such a young age, he might be able to catch up to you, Master Chen Wu, in just a few more years. Chen Wu's punching power record could be said to be the record for the entire Jianghu city. Chen Wu's punching power was 453 kilograms, a value that made ordinary people stare in admiration. With just a single punch, Chen Wu could bend even a thick metal board, let alone the fleshy human body. Chen Wu could even turn a durable maglev car into a pile of scrap metal in a short amount of time. Meanwhile, Shi Feng was just in his early 20s, so he still had great potential for growth. He would have no problem surpassing Chen Wu's punching power record. Old man Su, you jest. This is but the result little brother Shi Feng has achieved using only his physical strength. If he used internal force, he would have surpassed my record. Moreover, I have also heard that little brother Shi Feng has long since beaten my record. It seems the newest record right now is 576 kilograms. Chen Wu laughed bitterly. Yes, that's right. This record was indeed set by Master Shi Feng. Xiao Yu nodded. It seems that Master Shi Feng did not use his full power because he wishes to conserve his strength. Internal force places a heavy burden on the body. Since he needs to face off against Master Lei Bao in a moment, he naturally has to conserve his physical strength. Chen Wu explained. Nobody present knew just how demanding internal force was on a person's body. Even internal force experts would not casually use it. Otherwise, they would be lying on the floor, unconscious, in just a few moves. Hence, only a fool would use internal force in this test. Right now, seated in the back row of the VIP room, Zhao Ruoxi was very elated upon seeing Shi Feng's test result. Only she knew how much Shi Feng had improved previously. Shi Feng's test results without using internal force were less than 300 kilograms. After not seeing him for a period of time, Shi Feng's punching power had actually exceeded the 400 kilograms threshold. If Chen Wu were to find out about this improvement, he would definitely jump up in shock. However, as the occupants of the VIP room were conversing with each other, Lei Bao started his test. Letting out a shout, Lei Bao transformed his palm into a fist, a boom resounding as he struck towards the punching machine. The instant Lei Bao's fist landed on the target, the spiraling force borne by the fist pierced the target. Lei Bao's fist ended up landing directly on the steel plate behind the target peng. The durable steel plate was dented right away, and even the entire punching machine itself was knocked backwards. Meanwhile, cracks also started appearing on the marble floor beneath Lei Bao's feet, as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. Ding! 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 The punching machine rang continuously. Most people in the spectator stands might be unfamiliar with this sound. However, for those who frequently trained and tested themselves, this was a sound that garnered their reverence because this sound was none other than the prompt for a record being broken at this moment. However, nobody in the spectator stands was reacting to the sounds produced by the punching machine, because everyone was completely stunned by Lei Bao's destructive punch. Is he even human? Zhao Ruoxi's alluring eyes widened, her attention fully focused on the value displayed by the punching power testing machine. 656 kilograms. This record was far above the one Shi Feng had set. Sure enough, Lei Bao really is a martial arts prodigy. Even the strength he has achieved through training is incomparable to that of ordinary people, Chen Wu said, shocked. Chapter 496, Tiger Roaring. Lei Bao's punch had stunned the entire assembly. A moment later, a loud round of applause, as well as gasps of admiration, filled the room. When this punch landed, it was as if a small car had struck the punching machine. In particular, if the steel plate were swapped with a human being, the end result would be horrifying. Master Chen Wu, is this the power of internal force? Zhao Jianhua could not help but ask. This was his first time seeing such destructive force from another human being. No. Chen Wu shook his head. He then explained, I've previously said that using internal force places a heavy burden on the body, and internal force experts would not casually use it. The same holds true even in a battle. Master Lei Bao achieved this result before us right now without using internal force. This is just his normal strength. This is also the reason why I am so shocked. Despite being called the fighting genius of Jianghu City, Chen Wu's maximum punching strength was only 453 kilograms. In comparison, a martial arts prodigy like Lei Bao had managed to achieve a punching power of 656 kilograms without even using internal force. He truly possessed a strength of 1,000 kilos. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Little brother Shifeng will not have an easy time in this match. Chen Wu grew more alert as he looked at Lei Bao. Master Lei Bao is famous for not knowing how to hold back. Even when I sought him out to exchange pointers back then, he ended up breaking 3 of my ribs. I had to stay in the hospital for over a month for a full recovery. Now, he has even surpassed his strength from back then. If little brother Shifeng is not careful, it is quite possible that he will be hospitalized for over half a year, and there might even be residual damage. Upon hearing Chen Wu's words, Zhao Ruoshi, who was seated at the back of the VIP room, grew even more anxious. Though she wished to stop this competition right now, she was powerless to do so. Both parties were martial arts masters. Since both sides had long since agreed to this match, and even the invited audience had already arrived, things had passed the point of no return by now. Shifeng's normal punching power was just slightly over 400 kilograms. Even if he used internal force, he would at most reach the level of Lei Bao when the latter was not using internal force. However, just how taxing was internal force? On the other hand, Lei Bao's every action carried the strength of 1,000 kilos. He could send an endless stream of these powerful blows. It was highly unlikely that Shifeng would emerge victorious in this competition. In truth, not even Xiao Yu had expected the gap between the two to be so wide. If he had known about this earlier, this competition would be absolutely unnecessary. It seems that I can only make amends with Shifeng after this event is over. Xiao Yu had never expected Lei Bao to be so strong. With the addition of Lei Bao, Big Dipper Training Center could definitely become one of the top training centers in the country. As for Shifeng, although he was a young genius, he was still significantly inferior to a current powerhouse. However, it remained necessary to maintain a good relationship with such a talent in the arena. Lei Bao looked at the destroyed punching machine, feeling very satisfied with his own masterpiece. He then shifted his chilling gaze to Shifeng. Yuri, very good. Despite being so young, not only have you mastered internal force, but you are also able to behave so fearlessly while standing before me. You will certainly have a promising future. If not for my need to become Big Dipper's head instructor, I would not mind letting you have this competition. Although Lei Bao's voice was not particularly loud, everyone present in the assembly hall could hear his every word clearly. The arrogance in his tone was also unwavering, and one could not help but want to submit to him, heart and soul. I have always looked fondly upon martial arts geniuses. I won't try to bully you in this match. If you can last 10 moves against me, this match will be considered your victory. Listening to Lei Bao's words, everyone present found themselves admiring the man's magnanimity. Sure enough, a martial arts master would not bully those weaker than themselves. The audience members became even more reverent towards Lei Bao. Now, what if I lose? Shifeng calmly asked, completely unmoved by Lei Bao's words. You really are smart, Lei Bao laughed. If you lose, take me as your teacher, I will pass on all my skills to you. I assure you that you can definitely surpass me in the future. This should be a worthwhile trade, right? Before this fight was arranged, Lei Bao had already heard about Shifeng. He knew that Shifeng did not have a master, so Shifeng should be a self-taught martial arts master. In other words, Shifeng was a true genius. Martial artists were very picky when it came to accepting disciples. After all, they would only be humiliating themselves if they chose a weakling as a recipient of their legacies. Hence, martial artists would always carefully choose their disciples. Meanwhile, a youth like Shifeng, who had already learned how to use internal force at such a young age, was naturally a prime candidate for a disciple. Just before, even Chen Wu had been tempted to take on Shifeng as his disciple. Unfortunately, Shifeng's current strength was no longer beneath him, so he had to dismiss this idea altogether. Lei Bao, however, was different. He was significantly more powerful than Shifeng, so he naturally had the qualifications to become Shifeng's master. Everyone was stunned upon hearing Lei Bao's words. Master Lei Bao was trying to solicit a personal disciple. Many in the spectator stands immediately turned to look at Shifeng in envy. A single glance was all it took to tell that Lei Bao was a top-tier martial arts master. It even was highly possible for him to become a martial arts grandmaster in the future. Countless people out there wished they could become the personal disciple of a generation's grandmaster. Yet, such an opportunity had actually landed in Shifeng's lap right now. Why is it him? At this moment, Zhang Luowei's eyes became bloodshot. Originally, he had been taking delight in Shifeng's misfortune. Now, however, his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of jealousy. With a generation's grandmaster carefully tutoring and nurturing him, Shifeng would definitely soar to become a dragon among men. In the future, he might even be able to vie for the championship of an international fighting competition. At that time, Shifeng would definitely become the focal point of the entire world. What did the guild leader of some random guild in God's domain amount to? Even if it was the guild leader of a first-rate guild, they would be far from comparable to a world-class fighter. These people were all monsters who had surpassed the limits of the human body. Countless corporations would be willing to sponsor them. The money and status they could obtain were beyond the reach of a guild leader inside a virtual reality game. Ha ha ha. So this was your intention all along? Shifeng could not help but laugh. He could tell that Lei Bao was wholeheartedly trying to take him in as his disciple. Okay, I'll agree to your conditions. However, if I defeat you in 20 moves, you have to promise to do one thing for me as well. How about it? Suddenly, the entire assembly hall went silent. Has he gone mad? He's actually provoking a top-tier master. He's literally insane. Not to mention the guests sitting in the spectator stands, even the crowd inside the VIP room was stunned. They had not thought that Shifeng was actually so daring. Ha ha ha. As expected of the person I have set my sights on. You certainly have a domineering spirit. Lei Bao had started laughing loudly as well. The more he looked at Shifeng, the more he liked the young man. Ever since his debut into the world of martial arts, nobody had dared speak to him so arrogantly. Now that he was 28 years old, he was only a hair away from reaching the rank of Grandmaster. Unfortunately, even until now, he had yet to find a person to pass his legacy to. Meanwhile, he had only come to this place after hearing news about Shifeng. Otherwise, how could a small-time training center like Big Dipper invite a true god like him? Saying so, both parties stepped into the ring. Upon the referee's order, the match officially began. Watch this. The instant the match started, Lei Bao strode forward, rushing up to Shifeng like a furious gale. Immediately after, his fist made a turn as he did a half-step collapsing punch. There were no fanciful movements in Lei Bao's technique. His punch was simple and straightforward, yet fast and fierce. When sending out his punch, Lei Bao's body had also released the thundering roars of tigers. Peals of thunder echoed throughout the assembly hall. The sounds were absolutely breathtaking: tiger roaring, muscle and bones singing. Shifeng was stunned. Lei Bao had actually trained both the inside and outside of his body to the peak. Chapter 497, Initial Mastery. The instant Lei Bao sent out his fearsome punch, Shifeng hurriedly leaned back like an agile monkey. He did not attempt to block Lei Bao's fist at all. When Lei Bao's fist was only centimeters away from its target, Shifeng abruptly contracted his abdomen, narrowly avoiding the attack. Lei Bao's punch carried with it a fearsome shockwave. Even through a layer of clothing, Shifeng could feel his abdomen receiving part of the shockwave. If that violent force landed directly on his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. The members of the audience were stupefied once again. Tiger roaring? How is this possible? Seated in the VIP room on the second floor, Chen Wu saw Lei Bao's punch, and his eyes glowed brightly and his heart thumped madly. The ecstatic expression on his face made it seem as if he had just seen a peerless beauty. Tiger roaring? The spectators beside Chen Wu echoed his words in confusion. However, seeing Chen Wu's excited look, they could guess that it was a very powerful technique. Chen Wu nodded. With great excitement, he explained, only when a person has managed to merge both their internal and external power can they produce that kind of sound. One could say that it is the proof that one has trained their body to its limits. Normally, only experts at the Grandmaster level are capable of such a feat. I never imagined that Master Lei Bao had actually managed to achieve it so soon. With this, it won't be long before Master Lei Bao breaks through his limits and becomes a generation's grandmaster. Countless martial arts masters had trained themselves desperately, yet still failed at combining their internal and external forces. On the other hand, before even reaching the age of 30, Lei Bao had already succeeded in pushing his body to its limits. Now, he could utilize internal force freely, applying it to his every action. He fit the term martial arts prodigy to a T. Even if Shi Feng knew how to use internal force, when faced with Lei Bao, someone who had pushed his body to its limits, he had zero chance of victory. While Chen Wu explained, the roars of tigers filled the arena. Lei Bao's every move was incomparably fierce, alternating between collapsing punch and cannon punch one after another. Speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, he made full use of all three of these aspects. After images of Lei Bao's fists filled the ring. Step by step, his violent attacks pressed Shi Feng harder and harder. If Shi Feng stopped evading these attacks, only a tragic end awaited him. Hence, Shi Feng had no choice but to keep retreating. Although Lei Bao held an absolute advantage in this fight, Shi Feng had yet to receive a single blow even until now so strong. With each step Shi Feng retreated, he could clearly feel the power behind Lei Bao's punches growing ever so slightly. Likewise, his fists were also speeding up. If not for Shi Feng's brain activity increasing, significantly improving his five senses and his control over his own body, Lei Bao would have defeated him in just a few moves. Even so, Shi Feng could only last a few more moves right now. He would still end up defeated soon. It was no wonder Lei Bao was so confident that he could defeat him in 10 moves. In the next moment, Lei Bao's body tilted forward slightly as he sent a half-step punch at Shi Feng's face. At this point, he had already cornered Shi Feng. There were no more paths of retreat available to him. Suddenly, Shi Feng's body swayed as he took the initiative to welcome this punch. Is he trying to get himself killed? Lei Bao was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, outside the ring, everyone in the spectator stands thought they could foresee the ending scene of this competition. Many already envisioned the instant Shi Feng's head exploded into tiny little pieces. Some of the more timid women, who could not bear to watch this gruesome scene, had immediately shut their eyes. It's over. Chen Wu could not help but exclaim. Lei Bao's punch could dent even a sturdy steel plate. Yet, Shi Feng was actually using his head to meet Lei Bao's fist. The instant Shi Feng's head was about to collide with Lei Bao's iron fist, whether it was Shi Feng's breathing or heartbeat, both seemed to have stopped completely. Before Lei Bao could react, he discovered that his fist had actually brushed past Shi Feng's face, only scratching the young man's cheek and leaving behind a small bloodstain. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's fist had somehow landed on Lei Bao's abdomen. Already Lei Bao only felt a huge thrust on and pain in his abdomen. Although he wanted to use the power in his muscles to dispel this force, he suddenly discovered that he actually could not, even in the slightest. Like a steel needle, this force penetrated directly into his body. In the next moment, his entire person went flying across the ring. When his body landed heavily on the floor, he immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. At this point, he could no longer continue fighting for a time. Everyone in the assembly hall was completely flabbergasted. Originally, this competition's outcome should have been Lei Bao's victory. Yet, such a sudden reversal had actually happened. Nobody in the audience had even managed to get a clear view of what had happened. They had only seen Lei Bao's fist penetrating Shi Feng's head. In the next moment, Shi Feng's fist was already on Lei Bao's abdomen, and in the end, Shi Feng was the victor of this competition. Master Chen Wu, you are an expert yourself. Can you tell us what exactly happened just now? Su Wenqing was extremely curious about this situation. Everyone else seated near Chen Wu promptly turned to look at the martial arts master as well, hoping to obtain an answer from him after some time passed. I have no idea either, Chen Wu said as he shook his head. The two's exchange had simply been too fast. Their speeds were already beyond what he could respond to. Hence, not even he knew what Shi Feng had done exactly. He only knew that Lei Bao's lethal punch had not landed on Shi Feng. However, who was Lei Bao? Back then, the situation had already reached the point of no return. Even if Lei Bao did not wish to kill Shi Feng, he could do nothing to change the sudden development. Yet, Shi Feng had actually managed to evade Lei Bao's punch. Even more inconceivably, Chen Wu had not even seen when Shifeng punched. Even Lei Bao had failed to react to the attack in time. At this moment, Lei Bao managed to pull himself back to his feet, and his eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Shifeng, who was currently standing proudly and calmly in the ring. Others might not have seen what had happened before, but when Lei Bao carefully tried recalling it, he immediately came to a realization. However, Lei Bao simply could not bring himself to believe that a student barely in his 20s had actually broken past his body's limits and taken that first step ahead of him. Although it was only for an instant, Lei Bao had seen it very clearly. Midway through Shifeng's charge, Shifeng's body had actually accelerated once more. At the moment of life and death, Shifeng had actually managed to evade his fist and, in turn, landed a punch on him while the audience had their heads in the clouds, trying to recall the scene where Shifeng defeated Lei Bao. Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong, seated in the spectator stands, were both frozen with fear. Their hearts were also filled with immense regret. For a moment, they looked like they had aged more than a dozen years. After this battle, everybody would know about Shifeng. His future would also be limitless. As of this moment, he was already a big shot of Jinhai City. Meanwhile, Zhang Luowei, as Shifeng's fellow student, had actually tried to take action against Shifeng. Looking back at his past actions, he had simply been seeking his own death. As for Lan Hailong, if he had known before that Shifeng was actually so powerful, he would have long since given his all to recruit Shifeng. He definitely would not have feuded with Shifeng over a measly Ling Feilong. At this point, both Zhang Luowei and Lan Hailong entertained thoughts of getting rid of Ling Feilong. If not for that damnable Ling Feilong's little tricks, they would have long since climbed onto Shifeng's massive boat and ridden along his waves of success, instead of being enemies with Shifeng as they were right now. Luowei, tomorrow, you and I will both go and meet with Shifeng. If we do not dispel the rage in his heart, our future will be grim, Lan Hailong whispered helplessly. Indeed. Fortunately, we only have a minor dispute with Shifeng. The main problem is Ling Feilong. After we return, we must make a clean break with him. It would be best if we taught Ling Feilong a lesson as well. Perhaps this might even make Shifeng forget about all the earlier unpleasantries. Although Zhang Luowei was extremely reluctant, he still nodded his head heavily in reply to Lan Hailong's words. Chapter 498, Overnight Fame. Although the competition only lasted a moment, none of the spectators had been disappointed by the show. On the contrary, the stands exploded with excitement. He defeated Master Lei Bao at such a young age, his future will definitely be limitless. We really didn't waste the trip. Get Master Shifeng's address. Rearrange my schedule as well. We must pay Master Shifeng a visit. The audience was not comprised of your average citizens. Every one of them was a reputable member of society. Now that Shifeng had defeated a top-tier master like Lei Bao, his future was limitless. A small stage like Jinhai City would not hold Shifeng. He could only shine brightest on the world stage. If they did not try to befriend Shifeng now, they would never qualify to do so in the future. However, compared to these guests, the chairman of Big Dipper, Xiaoyu, was so happy that he had nearly failed to contain his grin. He had originally thought that Lei Bao's willingness to become the training center's head instructor had been Big Dipper's greatest fortune. Xiaoyu had never expected Shifeng to be so powerful, even capable of defeating a top-tier master like Lei Bao. This was a top-tier master. Even throughout the whole country, such mighty individuals were as rare as phoenix feathers. If Big Dipper Training Center employed such a martial arts master, its popularity and business would undoubtedly skyrocket. Uncle Xiao, how do you plan to thank me? After all, it was I who introduced Shifeng to Big Dipper. Zhao Ruoxi grinned, her eyes flashing with pride and excitement. She felt as if Shifeng's victory were her own, and she basked in the success. Of course, we can't forget about you. In a moment, I'll have a diamond member card prepared for you. Big Dipper has only ever given out 5 of these member cards, so you'll be the 6th. Xiaoyu laughed. Zhao Jianhua could not help his shock when he heard Xiaoyu's words. Big Dipper's diamond member card was extraordinary. As a diamond member, one would receive a 50% discount, and all monthly expenses under a certain amount would be waived. Throughout Jinhai City, only 5 people had received such privileges, and neither Zhao Jianhua nor Zhao Ruoxi's father were of those 5. Yet, his niece had actually become the sixth person to become one of Big Dipper's Diamond members. Indescribable feelings colored Zhao Jianhua's stern expression. Before they, the older generation, could even reach this far, the younger generation surpassed them. Of course, this was all accredited to Shifeng's achievement. Now that Shifeng had defeated Master Lei Bao, becoming famous overnight, even the giants in flourishing, first-rate cities would scramble to recruit Shifeng, much less those in Jinhai City at this moment. Xiao Yu was deeply afraid he could not hold back a true dragon like Shifeng. Now that he had a chance to solidify Big Dipper's relationship with Shifeng, he would maximize their generosity. After the competition ended, although Lei Bao had suffered relatively severe injuries, with the aid of modern technology and S-rank nutrient fluids, he would quickly recover to his peak condition. Master Shifeng, I am convinced of my loss in this competition. Please don't hold back and state your conditions. Since I have made the promise, I will not go back on my word, Lei Bao said weakly as he joined Shifeng in the lounge. At this moment, Lei Bao was still slightly pale. Lei Bao did not think that it was a coincidence that Shifeng just so happened to have broken past his limits, obtaining power and physical reactions beyond his body's capabilities, in the moment between life and death. At the very least, Shifeng should have already touched the boundaries of that realm. Shifeng was just a young man in his early 20s, yet, he had already reached such mastery. Shifeng was easily stronger than Lei Bao himself. Lei Bao could not wrap his mind around it. Even if Shifeng began training while still inside his mother's womb and had received all sorts of resources, he should not be able to obtain the power to surpass his physical limitations at such a young age. If Lei Bao was a martial arts prodigy, then the man before him was a demon. Even if he were not convinced of his defeat, he had to accept it. Since Master Lei Bao has agreed, then I want you to join my workshop. Shifeng laughed. Lei Bao was a top-tier master who had trained both his inner and outer body to their limits. Shifeng had only been able to defeat Lei Bao due to luck. Fortunately, Shifeng's brain activity had improved before participating in this competition. He had even grasped the beginnings of the technique to unlock his brain's physical limiter. Although he had only overcome the limiter for an instant, it had been enough for him to reach a new level of strength, allowing him to defeat his opponent. In addition, Lei Bao had also been caught unprepared. Otherwise, there was more than a 90% chance that Shifeng would have suffered defeat in this competition. To Shifeng's current self, it was still somewhat early for him to overcome his brain's limiter. The brain limited a person's strength to protect the body. Before the physical body reached sufficient durability, actively trying to remove this limiter would only do more harm than good. Not to mention, Shifeng had yet to grasp this power fully. It might seem that Shifeng had only received a small scratch during the competition, but in reality, his body had been significantly damaged due to the explosive force he had displayed. Even without moving, Shifeng felt like needles pricked his entire body. Hence, the moment Shifeng returned to the lounge, he had madly consumed A-rank nutrient fluids to alleviate his pain. After this competition, he would not be able to train for quite some time. Join your workshop? Lei Bao frowned. Every martial artist wished to remain free and unfettered. He barely had enough time to train and improve himself. How would he find the time to work? Master Lei Bao, please relax. My workshop is a virtual gaming workshop that focuses on the most popular game currently, God's Domain. You only need to work at night while you rest. The workshop will not interfere with your life during the day. You can do whatever you want during that time, Shifeng slowly explained. He knew very well what Lei Bao worried about. Although Lei Bao had never come into contact with virtual reality games, especially God's Domain, Lei Bao was still a top-tier martial arts master currently. Although Aqua Rose and the others had the potential, their foundations were lacking. They still needed to improve before they could become top-tier experts. However, Lei Bao was different. His combat foundation was extremely sturdy. If he familiarized himself with his body in God's Domain and integrated the techniques he had learned in real life, he could very quickly become one of Zero Wing's top combatants. Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. Lei Bao nodded. He then left the lounge. Lei Bao's addition to Zero Wing would undoubtedly give the guild another fierce general. While Shifeng rested, 3 others entered the lounge. Lifting his head, Shifeng noticed that one of the new arrivals was none other than Big Dipper's chairman. Xiaoyu with Liang Jing and Zhao Ruoxi following closely behind at this moment. Zhao Ruoxi wore a blue one-piece that looked both light and elegant. Her inky hair scattered around her waist like a waterfall, adding a few hints of elegance to her originally innocent temperament. Upon entering the room, Zhao Ruoxi beamed at Shifeng, both worry and joy filling her eyes now that Shifeng had become famous overnight. The originally silent and unknown boy from school was no more. Now, he had become Jianghu City's focal point. Even old man Su wished to have a proper chat with Shifeng. Chapter 499, Rising of Candlelight. In the lounge, both Liang Jing and Xiaoyu approached Shifeng with far more caution and respect than in the previous meetings. Only Zhao Ruoxi behaved as usual, smiling and laughing as she conversed with Shifeng. There did not seem to be any signs of a barrier between them. Master Shifeng, based on our previous arrangements, from today onwards, you will be Big Dipper's head instructor. At the same time, you will also become one of Big Dipper's directors, and as you requested, Big Dipper will also come up with an area that will be under your sole management. Saying so, Xiaoyu took out a half-transparent card from his suit's pocket, handing it to Shifeng. This is Big Dipper's Diamond Member card. The card's information has already been updated. In the future, all of your expenses at Big Dipper will be free of charge. Moreover, Big Dipper will also specially reserve a special training room for your use at any given time. When Zhao Ruoxi heard Xiaoyu's words, even she could not help her shock. The usual training rooms only contained some fitness and testing equipment. However, Big Dipper's special training rooms were different. Big Dipper spared no expense when they had constructed these training rooms. Every item inside was state-of-the-art. The entire room was also controlled by a quantum computer. These rooms were usually only provided to professional fighters. Normally, these rooms contained a dedicated combat robot. Special training rooms also came with full virtual combat videos and combat systems that stored beneficial data, which users could reference and learn from. There was even a gravity control device that allowed one to adjust the gravity in the room in order to produce better results. Furthermore, each room had a health cabin that could help its users alleviate physical fatigue, accelerate physical recovery, and maintain the best quality of sleep each day. Hence, many of Jianghu City's professional fighters loved come to Big Dipper. The training rooms in Big Dipper were categorized into 4 different ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. While the cost of each room increased with rank, the benefits also increased. It was especially true for the gravity settings in the basic training room. One could adjust the room's gravity by 2G. The intermediate training room's gravity could be adjusted by 3G. In advanced training rooms, one could change the gravity by 4G. In special training rooms, one could increase or decrease the gravity by 6G. It was impossible for ordinary people to train in such an environment. Even moving one's fingers would be difficult. As for the rental fees, ordinary people could not even afford a basic training room. It cost 3,000 credits to rent a basic training room for a day. That was almost a typical person's monthly salary. Of course, your average citizen didn't even qualify to become a member of Big Dipper, to begin with. To professional fighters, however, this was easily affordable. The intermediate training rooms cost 5,000 credits per day. A majority of the city's professional fighters usually preferred to rent intermediate training rooms. Unfortunately, there was not many available. Big Dipper only had 20 advanced training rooms, and they cost 10,000 credits to rent per day. This was practically the average price of renting a room at a 7-star hotel. As for special training rooms, there were only 5 in the Big Dipper Training Center, or better yet, in all of Jianghu City. The rental for these rooms was 30,000 credits per day. However, one would be lucky if they even had the chance to rent one of these rooms yet. Now, Big Dipper had specifically reserved one of these rooms for Shifeng. Countless people would definitely turn green with envy if they found out. I'll have to trouble Chairman Xiao, then. Shifeng did not hold back as he accepted the Diamond Member card with the special training room's gravity enhancement. His future training would yield far better results. Master Shifeng, there is also the matter of the 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids and 5 virtual gaming cabins that we previously agreed to. Our board of directors has unanimously agreed to increase the count to 30 bottles and 10 virtual gaming cabins. We will have the items delivered to you in a few days, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Also, I will have my head assistant, Liang Jing, follow you. She is always very efficient. If you have any matters in Big Dipper you need to deal with, please let her take care of them for you. Alright. Shi Feng did not refuse Xiaoyu's offer. He had no reason to refuse to begin with aside from how important S-rank nutrient fluids were to him. Just the 10 virtual gaming cabins could raise Zero Wing's workshop to a whole new level. It would no longer be just your average workshop. As for the assistant named Liang Jing, Shi Feng did not know much about Big Dipper. If he wanted Big Dipper to take care of some matters for him, such as training the members of his workshop, an assistant like Liang Jing would definitely come in handy. She could save him a lot of trouble regardless of the other's optimistic view of his development in the fighting world. Shi Feng had no intention of changing career paths. He only had one goal in his heart, God's domain. After all, God's domain held the world's future. After Shi Feng chatted with Xiaoyu and the others for a while, he returned to his apartment. Before he left, Xiaoyu had Liang Jing prepare 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids for him, which would help him quickly recover from the injuries he had suffered during the match with Lei Bao. After returning home, Shi Feng immediately drank a bottle before resting in the virtual gaming cabin and logging into God's domain. A virtual gaming cabin also functioned as a health cabin. Only, it had an additional function of allowing its user to log into God's domain. Hence, when recovering from an injury, it would be best to lie inside a virtual gaming cabin. The time was currently 7 p.m. Although it was still dark in God's domain, the sound of 3 system notifications rang in Shi Feng's ears the moment he logged in. These 3 notifications informed him of the 2 Candlelight trading firms' completion in White River City and 1 in Star Moon City. The construction of all 3 firms had finished during the day outside of God's domain. Moreover, all 3 shops had attracted quite a bit of attention. The 2 Candlelight trading firms in White River City in particular, both shops were exquisite 3-story tall buildings. Moreover, as both buildings had suddenly appeared beside White River City's auction house and bank, they had no difficulty attracting notice. In the end, many players had entered the buildings out of curiosity before they had investigated these new buildings. They had been ignorant. The moment they did, however, they were immediately startled. Not only were the shops equipped with a full range of items that players required, but the furnishing inside was also luxurious and magnificent. Both Candlelight trading firms were far more glamorous than the Starstreak trading firm. There were even lounges available in the 2 shops that allowed visiting players to enjoy beverages while they shopped. Most importantly was the appearance of an item that everyone in White River City thirsted for. That item was the basic strengthened armor kit. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were inferior to the basic mana armor kits, the latter was simply too scarce. Despite many people having heard of the item before, they had never personally seen it. Now that the basic strengthened armor kits had appeared in the 2 Candlelight trading firms, the first batch of players to enter the shops fought desperately to purchase them, afraid that the armor kits would sell out in a heartbeat. Shi Feng had given Melancholic Smile the authority to determine the goods prices in the shops, so it was up to her to decide at what price she wanted to sell the basic strengthened armor kits for. Yet, despite having set the initial price of the armor kits at 11 silver coins, it had taken only an instant for more than 100 to sell. As a result, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to raise the price once more. In the end, the price of the basic strengthened armor kit rose gradually from the initial 11 silver to its current price of 16 silver per kit. This price had far surpassed Shi Feng's initial expectation. Even so, in a short dozen or so hours, the 3 shops in White River City and Star Moon City sold more than 6,000 kits. Moreover, due to the basic strengthened armor kits, every player in White River City now knew about the newly established Candlelight trading firms. As a result, more players began to visit the trading firms, allowing business at the 2 shops to flourish. By the time Shi Feng logged into the game, the 2 Candlelight trading firms in White River City were already packed full of people. Everyone rushed to purchase the basic strengthened armor kits in addition to the several dozen sets of dragon scale set equipment that had sold at the Blackwing auction house. Shi Feng had suddenly become a wealthy man again, with more than 10,000 gold in his pockets. Chapter 500, Exclusive Control. White River City, Overwhelming Smiles Guild Residence. Vice Leader Yulan, I've finished my investigation of the Candlelight trading firm, a level 23 male assassin reported upon entering Overwhelming Smile's meeting room. Who started it? Yulan asked in a hurry. Currently, Overwhelming Smile suffered in the field battles against Zero Wing. Their daily coin expenditures were also quite significant. Although Underworld had increased their investment in Overwhelming Smile, funds in particular, it was truly not easy to convert credits into coins. Despite spending a massive amount to purchase coins, the guild supply barely maintained balance with its consumption in the beginning. Yulan had not expected that repairing equipment would cost so much. However, her thoughts changed as the guild's death toll continued to increase. Dying once might not cost much, but after 2 or 3 deaths, the guild members had spent practically all of their remaining coins. Afterward, in order to repair their equipment, these guild members had no choice but to choose coins as compensation. This situation had immediately given Yulan, who had initially been quite confident, a huge headache. She wished she could choke Black Flame to death. They had already paid out more than 1,000 gold as compensation, not to mention the amount of credits they had compensated. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before the guild had to pay compensation solely in coins. After all, if players did not repair their equipment, they could not go out and level up. If their equipment became scrap, they would have to purchase new equipment to serve as a replacement. However, good equipment was not easy to obtain. Every piece of a player's equipment had been earned through blood and sweat. Losing even a single piece was a painful loss. If they lost every piece of equipment they had on them. Hence, before the durability of their equipment reached a critical point, even if players had to purchase coins with credits, spending their entire fortune, they had to repair their equipment. However, there was one point that confused Yulan greatly. Though Overwhelming Smile's losses were very heavy, Zero Wing's losses should not be any less. Not to mention, Zero Wing was not using credits as a form of compensation at all. Its consumption of gold should be significantly higher than theirs. Yet, even until now, not only had Zero Wing showed no signs of lacking money, but it was also spending more money than before. It was inconceivable. From the information Yulan had overheard, she knew that, aside from constructing the best smithy available, Zero Wing had also purchased several sets of dragon scale set equipment. At the very least, they would have to spend more than 2,000 gold on these purchases. Not to mention, there was also the gold they had to give out as compensation for the war of attrition. Even Underworld would find it difficult to spend so much in such a short time. Yulan could only see one end: Overwhelming Smile withdrawing from White River City, if things continued like this in their war of attrition. Hence, they needed to make a major change now. They must find a way to earn a large sum of gold. If one wanted to earn a large sum of coins in God's domain, the only way to do so was through trade. Although the guild quests published in the guild residence were a large source of income, that potential was nothing compared to the money one could earn through trade. Although the various large guilds of God's domain possessed a lot of gold, compared to the countless players in God's domain, this sum was insignificant. Even if Overwhelming Smile only earned 1 silver from each of the millions of players in White River City, the total would be several tens of thousands of gold. At that time, they could easily afford a war with several other large guilds simultaneously, much less afford to deal with a single Zero Wing in White River City. The most powerful trading firm was currently the Starstreak trading firm. Not only did the firm occupy a strategic location, but it also possessed land in the 7 cities surrounding White River City, allowing it to sell items to players in 8 cities and earn tons of gold daily. The amount the firm earned each day was enough to make one drool. Unfortunately, the Starstreak trading firm was an NPC's property, not a player's. Despite exhausting all of their means, the various large guilds in White River City were unable to form a cooperative relationship with the Starstreak trading firm. In the end, they could only give up on their endeavors and try to open up their own shops. However, White River City's ordinary lands were not particularly valuable. Currently, the various guilds had all set their sights on the golden lands of the city and were consistently accumulating money and raising their reputation to achieve that goal. Now, however, the Candlelight trading firm had appeared and purchased 2 golden lands ahead of the other guilds. Although the Candlelight trading firm was not a match for the Starstreak trading firm, with the basic strengthened armor kits and the full range of products, it, too, stood among White River City's top trading firms. Over time, if the Candlelight trading firm introduced several other items that players direly needed, it would definitely surpass the Starstreak trading firm and become the #1 trading firm in White River City. Moreover, unlike the Starstreak trading firm, a player had established and owned the Candlelight trading firm. That signified the possibility of cooperation. Thus, Yulan had sent her subordinate to investigate the firm. I heard that the manager there is a young woman named Melancholic. Smile. Moreover, she is a forger, and was once a forger employed by the Starstreak trading firm, the male assassin said slowly. In addition, aside from that woman, 2 other Starstreak forgers seem to have defected to Candlelight as well. The 3 of them produced the basic strengthening armor kits. Good, you've done well. Yulan smiled. Melancholic smile. This is my first time hearing this name. There really are a lot of capable people in White River City. It seems that I'll need to make a personal visit to the Candlelight trading firm to have a chat. Overwhelming Smile wasn't the only guild with such thoughts. Several other large guilds also began to eye the Candlelight trading firm. Such a thriving trading firm was no different from a large gold mine that could provide their guilds with various resources. If they could obtain the trading firm, they could instantly raise their guild's strength by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Shifeng once again had over 10,000 gold in his pockets, and he began to reconsider the plots of land in Star Moon City again. Currently, as the underground arena was not particularly popular, the Candlelight trading firm's business there was only passable. Attracting the attention of Star Moon City's players would be far easier if he set up a shop in the city's central district. Unfortunately, as Lifeless Blade was only an ordinary noble in Star Moon City, he could only purchase ordinary land. He did not qualify to purchase the lands in the central district and golden areas of Star Moon City. I need to think of a better way to raise my reputation. Shifeng tried to recall information relating to Star Moon City's resources. After he pondered for some time, Shifeng's eyes suddenly shone. Immediately, he hailed a horse carriage and hurried to the palace. Star Moon City was Star Moon Kingdom's core, so it was not easy to raise one's reputation here. If players relied on reputation quests, it would take them ages before they could become a baron of Star Moon City. For this reason, many players had given up on the notion of doing business in Star Moon City and had shifted their aim towards other cities instead. However, there were many players in Star Moon City. There was bound to be a few amazing characters amongst the millions of players. In the past, there were several independent players who had taken the lead and managed to become barons, even viscounts, before the various large guilds. In the end, these independent players had claimed a few good lands for themselves, taking the opportunity to make a fortune. The monthly rental they received was enough to allow them to live in luxury for the rest of their days. Despite being independent players, these few individuals were not ordinary characters, they were not penniless individuals. Instead, they were relatively wealthy individuals. They had been relatively famous in several other virtual reality games and had earned large sums of money during their time playing those games. Meanwhile, through a special method, these people had managed to grind large amounts of reputation points in a relatively short amount of time, quickly becoming barons. After this incident was revealed, these players had become the envy of every player in Star Moon City. That method was very simple. Players needed to purchase some supplies with coins, then contribute these supplies to a certain Grand Duke to receive reputation points for Star Moon City. Unfortunately, the conversion ratio of coins to reputation points would make any ordinary player curse the system. However, Shifeng did not lack money right now, he only lacked time. Even if it were a more expensive method, he would still employ it. Chapter 501, Grand Duke Hartfield. The lights shone brightly outside of Star Moon City's palace. At this moment, the street adjacent to the palace looked as if it held a large-scale celebration. A crowd of players exploded with excitement. Players filled both sides of the street, shouting and selling their wares. Star Moon City was different from the other ordinary cities in Star Moon Kingdom. The traffic here was constant, with players coming and going from other kingdoms and empires. Hence, unlike in other cities where players could only set up their stalls once every 3 or 4 days in specified areas, players could set up their stalls in Star Moon City every day. Only, a fee was required to set up a stall. It was not free. Even with the fee, a large number of players were still willing to set up their stalls to sell items rather than using the auction house and paying a heavier fee. Even if they sold their items at a lower price here, they could still make a higher profit normally. Players would only choose to sell their items through the auction house if they were in a hurry for money or they wished to obtain a better price for rare and precious items, as the items sold at stalls were much cheaper. Many independent players and large guilds would come here to purchase the materials and items they needed. Shifeng had come to this place precisely to purchase some supplies. The method of exchanging coins for reputation points was, in reality, a special quest found in Starmoon City. To players who focused on raiding dungeons and grinding monsters to level up, they might never discover this special quest. However, to players who leveled up slowly and focused more on enjoying the game itself, it was not particularly difficult to find the quest. As long as they listened for information in the capital city, they could obtain some clues leading to the quest. Meanwhile, this clue was that Grand Duke Hartfield's daughter had fallen ill and was in urgent need of a large amount of herbs. The quest only required 1 stack of ordinary herbs. Upon completing this quest, players would receive a certain amount of money and EXP. Meanwhile, players could accept this quest indefinitely. Unfortunately, the amount of money and EXP wasn't quite worth the value of the herbs. In the past, wealthy players who wished to level up quickly had spent money to increase their EXP through such quests. Even so, they did not invest a lot of money in this method of leveling. After all, coins were very valuable during the initial stages of the game. Nobody would spend them foolishly in the past, as everyone had been convinced that this special quest was merely a method that allowed one to exchange money for EXP. A few insane individuals, who had not wanted to level up in the fields, began to purchase herbs in bulk, turning them in to complete the special quest in such a way. These individuals each traded in 1,500 stacks of herbs, reaching a critical point of this quest when a player traded in 1,500 stacks of herbs. Grand Duke Hartfield would no longer reward said player with money and EXP. Instead, the Grand Duke rewarded the player with a thank you gift. One could obtain a variety of items from this gift. Among them, there was a 10% chance to obtain a reputation book. When used, the reputation book would give the user a certain amount of Starmoon City reputation points. This was why Shifeng had come to this bazaar to purchase herbs in bulk, either ordinary herbs or rare herbs. After making a round through the bazaar and investigating the general prices of herbs, Shifeng began shouting through the trade channel, buying ordinary herbs, 40 copper per stack, rare herbs, 3 silver per stack. Will buy as many as you have. The trade channel was a unique channel only available in bazaars. Any players in the bazaar could receive the messages sent through this channel. However, players who wished to shout their messages needed to pay a fee of 1 silver per message. Though the length of each message was limited to 100 words, it was a valuable promotion tool. With this, Shifeng could save himself a lot of trouble. The amount and prices of herbs at each stall varied greatly. If Shifeng had to visit every stall in the bazaar, even if he exhausted himself to death, he would only acquire a small amount. Hence, rather than haggling with every stall owner, he might as well offer to purchase herbs at an average price. Naturally, interested players would hunt him down to sell their goods. Shortly after Shifeng's announcement, a large number of players rushed towards him. Boss, how many herbs do you want to buy? Big brother Swordsman, look. I have excellent quality herbs. I can even lower the price if you buy them in bulk. The players that had hurried over all looked at Shifeng like hungry wolves. They crowded around him, rushing to sell their herbs. Their intensity far exceeded Shifeng's initial expectations. All right, no need to rush. All of you, line up and trade with me. Shifeng smiled as he motioned for the crowd to calm down. Sure enough, players' enthusiasm in the capital city is a lot more intense. However, after giving it some thought, their enthusiasm was only natural. Players were currently busy with leveling and were not particularly enthusiastic about lifestyle classes. Although guilds nurtured their own alchemists, the guilds could easily supply the amount of herbs their alchemists needed. They didn't need to purchase any more. Importantly, the crowd was so excited because the demand for herbs was usually quite low. As useful potion recipes were extremely rare, demand for herbs had dropped even further. In addition, Star Moon Kingdom was not a herb-poor kingdom, resulting in the prices of herbs remaining relatively low despite there being 20 herbs in each stack. Ordinary herbs only sold for 40 copper per stack. Even rare herbs only sold for 3 silver per stack. One could imagine just how worthless herbs were, yet, even with such low prices, few people were willing to purchase herbs, which explained why everyone was so excited to see Shifeng players would frequently encounter herbs while adventuring, and they would usually collect these herbs to sell in bulk at a later time. Now, these players' actions benefited Shifeng in a short moment. Shifeng had purchased 2,000 stacks of ordinary herbs and 200 stacks of rare herbs, spending 14 gold in total. To other players, this might be an astronomical sum, but to Shifeng, this was only a drop in the bucket. Sorry, but my bag's full. Everyone, please wait here for a while. I'll come back to purchase more in just a moment. Shifeng hurriedly turned and ran towards the Grand Duke's mansion. Reluctance filled the crowd's eyes as they watched Shifeng's departing figure. However, when they heard that he would return to purchase more later, they all chose to remain there, quietly awaiting his return. At this time of year, there were simply too few players willing to purchase herbs. Now that one such player had emerged, how could they easily give up on this opportunity? They would wait a few hours if they had to, not to mention a few minutes. The Grand Duke's mansion was only a short distance from the palace. The journey there only took Shifeng a dozen minutes or so. After entering the Grand Duke's mansion, after the level 150 Great Steward's introduction, Shifeng arrived before the level 200 Grand Duke Hartfield. After a brief conversation, Grand Duke Hartfield began telling Shifeng the problem burdening his daughter, after which, Shifeng received the special quest to acquire herbs. He then retrieved the herbs from his bag, one stack after another. For every stack of herbs Shifeng turned in, he received 20 copper and 2,000 EXP in return. Though Shifeng took a loss of 20 copper with each exchange, he did not pay it any mind. Compared to forging, his leveling speed from handing in the herbs was several times faster. As soon as he gave the Grand Duke the herbs, he immediately received EXP. The process was very fast and convenient. In mere moments, Shifeng had turned in 1,500 stacks of ordinary herbs, earning a total of 3 gold coins and 3 million EXP. In less than half an hour, Shifeng's experience bar rose significantly. Earning 3 million EXP in half an hour was an incredibly efficient way to level up. Unfortunately, after turning in the 1,500 stack of herbs, he only received a thank you gift for every subsequent stack of herbs he turned in. There were still a large number of players waiting for him to purchase their goods. Shifeng wasted no time as he turned in all of the herbs in his possession. Unlike ordinary herbs, he would receive 10 thank you gifts for each stack of rare herbs. In terms of money, it was much more worthwhile to trade rare herbs for the gifts instead. Unfortunately, rare herbs were too scarce. Chapter 502, Twilight Treasure Chest. Shifeng traded all of his ordinary herbs and rare herbs for thank you gifts in one fell swoop. Suddenly, Shifeng noticed that Grand Duke Hartfield's gaze had changed slightly. The Grand Duke's originally stern expression seemed to have softened significantly. Was I just imagining things? After Shifeng's brain activity had improved, his 5 senses and intuition had become extraordinarily sharp. Advanced NPCs of God's domain possessed very high intelligence. It was even higher than ordinary players. It was especially true for a level 200, Tier 3 NPC like Grand Duke Hartfield. Although Hartfield might not be as strong as Magistrate Weissman, not even Weissman dared to offend the Grand Duke. Hartfield was the only Grand Duke throughout Star Moon Kingdom, while the others were just dukes. In Star Moon Kingdom, his position was only below that of the king and equal to that of the kingdom's Grand Marshal, Adolphe Serret. Working with the Grand Marshal, they protected the kingdom from both inside and outside threats. If Shifeng could form a relationship with Grand Duke Hartfield, it would greatly benefit his future development in Star Moon Kingdom. Forget it. It's best to just focus on raising my reputation. Shifeng shook his head to clear his mind. He then departed from the Grand Duke's mansion and returned to purchasing herbs. The thank you gifts did not take up a lot of space, with each stack holding up to 1,000 gifts. Shifeng had received a total of 2,500 gifts, which took up only 3 bag slots upon arriving at the bazaar in front of the palace. Sure enough, the herb-selling players had not moved. The moment these players noticed Shifeng's return, they immediately rushed over to welcome him in moments. Shifeng's bag was filled to the brim once more. He then returned to the Grand Duke's mansion and began to trade the herbs for more thank-you gifts. After spending several hours ferrying herbs from the bazaar to the Grand Duke's mansion, Shifeng had purchased close to half of all the available herbs in Starmoon Kingdom, his total expenditure exceeding 400 gold. Originally, Shifeng had hoped to continue purchasing herbs. However, his high-profile actions had attracted a lot of attention, and many people had begun secretly investigating the reason behind Shifeng's purchases. After all, no guild lacked herbs. Even if a guild were trying to nurture a large number of alchemists, there should be no need for such a massive supply. It should be about time to call it quits. Shifeng glanced at the several assassins spying on him from a distance. He would not give any of these people the slightest of opportunities to discover his intentions. Every time he visited the Grand Duke's mansion, he would look for a secluded location before disguising himself. Even if his trackers were quite capable, without a particularly high-ranking identification skill such as omniscient eyes, it would be impossible for them to see through his disguise. In reality, Shifeng did not have to pay these people any heed. Even if they discovered this special quest, no guild would willingly spend so much money to earn some EXP. To be safe, however, Shifeng still disguised himself to avoid these players discovering the method of using money to earn reputation points. Just yet after he finished purchasing his last batch of herbs, Shifeng departed from the bazaar and randomly picked a restaurant to enter. After using the demon mask to disguise his appearance, he boldly strode out of the restaurant and headed towards Grand Duke Hartfield's mansion. Inside the Grand Duke's abode, Shifeng habitually walked up to the Grand Duke and took out the final 1,000 stacks of ordinary herbs and 1,000 stacks of rare herbs from his bag, trading them all for thank-you gifts. Suddenly, the familiar sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: Grand Duke Hartfield's favorability increased by 30 points. Sure enough, this special quest is not as simple as it seems. Shifeng grew slightly excited upon seeing this system notification. The higher ranked an NPC was, the more difficult it was to raise their favorability. The fact that he had increased the Grand Duke's favorability just by spending around 400 gold was completely worth it. However, giving the situation some thought, Shifeng felt that this result was quite reasonable. After all, he had already earned close to 120,000 thank-you gifts. If each stack could hold 1,000 gifts, that was close to 120 stacks. Currently, the prices of herbs were only this cheap due to the fact that players of God's domain were still low-leveled and did not have much use for them. If Shifeng waited 2 more weeks or so, the money he would have to spend to earn 120,000 thank-you gifts would most likely increase by several folds. If the Grand Duke had nothing to say even after such a huge contribution, his heart was definitely made of stone. Young adventurer, thank you for your enthusiastic contributions. With this many herbs, I can extract a sufficient amount of herbal essence to cure my daughter. To show my gratitude, you may use those thank-you gifts to trade for the treasures I usually store inside my treasury, Grand Duke Hartfield said happily. Your Highness Hartfield, it will be my honor, Shifeng replied, immense joy filling his heart. Originally, Shifeng had intended to open the thank-you gifts he had amassed in one sitting. He had never expected the gifts to have such a purpose. Most likely, not even those several wealthy players in the past had exchanged as many herbs as he had. Steward, take this adventurer to have a look, Grand Duke Hartfield said. Yes, the Grand Steward answered before leading Shifeng to the treasury on the 3rd floor. The Grand Duke's treasury was heavily guarded. The 6 white-robed knights guarding the entrance were level 200 Tier 3 Judgment Knights. Not to mention, there was even a Tier 5 magic array protecting the vault. Even a Tier 4 class would require a significant amount of time to break through such a powerful magic array. Upon entering the treasury, Shifeng discovered that the place looked very much like a museum, with many treasures on display. This is the list of treasures. You are allowed to redeem the gifts for any of the items inside. The Grand Steward passed a list to Shifeng. There were not many items available for exchange on the list. However, Shifeng was not surprised. Grand Duke Hartfield's favorability towards him was only 30 points. The fact that the Grand Duke was willing to let him trade his thank-you gifts for treasures was already a considerable outcome. If he wished to trade for every item in this treasury, he would need to raise the Grand Duke's favorability towards him to at least 300 points. Sure Feng then examined the list of items. Sure enough, every item was very basic. The majority consisted of weapons and equipment that were close to his current level, whereas the quality of the items ranged between secret silver and fine gold rank. Moreover, their prices were not cheap. Even the most basic piece of level 25 secret silver equipment required 1,000 thank you gifts. If converted to coins, it would cost 4 gold. If not for the herbs he bought being cheap, 1,000 gifts would cost 8 gold or more. Moreover, these level 25 secret silver and fine gold equipment were all individual pieces and not set equipment. To Sure Feng, these items did not serve much purpose. Just as Sure Feng felt that he had nothing to gain here, he suddenly discovered the name of a very familiar item at the bottom of the list. Isn't this the Twilight treasure chest? The Twilight treasure chest had been very famous in God's domain. It was also referred to as both the treasure chest of luck and the indiscriminate treasure chest. Only elite monsters that were level 30 and above had a very low chance to drop the Twilight treasure chest. As for why it was called the indiscriminate treasure chest, the items one could obtain from it were extremely random. One might only receive 2 or 3 copper and some trash items. One might also receive epic or even fragmented legendary items. In general, the items one could get from the Twilight treasure chest relied heavily on luck. In the past, the majority of the players who had obtained this item would promptly toss it onto the auction house, selling it for around 1 gold rather than opening it themselves. On the other hand, each Twilight treasure chest only required 100 thank you gifts to redeem. In other words, each Twilight treasure chest would cost Sure Feng 40 silver, which was significantly cheaper than its price in his past life luck. When Sure Feng looked at the Twilight treasure chest, he suddenly recalled the Icarus's heart around his neck. This was a godly tool that could instantly raise his luck by 25 points. Chapter 503, Yin-Yang Walker. Sure Feng looked at the Twilight treasure chest and pondered his situation carefully. Currently, he had nearly 120,000 thank you gifts on him. They were definitely enough to raise his reputation to a sufficient level. The luck attribute could be applied in various aspects. Aside from monster drops, luck also played a significant role in opening treasure chests and gift boxes, though the effects were not as prominent as they were with drops. However, Icarus's heart only gave Sure Feng 5 points of luck under normal circumstances. That amount was too little to make a significant difference when opening treasure chests. Based on Sure Feng's understanding of the luck statistic, 5 points would not even double his drop rate when opening a treasure chest. Meanwhile, the Twilight treasure chest was famed for being a miser of good items. Only by activating Divine Providence and boosting his luck to 25 points would his chances significantly improve when opening a treasure chest. However, Divine Providence only had a duration of 30 seconds, whereas its cooldown lasted 1 hour. Let's decide after I raise my reputation. Saying so, Sure Feng began opening the thank you gifts. Each thank you gift only required 1 second to open. Sure Feng opened 10 gifts in a row. Aside from obtaining some copper coins, he also obtained 2 reputation books, the gifts yielding far more than he had expected. Each reputation book could raise the user's Star Moon City reputation by 1 point. Unfortunately, the book could not be traded. Otherwise, Sure Feng really would sell them to the public. However, these reputation books' effects weakened as a player's reputation grew. Below 100 points, the book would raise a player's reputation by 1 point with a 100% success rate. After reaching 100 points, there was only a 60% chance. At 200 points, that success rate fell further to 30%, 20% at 300 points, and 10% at 400 points. When a player's reputation reached 500 points, there was only a 3% chance to increase their reputation by 1 point. When using the reputation book to become a baron, players required 500 reputation points. To become a viscount, players required 1,000 reputation points. If Sure Feng hoped to become a viscount by relying on the reputation books, he would have to expend a staggering number. As for becoming a count, which was 1 rank above a viscount, that was practically impossible. That was because a player needed 3,000 reputation points to become a count. The effects of just having 5 points of luck is really quite good. I wonder if it will be possible to obtain the mastery book. Shifeng grinned with 5 points of luck. His chance of obtaining reputation books from the thank you gifts was indeed higher than other players. However, other than copper coins and reputation books, there was also an extremely small chance for players to obtain mastery books. Mastery was something very important to any player in God's domain. Taking Shifeng for example, as his mastery was very high, his basic attacks dealt more damage compared to other players. If he could raise his one-handed sword mastery's rank to a basic sword master, he could increase his basic sword attack damage by 30%, that was 10% more than an advanced swordsman with a 10% difference in basic attacks. The skill damage difference was even higher. Meanwhile, Shifeng was only dozens of points away from becoming a basic sword master. If he could obtain mastery books, he could advance his combat power further. By the time he went to the ancient battlefield to sharpen his techniques, he would also obtain better effects. Shifeng then began to open the thank you gifts frantically. 100. 300. 500. 1000. After spending several hours, Shifeng opened more than 10,000 thank you gifts and obtained a total of 2,000 reputation books. In addition, he had also luckily obtained 8 mastery books. Each mastery book could give him 1 mastery point with 100% certainty. Will divine providence have an effect on the increase in reputation? When Shifeng thought about how, after his reputation reached 100 points, the reputation books no longer gave him 1 reputation point with 100% certainty, then meant that luck was involved. Since luck was involved, then it was definitely related to the luck attribute. Shifeng grinned slightly as he activated Divine Providence. Suddenly, a faint golden glow covered Shifeng's body as if he had received a blessing from heaven as he became the absolute focal point inside the entire treasury. Immediately, Shifeng began to activate the 2,000 reputation books. The activation process of a reputation book was very fast. The book would activate with a single click. Shifeng could gain many reputation books in just 30 seconds. In the next moment, Shifeng's finger transformed into an afterimage. With Shifeng's speed, he could click dozens of times every second. Following which, Shifeng heard the ringing of a continuous stream of system notification. System, congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. System, congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. System, congratulations. You have gained 1 Star Moon City reputation point. 30 seconds later, of the 2,000 reputation books Shifeng obtained, only a little more than 700 remained. Meanwhile, Shifeng's reputation in Star Moon City had also risen to 436 points. He was only 64 points away from becoming a baron. The Divine Providence's effects were remarkable. Sure enough, it is effective. Shifeng immediately grew excited. Using this method, he could save a large number of thank you gifts. At this rate, not to mention becoming a viscount, he could even give becoming a count. Hence, Shifeng frantically opened thank you gifts once more. It just so happened that Divine Providence was on cooldown during this period. An hour later, Shifeng began another round of clicking reputation books. 30 seconds later, Shifeng's reputation rose from 416 points to 578 points, following which, Shifeng continued opening the thank you gifts. After opening more than 30,000 gifts, Shifeng's reputation had finally reached 1,000 points, becoming a viscount of Star Moon City. In addition, he had also obtained a total of 21 mastery books. Originally, Shifeng still intended to continue raising his reputation. However, seeing as there were less than 90,000 thank you gifts remaining, even if he used Divine Providence, it would not be enough for him to become a count. Hence, Shifeng gave up on the notion. However, this result had already surpassed Shifeng's initial expectations. Normally, 120,000 thank you gifts might not even be enough for him to become a viscount. In this aspect, Divine Providence had truly played a significant role. However, now that Shifeng had 21 mastery books, as long as he strived, he could raise his one-handed sword mastery to 150 points, reaching the standard of a basic sword master. Hence, Shifeng continued the process of opening the thank you gifts and had even used Divine Providence to aid him in his endeavor. After opening another 10,000 or so thank you gifts, Shifeng accumulated a total of 48 mastery books. Immediately, he upgraded his one-handed sword mastery to the standard of a basic sword master, his basic damage increasing by 30% at this moment. Shi Feng had less than 80,000 thank you gifts remaining. At once, Shi Feng exchanged all of them for Twilight treasure chests. Each Twilight treasure chest cost 100 thank you gifts. In the end, Shi Feng had gained close to 800 Twilight treasure chests. He would have to spend close to 800 gold if he bought so many anywhere else after Divine Providence's cooldown completed. Twilight treasure chest, you better not disappoint me. Shi Feng took out 9 Twilight treasure chests and set them on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he immediately activated Divine Providence and swiftly began activating the treasure chests. Before Hima's time passed, the silver-colored treasure chests inlaid with purple crystals were swiftly opened. 1 chest. 2 chests. 3 chests. Finally, Shi Feng managed to open the 9 Twilight treasure chests. Within 30 seconds the 9 Twilight treasure chests released a colorful brilliance as their lids were removed, making the entire treasury shine beautifully. Shi Feng then began collecting the items inside the treasure chests. As Shi Feng collected the items inside the 6th Twilight treasure chest, he suddenly froze. With disbelief, he retrieved a beautiful chestplate that gave off both a black and white glow. Yin-Yang Walker. Chapter 504, Tier 1 Set Equipment. In God's domain, one could obtain a wide variety of items from the Twilight treasure chest. However, the chance of obtaining good equipment was incredibly small. As for set equipment, don't even think about it yet. The armor called Yin-Yang Walker before Shi Feng was indeed a part of a set equipment. For a moment, Shi Feng even questioned his own vision. If it were any other set equipment, at most, Shi Feng's good luck would have surprised him. However, the Yin-Yang Walker was different. It was a special set equipment just like the Warfire set equipment. However, if Shi Feng had to decide which set was better, without a doubt, it would be the Yin-Yang Walker set equipment before him. Although the Warfire set equipment could be upgraded to fine gold rank, the Yin-Yang Walker was a Tier 1 set equipment. A Tier 1 set equipment was an exclusive set for Tier 1 classes. Although it had no grade, its boost to a Tier 1 player's combat power even surpassed Dark Gold set equipment. However, a Tier 1 set equipment also possessed heavy restrictions as only designated classes could use it. Moreover, the set would bind to a player when equipped, and it could neither be dropped nor traded. However, it could be destroyed if its durability reached 0. Moreover, the repair fees for a Tier 1 set equipment could rival those of epic-ranked weapons and equipment. Despite having so many restrictions, a majority of the experts in God's domain loved these sets. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a Tier 1 set equipment, as only level 20 or higher Great Lords had a chance to drop them. Both Great Lords in the fields and in dungeons had the same drop rate. Tier 1 set equipment was also known as the best set equipment, other than epic set equipment, available for Tier 1 players. It truly lived up to its name. The minimum level of a Tier 1 set equipment was level 20, and its attributes would increase alongside the player's level to level 50, which was when players could class change from a Tier 1 class to a Tier 2 class. If a player had a Tier 1 set equipment when they carried out their Tier 2 class change quest, the quest would undoubtedly be easier to complete. Shi Feng then appraised the Yin-Yang Walker's chestplate. Yin-Yang Walker set equipment. Level 20, Level 50. Equipment requirement, Tier 1 Guardian Knight. Set consists of 5 parts: head, chest, hands, legs, and feet. Binds when equipped. Set effect. 2-piece effect. Defend skill increased by 3 levels, defense increased by 10%, damage received reduced by 15%, and healing received increased by 15%. 4-piece effect. Endurance increased by 15%, and strength increased by 10%. Obtain Yin-Yang Shield skill. Cast a magic shield on yourself, reducing all magic damage received by 60% and gaining immunity to all control effects for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. 5-piece effect. Receive 1 stack of Yin-Yang energy every time damage is received. After 30 stacks, Yin-Yang power skill can be activated. Hatred increased by 100%, all attacks deal holy damage, all Guardian Knight skill effects increased by 50%, and all attributes increased by 15% for 24 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. If I can gather the complete set and give it to a Tier 1 Guardian Knight, tanking bosses in large-scale team dungeons will be a breeze. Feng inwardly sighed as he read the Yin-Yang Walker's set effects. Obtaining even a single piece from the Twilight treasure chest was already nearly impossible. Trying to obtain the complete set would be a miracle. The effect of having 25 luck is better than I expected. Feng was utterly satisfied. He then looked at the large number of Twilight treasure chests in his bag, chuckling, with so many Twilight treasure chests, I refuse to believe that Divine Providence won't net me any other good items. Feng had already decided. As soon as the cooldown of Divine Providence completed, he would use it to open the treasure chests. With more than 700 Twilight treasure chests, even if he could not earn back the cost of all the herbs he had bought, he would not suffer too huge of a loss either. Soon, Feng collected the remaining items from the treasure chests and stored them in his bag. Other than the Yin-Yang Walker, the 9 Twilight treasure chests only yielded ordinary items. Feng had only obtained a few silver coins and some rare materials, as well as a forging design to create the light stone. Although it was a forging design, it wasn't very valuable. It was not worth even 30 silver. This was because the light stone forging design was quite common. It had a chance to drop from any level 40 or above maps. However, God's Domain's current players were very much in need of light stones. The light stone was a consumable item that could illuminate a certain area as if it were daytime. In the darkness of night, any monsters caught within the light stone's radius would lose their nighttime advantages. The item allowed players to grind monsters freely and level up during the night. To players who wished to level up quickly, even the darkest night was a time to level up. Light stones were practically necessary for players out in the fields, hence why the drop rate for the item's forging design was relatively high. Only, players would find it very difficult to obtain the forging design at their current levels. Light stone? A light flashed in Feng's eyes. He felt that this was a good opportunity to make a fortune. As long as he sold them, the light stones would be well received. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm relied on the strengthened armor kits to draw customers from the Starstreak trading firm. If he added light stones to the firm's available products, it would definitely boost the firm's competitive edge. Light stones were easy to produce. Moreover, the materials it required consisted of cheap and common items such as advanced stones and magic essences. Hence, light stones were easily affordable by the majority of the players, unlike the expensive strengthened armor kits that only a small number of players could afford. In addition, there were only 3 people producing the strengthened armor kits right now, and their success rates were only at 30%. It was not enough to satisfy the demand of so many players. As for light stones, even an advanced forging apprentice's success rate would be higher than 30%. Only, the light stone forging design was not something players below level 30 could obtain. If Feng could acquire a large number of light stone forging designs, the Candlelight trading firm could take Star Moon Kingdom's entire market by storm. The Candlelight trading firm had plenty of advanced forging apprentices. As long as they had a sufficient number of forging designs, they could mass-produce the light stones. Not only could they supply the players from White River City and Star Moon City, but they could also provide an endless supply to other cities as well. At that time, even counting their money would become a laborious task. In any case, I have nothing better to do right now. I might as well grind for some light stone forging designs. Feng grinned. Immediately, he recalled several maps suitable for grinding light stone forging designs. Although those maps were all level 40 and above, Feng had the ignore level effects provided by the magic weapon Abyssal Blade, the Dragonclaw set equipment, and the Golden Stigmata. Combined, he could ignore up to 45 levels. In addition to Feng's own level, he could take on a level 70 monster should he choose to do so. Only, the attributes of a level 70 monster were a bit too powerful. Even if Feng could damage these monsters, they could kill him with a single slap. However, against monsters below level 50, he could definitely make an attempt as long as they were not chieftains or Lord. Feng then headed to Star Moon City Hall to purchase a valuable golden land. While Feng had focused on raising his reputation, the dragon scale set equipment he had placed in the Blackwing auction house had finally sold out. In addition to the money Feng had earned through the Candlelight trading firms, he now had over 20,000 gold in his pockets. Thus, Feng decided to buy one of the plots of land beside the Star Moon Bank for 16,000 gold. However, as Shifeng was a Viscount, he received a 10% discount on his purchase. Even after constructing a new branch of the Candlelight trading firm, he had not even spent a total of 16,000 gold after he had finished his business in the city hall. Shifeng took a horse carriage to the teleportation hall and teleported to the Twin Tower Highlands, a level 45 map with the highest drop rate for light stone forging designs. Chapter 505, Domineering Melancholic. White River City, inside one of Candlelight trading firm's forging rooms. Melancholic Smile was currently busy forging basic strengthened armor kits. There were simply too many players in White River City. With just the three of them producing the basic strengthened armor kits, it was impossible to satisfy the demand of so many players. Had they not produced a large number of the kits early on, their supply would have long since depleted. Sister Smile, there are two people on the first floor looking to discuss business with you. I understand. Like the others, have them wait in the reception room for now. I'll head over once I finish my work. But, one of them is claiming to be Overwhelming Smile's guild leader. Overwhelming Smile's guild leader? Melancholic Smile could not help but pause. As one of the tyrannical guilds in White River City, it was far ahead of other guilds. Their funds and member count were also plain for all to see. A lifestyle guild's direction of development was completely different than combat guilds. In other words, there should not be any conflicts of interest between the two. However, a lifestyle guild did not possess any combat capabilities. When producing certain items, plenty of rare materials were required. Meanwhile, many of these materials dropped from dungeons. Hence, lifestyle guilds would usually cooperate with some combat guilds. In such a relationship, the combat guild in question would be responsible for supplying the rare materials, while the lifestyle guild would offer some discounts and give priority on sales of certain items to said combat guild. Hahaha. Just in time, Melancholic Smile said. I'll head over there now. Saying so, Melancholic Smile tidied up the materials on the table and headed downstairs. In the reception room on the first floor, many of White River City's guilds had sent representatives to the Candlelight trading firm to discuss potential cooperation. However, when a man and a woman entered, the entire reception room's atmosphere sank. Everyone in the room immediately focused their attention on this pair of new arrivals, the woman in particular. Practically every guild in White River City knew who she was. This woman was none other than the guild leader of Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch. Yolan, the Candlelight trading firm sure knows how to treat its guests, to actually make us wait here with other guilds. Feng Xianxia swept a glance at the reception room, frowning slightly with discontent at the firm's arrangements. Yolan did not comment on Feng Xianxia's statement. Instead, she only sat down and waited quietly. Although Overwhelming Smile was a powerful guild with ample funds, the Candlelight trading firm was no ordinary existence either. The fact that it had been able to purchase two of White River City's golden lands in such a short time displayed the firm's powerful backing. A short moment later, Melancholic Smile entered the reception room. Immediately, the atmosphere in the room relaxed significantly as the occupants promptly stood to welcome her, smiling. Everyone, please sit, Melancholic Smile said after glancing around the room. Every player in this room was a big shot at the peak of White River City. Melancholic Smile never thought that the day would come where she would become one of these supreme characters as well. Before this, she was merely a forging apprentice who guilds would casually chase away, someone who relied on forging to earn some meager living expenses. Regarding these high-ranked managers from various large guilds, they were all existences that she would have only admired from a distance. Yet, now, every one of these powerful characters greeted her with fawning smiles. Compared to her previous life, it was as if she was in an entirely different world. When Melancholic Smile considered this, her thoughts immediately switched to the man who had helped her rise to this position. If Shifeng had not been willing to accept her back then, she would most likely have still worried over her day-to-day life. She would still be one of the lifestyle players at the bottom layer of White River City, rejoicing over earning 1 or 2 silver a day. In contrast, when dealing with hundreds, or even thousands, of gold, her current self could maintain indifference. Before her were the upper managers of the various large guilds in White River City. Among them, there was even the guild leader of Overwhelming Smile. One could just imagine how much pressure one would feel from having to discuss business with these people. Yet, Melancholic Smile, who had never encountered such a scene, spoke as naturally as if she were sipping tea while enjoying light conversation. Seeing as everyone present wishes to cooperate with us, I will make things simple. We at Candlelight Trading Firm only have one requirement, Melancholic Smile calmly said. You must sell all of the materials your guilds have collected to us. Everything. We will purchase these materials at 60% market value. In return, the Candlelight Trading Firm will give your guilds a discount on your purchases here. The discounts available range from 5% up to, but not limited to, 15%. In addition, we will reserve some of the rarer items for you, giving you priority to purchase them. If you accept these terms, you may sign the agreement that has just been given out. If not, then you may leave. Melancholic Smile's statement was firm and confident. The managers of the various guilds immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, every one of them falling silent upon hearing the woman's conditions. This was fraud. If they sold all of the materials they had obtained to the Candlelight Trading Firm, what would be left for their own guilds? Moreover, the purchase price was only 60% of market value. Wouldn't they be better off selling their excess materials to the public? Most importantly, they could only receive meager discounts of 5% to 15%. Their guilds wouldn't gain much benefit from such a small discount. In the end, wasn't the Candlelight Trading Firm getting the better end of this deal? I've already said my piece. You can take your time to think it over. However, note that I will take back the contracts in 30 minutes. Although Melancholic Smile could feel everyone's murderous gazes, she paid them no heed. Instead, she simply turned to leave. It was as if her actions had said, if you want to sign, go ahead. If not, get lost. Suddenly, the various representatives, who had been so confident, fell mute. Wait a minute. Xianxia suddenly stood with a cold expression on his face. He glared at Melancholic Smile, sneering, don't you think you are going too far with your demands? You should know that there are many materials that only guilds like ours can obtain. Independent teams are simply not strong enough to provide a supply. If our guilds join hands to cut off Candlelight's supply, do you really think you can continue doing business? Shocked, Yulan rushed to her feet, advising, young Master Feng has gone a little too far with his words. I ask for Miss Melancholic's understanding. However, we have all come here with the intent to do business. There should be a process of negotiation at the very least. The way you cut us off will not benefit either side. Why don't we sit down and discuss things properly? Everyone in the reception room nodded in agreement. If every guild refused to sell their materials, how could Candlelight Trading Firm hope to continue its success in White River City? At the end of the day, a lifestyle guild was still a lifestyle guild. They were born to lower their heads to combat guilds. Ha ha ha. Your statement is indeed reasonable. After thinking it over for a moment, Melancholic Smile nodded as she looked towards Xianxia and Yulan. Smiling sweetly, she said, although what you've said is logical, I stand by my decision. Moreover, from this point onward, I retract Overwhelming Smile's contract. You two may leave now. You? Xianxia's eyes immediately became bloodshot as he nearly spat blood in rage. If not for the fact that they were still in the Candlelight Trading Firm, with the owner of the firm having absolute control over and being an invincible existence inside this place, he definitely would have killed Melancholic Smile by now. Yulan was similarly stunned by Melancholic Smile's words. Meanwhile, the upper managers of the various large guilds were also stupefied by this situation. In White River City, Overwhelming Smile was only second to Zero Wing. Yet, Melancholic Smile had dismissed them with just a few words, showing no pretenses at all. This was simply too domineering. Chapter 506, Towers of Death. After Melancholic Smile finished speaking. After a few moments, everyone in the reception room came back to their senses. However, they still stared at Melancholic Smile with surprise. Yulan had never expected things to develop in such a way. Melancholic Smile's performance had completely surpassed Yulan's expectations. Her firm rejection was even more unusual. Miss Melancholic, I believe we have a misunderstanding, Yulan said after calming down. Overwhelming Smile is not here to seek cooperation, but to invest. I believe that Miss Melancholic knows about Overwhelming Smile's financial prowess. With our help, the Candlelight trading firm will have no issues obtaining materials or funding at the end of the day. Candlelight is not a combat guild, so its development is limited, it is restricted by the city. Candlelight might become White River City's #1 trading firm, but you can't just remain in one city and not branch out to others, right? After all, White River City's player population is not infinite, and you can only earn so much. I admit that Candlelight is very wealthy. However, purchasing golden lands in other cities requires sufficient reputation points there. Meanwhile, how can Candlelight hope to compete with the guilds that have been developing in said cities since the very beginning? By the time Candlelight's personnel gains sufficient reputation in other cities, other guilds will have long since purchased the best plots of land available. However, after we invest in Candlelight, the trading firm will not face such a restriction. Overwhelming Smile has plenty of personnel in other major cities, including the several cities neighboring White River City. As long as we have enough gold, we can purchase the most valuable land in every city throughout Star Moon Kingdom and establish the Candlelight trading firm all over the kingdom, saving you a lot of time and manpower. Is Miss Melancholic really not interested in such an opportunity? Yulan spoke confidently as she offered the attractive conditions. She had also hit the nail on the head by pointing out the Candlelight trading firm's weakness. Meanwhile, the fact that Yulan was able to make such a statement so confidently was all because of Overwhelming Smile's backer, Underworld. This was a feat that no other guild could ever accomplish. Even first-rate guilds. Yulan's offer sorely tempted the other managers of the guilds in the reception room. Only, they were somewhat disappointed that the Candlelight trading firm would no longer be theirs. They could already imagine the Candlelight trading firm's flourishing future. One side had the advantage of manpower and resources, while the other had coins and popular shops. The cooperation between the two was practically a match made in heaven. Yulan really is amazing. It's as expected of someone fancied by Underworld's elders. Feng Xianxia, who had initially been overwhelmed by his rage, silently praised Yulan as he listened to the woman. He snuck a peek at Melancholic Smile from the corner of his eyes, his heart filled with joy when he saw her silence to a trading firm, particularly a trading firm with hot-selling commodities. What they needed the most was not materials, but a market to sell those commodities. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile just so happened to be capable of providing that market. This method of persuasion was far more effective than any threat at this moment. Melancholic Smile opened her mouth and spoke, "Your conditions are tempting, but you may leave now. Everyone else, you have 30 minutes left to consider our offer. If you do not wish to cooperate, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you any longer." Saying so, Melancholic Smile left the reception room, never once turning back. From the moment she had entered the room, she had acted as if she did not care about any of the representatives. Is she really not tempted? Yulan was stunned. With such huge potential profits, no sane trading firm would reject their offer. Even if Melancholic Smile rejected them eventually, it should be based on too harsh conditions. Yet, before they could even state their conditions, she had turned them away. Just what sort of situation was this? Before Yulan could make sense of the situation, the upper managers of the other guilds began signing their contracts, having already thrown their cooperation conditions out the window. Watching this, Yulan suddenly came to a realization. Melancholic Smile had displayed her might, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. They just so happened to be that chicken. Feng Xianxia had also realized their situation. This had all been due to him voicing his rejection, becoming Melancholic Smile's target as a result. Despite this revelation angering him greatly, regret filled his heart. Just why had he been so eager to shoot off his mouth? As for encouraging Overwhelming Smile to face off against the Candlelight trading firm, that was simply impossible. Lifestyle players did not leave the city at all. If they remained in the city, who could do anything to them? Lifestyle players were unlike combat players, who relied heavily on their levels and equipment. Even if lifestyle players were killed until they fell back to level 0, so long as their lifestyle skills remained, they would feel no effect whatsoever. It seems that we can only hasten our own firm's establishment, Yulan sighed. Things were becoming much more troublesome than she had initially expected. However, the Candlelight trading firm had also given her a reminder. I have heard that Maple City's branch almost has enough reputation. We might as well develop our trade in Maple City. Moreover, the lands there are much cheaper. If we form an alliance with the other cities to target the Candlelight trading firm, sooner or later, we can defeat it as well. Okay, leave that to me. At this moment, murderous intent filled Feng Xuanyang's eyes. Watching Melancholic Smile's departing figure, he revealed a sinister smile as he said, though the trading firm itself is unwilling to cooperate, I refuse to believe that every worker is of the same opinion. I'll poach every single one of Candlelight's forgers. We'll see how long Candlelight lasts, then. If a trading firm did not have a supply of goods, customers naturally would not visit it. It would be useless even if the trading firm occupied one of the city's golden lands. The fact that the Candlelight trading firm had become White River City's #1 trading firm so quickly was completely due to the basic strengthened armor kits. Otherwise, how could it possibly surpass the Starstreak trading firm? While Feng Xianyang plotted ways to poach lifestyle players from the Candlelight trading firm, Shifeng had arrived at the Twin Tower Highlands. The Twin Tower Highlands was a level 45 to level 50 map. It could be considered a country within a country. Unlike the monsters in low-level maps, the monsters here were mostly intelligent orcs that fought and lived in tribes. If players were not careful, rather than hunting their prey, they very well might become prey themselves. To God's Domain's current players, the Twin Tower Highlands was definitely a forbidden land. Aside from the level suppression, the difference in attributes was already quite vast. However, Shifeng did not care about any of that. His own attributes had long since surpassed the standards of the current players. It was especially true after he had equipped the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. In terms of attributes, he could easily match level 40 ordinary players without level suppression. A 5-level difference in attributes was nothing to Shifeng. Fortunately, Shifeng was very familiar with the Twin Tower Highlands. He had arrived at the core area of the Twin Tower Highlands, the Towers of Death, without so much as encountering a single monster. Dark clouds hid the tops of the two tall towers, preventing one from seeing them with a single glance. A thick layer of death also surrounded the towers as cold wind billowed around them. Tall ramparts surrounded the massive towers of death. An army of orcs patrolled the walls. Overall, the Towers of Death looked like an impregnable fortress. This was the best location for Shifeng to grind for the light stone forging designs. This should be it. Shifeng activated Wind Rider and the Ring of Nothingness and flew up to the tall walls. Sweeping a glance over the numerous level 47 orcs below the ramparts, a grin appeared on his face. Chapter 507, Explosive Power. Not only did the Towers of Death resemble a fortress, but there were also tens of thousands of monsters wandering inside their walls. It was simply impossible to infiltrate without a large team of more than 100 players. However, it was also why the Towers of Death were a good grinding spot. Although the common monsters, the hot-blooded orc warriors, behind the wall seemed to be covered in steel-like muscles, in reality, their strength was only an illusion. They were actually quite weak. Moreover, they were all melee monsters. As long as a team had several powerful AoE classes, the Towers of Death would become a leveling heaven. Hot-blooded orc warrior, orc, common monster. Level 47. HP 30,000/30,000. To players of a similar level, these orc warriors were very easy to deal with. To Shifeng, who was only level 26 right now, they were just as easy to defeat. The only challenge was the fact that these hot-blooded warriors normally moved in groups of 100 or more, with an elite-ranked hot-blooded orc captain leading each company. The orc captains were much larger than their common counterparts. They were fully protected by a suit of plate armor and wielded a war saber and large shield in each hand. Most importantly, these orc captains had an aura effect that could increase the attack speed and damage of nearby hot-blooded orc warriors by 30%. Hot-blooded orc captain, orc, elite rank. Level 48. HP 200,000/200,000. Even a 50-man team would struggle against such a company of orcs. As for 20-man teams, they could only escape for their lives. Teams that came to grind here would usually eliminate the orc captain first, sending several assassins with high burst damage and a bombardment from the ranged attackers, getting rid of the orc captain in the shortest amount of time possible. That way, the hot-blooded orc warriors would be fish in a barrel, easy to annihilate. However, Shifeng's level was too low right now. It would be very difficult for him to charge into the group of orcs and kill the orc captain swiftly, hence why Shifeng had flown up to the ramparts. The ramparts were very tall, and it would not be easy for one to reach the top quickly, especially common monsters like the hot-blooded orc warriors. Monsters like them could only use the only staircase. Moreover, it was a long way from the bottom to the top of the stairs, and it would take the orc warriors quite some time to reach the top of the walls. The orc captain, however, was different. The captain's strength was impressive, and he could easily reach the top of the walls with just a few jumps. In the past, many people had used this method to grind orcs and level up. After Shifeng positioned himself on the rampart, he switched the 7 luminaries' rings aura of wind to the aura of fire. Simultaneously, he activated the ice blue devil flame, pale blue flames suddenly covering his entire body. With the effects of the aura of fire and the ice blue devil flame combined, his damage instantly increased by 60%. The combined effects were no weaker than when he activated a berserk skill. Moreover, these effects lasted indefinitely and had no side effects whatsoever. He then took out the blazing meteor and threw it at a hot-blooded orc warrior Xiao. The blazing meteor streaked across the air like a shooting star, instantly striking at a hot-blooded orc warrior who patrolled below the fortress walls. 904. Although there was no level suppression, a level 47 monster was far superior to a level 20+ monster regarding both defense and attack power. Shifeng only had the attributes of a level 40 or so ordinary player. His damage was very limited. Intruder. The orc warrior bellowed angrily as he turned towards Shifeng on top of the wall. Immediately, the entire company of hot-blooded orcs also discovered Shifeng. However, as the wall was too large, they could only frantically dash towards one of the distant staircases. The armored hot-blooded orc captain, unlike his allies, simply bent his legs and jumped. In just a moment, the orc captain had jumped up to half the height of the wall. The captain stabbed his saber into the sturdy wall. Using his saber as a foothold, the captain jumped once again, reaching the top of the ramparts. His robust and powerful hand grabbed and tugged on the chain wrapped around his wrist. In the blink of an eye, the saber, which was connected to the chain, returned to the orc captain's hand. The entire process was smooth and only took an instant. The orc captain was like a martial arts expert who could walk on walls and fly through the eaves of buildings. However, Shifeng was not the slightest bit surprised by the orc captain's actions. Elite monsters' intelligence and combat techniques at this level were not the slightest bit inferior to the professional fighters in real life. In some aspects, these elite monsters were even more amazing than professional fighters. The hot-blooded orc captain looked at Shifeng, who was 10 yards away, with a bloodthirsty fury in his crimson eyes. Raising his shield, he used charge and dashed towards Shifeng. The orc captain was over 2 meters tall. With his mass and speed, he was like a small car rushing towards Shifeng. One could just imagine the consequences of such a collision. Without hesitation, Shifeng activated Purgatory Power, raising his damage by another 30% and attack speed by 100%. He then dashed forward to meet the orc captain's charge head-on. Just as the orc captain was about to send Shifeng into a fainted state, at the moment between life and death, Shifeng used silent steps. Not only had Shifeng avoided the fainted effect of the orc captain's charge, but he also managed to appear behind the orc captain. Die! Shifeng shouted. In the next moment, the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow in Shifeng's hands released a powerful blinding light. The crimson flames that covered both swords caused the surrounding temperatures to soar. Flame burst. Dazzling streaks of light shot out from Shifeng's hands, piercing the hot-blooded orc captain's armor. The orc captain's armor could stop neither the scorching heat of the flames nor the sharp edges of the swords. The blazing abyssal blade easily penetrated the sturdy armor, stabbing the orc captain's vital point. 9, 120, -18,160, -9,234, -27, 548. Frightening damages appeared above the hot-blooded orc captain's head, one after another. In the blink of an eye, the orc captain had lost close to half of his HP. The orc captain bellowed at the damage he received. Responding quickly, the orc captain used War Stomp, causing all enemies within a range of 6 yards to enter a fainted state for 3 seconds. However, Shifeng, who had already grasped the flowing water realm, had long since seen the orc captain's intentions. The instant the orc captain lifted his leg, Shifeng swung his sword Abyssal Bind. When the orc captain's feet were only several centimeters from the ground, 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the captain, restricting all of his movements. Taking this opportunity, Shifeng launched a barrage of attacks towards the orc captain. Due to Abyssal Bind reducing the orc captain's defense by 100%, Shifeng's Flame Burst skill became even more powerful. Now, each attack dealt around -20,000 damage, while double critical hits dealt around -40,000 damage. Before Shifeng could exhaust the 12 instances of Flame Burst, the hot-blooded orc captain was already dead. Dropping a few silver coins and a piece of equipment from beginning to end, Shifeng took less than 4 seconds to kill the hot-blooded orc captain. Meanwhile, only now did the hot-blooded orc warriors finish climbing the stairs, reaching the top of the rampart. However, there were still more than 60 yards between them. After collecting the drops, Shifeng used Skywheel Sword on the orc warriors who were 40 yards away from him. Golden Divine Swords descended from the sky, sealing the hot-blooded orc warriors in a radius of 20 yards for 4 seconds. At the same time, the orc warriors each received over -4,000 damage, while some received close to -10,000 critical damage. With a single attack, the hot-blooded orc warriors lost close to half of their 20,000 HP. While the hot-blooded orc warriors ceaselessly bellowed with anger, Shifeng followed up his attack with Firestorm. Suddenly, heavenly fire descended from the skies, annihilating the company of orc warriors. Items scattered across the ground around the orc warriors' corpses. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience bar rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. Shifeng marveled at the dropped items on the ground. Fragmented legendary items and epic items really are frightening. Originally, Shifeng thought he would have some troubles dealing with these hot-blooded orc warriors. Now, it would seem that he had worried for nothing. Chapter 508, Successive Promotion. After defeating the first batch of hot-blooded orc warriors, Shifeng had a preliminary understanding of his current strength. He was now confident about what he should do and how far he should go. Previously, he had chosen to lure the group with the least number of orcs as a precaution. Later, so long as he did not lure 2 groups at once, he should be able to defeat an army of 200 or 300 orcs. With this, his chances of obtaining the light stone forging design should be significantly higher. There sure are a lot of dropped items, Shifeng muttered as he arranged the loot from the orc warriors. He had picked up a total of 6 silver. That was more than half a day's earnings for an elite player. The orc warriors had also dropped plenty of scrap items and materials. In total, he had earned nearly 12 silver from killing a single batch. If a piece of level 40 bronze equipment dropped, he could instantly earn another 80 silver or more. However, this result was only due to Shifeng's 5 points of luck. Otherwise, it was impossible for a group of orc warriors to drop so much money and so many items. Following which, Shifeng continued searching for patrol teams that he could take on while he waited for his skills to cool down. Firestorm, in particular, had a long cooldown of 5 minutes. As soon as the 5 minutes were up, Shifeng would immediately lure another wave of monsters. Shifeng required less than 30 seconds to take care of a wave of hot-blooded orc warriors. In other words, he could clear 1 wave every 6 minutes, and 10 waves in an hour. As the orcs were level 47 monsters, they already gave abundant EXP. In addition, as Shifeng was challenging monsters of a higher level, he could obtain bonus EXP of up to 20 times. Despite Shifeng's class doubling the amount of EXP he required to level up, in little more than an hour, he reached level 27. To reach level 28, he just needed to continue grinding for another hour or so. Although the amount of EXP he received was indeed frightening, Sher Feng was more excited over the fact that he had obtained 2 light stone forging designs. With 2 forging designs, he could nurture 2 gold mines also. When Divine Providence's cooldown completed, Sher Feng stopped to open Twilight treasure chests, acquiring plenty of good items. Among them were some recipes for potions such as the Intermediate Strength Potion, Basic Protection Potion, and Basic Magic Damage Potion. These were all potions that players around level 40 would commonly use. Only, the recipes for these potions were impossible for current players to obtain. In addition, Sher Feng had also obtained some level 30 secret silver and fine gold equipment, which he intended to use to replenish the guild's warehouse. While Sher Feng enjoyed his grind, Melancholic Smile suddenly contacted him. Through the screen, Sher Feng could tell that, though Melancholic Smile seemed somewhat tensed, there was a hint of pride and excitement in her eyes. Guild leader, just as you predicted, Overwhelming Smile paid us a visit, though I've already chased them away. The other guilds have also agreed to cooperate with us, Melancholic Smile said slowly. Also, just as you expected, after we chased them away, they immediately began contacting our guild's forgers and forging apprentices. Although Uncle Ironheart and Coco rejected their offers, many of the forging apprentices in the guild were unable to resist the tempting offers and have already applied to dissolve their contract with us to join Overwhelming Smile. From what I learned from those forging apprentices, it seems that they are heading to Maple City to develop themselves. Although Melancholic Smile had tried to dissuade those who intended to leave, there were bound to be some who could not resist Overwhelming Smile's astronomical offer. Melancholic Smile could not force these people to stay. Fortunately, Sher Feng had long since prepared for such a situation. All lifestyle players who joined the Horizon Alliance were required to sign a contract. Under this contract, the Horizon Alliance would provide all materials, forging designs, forging rooms, and other necessities for the lifestyle player. The lifestyle player could also obtain a certain amount of commission from the items they made. This commission would be determined according to the lifestyle player's skill level. The more skilled they were, the higher their commission would be, with the highest possible being 20% of profit. However, these generous benefits came with a condition. Any lifestyle player wishing to dissolve their contracts was required to erase all the lifestyle classes they had taken on. In other words, upon leaving the Horizon Alliance, these lifestyle players would have to start all over again. That way, it would be impossible for these poached players to benefit other guilds in a short amount of time. Only, due to their past experiences, it would cost less for other guilds to nurture these players. It was not easy for a lifestyle guild to nurture a lifestyle player. The initial investment included materials and forging designs, particularly those rare forging designs. These items required immense effort to obtain. So, how could they possibly let others take advantage of them? Any lifestyle player who had learned rare forging designs was also required to compensate the Horizon Alliance for this loss. Normally, few lifestyle players would willingly choose to develop themselves elsewhere. However, with Overwhelming Smile's reckless poaching, there were bound to be some who could not resist the temptation. Heading to Maple City, huh? Sher Feng pondered for a moment before saying, it seems that they plan to develop trade in Maple City before joining the competition in White River City. Although Overwhelming Smile had been nurturing their own lifestyle players all this time as well, without their own shop, it was not only very inconvenient to sell their products, but the cost of the items would also increase. In particular, by selling their items through the auction house, they would incur a massive processing fee. For small items, they might not even recover the cost, let alone make a profit. Maple City was Overwhelming Smile's domain. It was very easy for the guild to develop its trade there, and the same went for acquiring land and reputation. By the time Overwhelming Smile possessed sufficient capital, it would be a lot easier for it to deal with the Candlelight trading firm. At the very least, both sides would be on equal footing. Afterward, Overwhelming Smile could just use the simplest way to deal with the Candlelight trading firm: wage a price war. They want another war of attrition? Sher Feng could not help but laugh. Unfortunately, Overwhelming Smile no longer possessed such an opportunity. Sher Feng then said, Smile, instruct someone to begin purchasing advanced stones and magic essences in bulk, and don't just buy from White River City, buy from other cities as well. Buy as many as you can. However, this must be done secretly, do not let other guilds discover our actions. Although the Candlelight trading firm held a significant advantage due to the basic strengthened armor kits, the production volume for the kits was simply too low, it lacked competitiveness. However, it was a different story for light stones. Okay, I'll head out and buy them myself right now, Melancholic smile said after Shifeng gave his instructions. He resumed grinding for more forging designs for the next several dozen hours. Shifeng grinded the hot-blooded orc warriors like a madman. During this time, his experience bar rose rapidly, his level increasing from level 27 to level 30. His leveling speed was simply unmatched. However, compared to the EXP spent on increasing his own level, Shifeng had expended even more EXP on the 7 Luminaries ring. He had leveled up the 7 Luminaries ring twice, upgrading it to level 7 just as Shifeng was about to investigate the level 7 Luminaries ring's new power. Suddenly, the gates of the Towers of Death opened. In the next moment, a roar that shook even the heavens emerged from behind the gates. As the roar grew louder, Shifeng saw a massive orc walk out. This orc wore exquisite armor and had a black cape draped over his back. Upon the appearance of this massive orc, the orcs outside the Towers of Death went into a frenzy. It was as if they were welcoming the arrival of their king. Why has the Orc King appeared here? Shifeng could not help his surprise. Chapter 509, Mythic. The valiant and extraordinary Orc King slowly walked up to an altar before the Towers of Death, constantly muttering incantations as he approached the pitch-black altar. Suddenly, countless blood-red runes emerged from the altar. The sky also dimmed as strong winds blew. Countless hot-blooded orcs gathered beneath the altar. If one looked down from the ramparts, they would discover a black mass of tens of thousands of orcs within the fortress walls. After these orcs gathered around the black altar, they fell to their knees and prayed. This spectacular scene amazed even Shifeng. Just what are they trying to do? Shifeng was utterly confused. The Towers of Death of the Twin Tower Highlands were, in reality, a level 50, 100-man team dungeon. In the past, Shifeng had raided this dungeon many times, so he had a relatively good understanding of the Towers of Death. However, today was the first time Shifeng had seen something this odd. In particular, the Orc King who had emerged from the Towers of Death was the final boss of the dungeon, Orc King Trezek. When challenging the Hell mode difficulty of the dungeon, Orc King Trezek was a level 54 Grand Lord. Meanwhile, the Orc King Trezek standing on the altar right now was a level 60 Mythic. Monsters in God's domain occupied multiple ranks. From weakest to strongest, these ranks were Common, Elite, Special Elite, Chieftain, Lord, High Lord, Great Lord, Grand Lord. Standing above Grand Lord was Mythic Orc King Trezek, Mythic Monster. Level 60. HP 90,000/90,000,000. Upon seeing the Orc King's information, even Shifeng could not believe his own eyes. A Mythic Monster. A Mythic Monster was slightly stronger than even a Tier 4 class. Moreover, with that ridiculous amount of HP, any Tier 4 party of the same level that attempted to raid Orc King Trezek would be beaten senseless. At the very least, a 50-man team of Tier 4 players was necessary to raid the Orc King. Tier 4 classes already stood at the top of God's domain. It was extremely difficult to reach this tier, so how could it possibly be easy to gather 50 Tier 4 players? Not to mention, players could only begin challenging their Tier 2 class change quests at level 50, they were still far from reaching Tier 4. To players below level 60, Orc King Trezek was practically invincible. However, it was because of this that Shifeng's interest grew. The final boss of the Towers of Death had actually left the dungeon to pray. Moreover, the boss's rank had risen to Mythic. There was no way Shifeng could grind the hot-blooded orcs at the moment. The area beneath the ramparts was packed with warriors and captains right now. If he attacked any one of them, he might attract every monster beneath the walls, including the Orc King Trezek. They would annihilate him, leaving no room for escape. I am interested to see just what this is about. In any case, Shifeng was not in a hurry. He took a seat in the corner of the wall and observed the situation at the altar. However, the orc's prayer was relatively long. Even after over half an hour, these orcs continued to pray out of frustration. Shifeng began arranging the contents of his bag. After grinding for dozens of hours, Shifeng had lost count of how many hot-blooded orc warriors he had killed. The items they had dropped had nearly filled his bag. Had he not thrown away some of the worthless scrap items, not even his super-large bag would be able to hold all of the loot. Shifeng had to admit that the Towers of Death were indeed an efficient place to farm light stone forging designs. With the addition of his 5 points of luck, his harvest was even more frightening. In total, Shifeng had obtained 141 light stone forging designs. He had also collected close to 30 gold and some random scrap items and materials. If ordinary players came here to grind, they could definitely make a fortune overnight. 30 gold coins. Although the value of gold coins continuously depreciated, each gold coin was still worth more than 7,000 credits. In other words, Shifeng had earned nearly 210,000 credits in a single day. However, none of these were Shifeng's greatest prizes. His most valuable gain was the promotion of the 7 Luminaries ring and the equipment he had obtained from opening treasure chests. After upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to level 7, its skills all received massive transformations. If not for the ring's information labeling it as an epic item, Shifeng would have thought it was a fragmented legendary item. 7 Luminaries ring, replica, ring, epic rank. Level 20, level 80, current level, 30. Equipment requirement, strength 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 64, agility plus 60, intelligence plus 52, endurance plus 60, vitality plus 55. Damage plus 10%. Maximum HP plus 15%. Ignore levels plus 10. All skills plus 2 levels. All items level requirement reduced by 5 levels. Additional skill dash. 7 Luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 1 minute when changing between auras. Aura of earth. Level 7 requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Defense increased by 60%. Damage taken reduced by 55%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute defense. Become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 20 seconds. Aura of water. Level 7 requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Received healing increased by 100%. Cast consumption reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Life bloom. Heal selected target for 30% HP every second for 40 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute 30 seconds. Aura of wind. Level 7 requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Movement speed increased by 60%. Attack speed increased by 60%. Agility increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Wind Rider. Enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 220% for 24 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of fire. Level 7 requires 200 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Damage increased by 50%. Target's defense reduced by 60%. Activatable skill dash. Firestorm. Inflicts 1000% damage within a range of 30 by 30 yards for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of time. Level 7 requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 40%. Enemies within a 150-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 40%, and cooldown of skills increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute time. Prevents enemies within a radius of 100 yards from using any skills or tools for 24 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Aura of illusion. Level 7 requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. All attributes increased by 40%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy world. immunity to all magic damage and 20% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover player's HP for 20 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Level 7, requires 500 million EXP to upgrade to level 8. Immunity to all control and restricting effects activatable skill dash. Space movement, instantly move to any location within a radius of 600,000 yards cooldown, 4 minutes. After the 7 Luminaries Rings promotion, just one of its auras could rival the attributes of a fragmented legendary item. Meanwhile, the 7 Luminaries Ring had 7 interchangeable auras. Calling it a fragmented legendary item was by no means an exaggeration. Aside from the 7 Luminaries Ring, Shifeng valued the Tier 1 set equipment he had gained from the Twilight treasure chests first. Shifeng obtained another 2 set pieces of the Yin-Yang Walker set equipment for Tier 1 Guardian Knights, putting him at a total of 3 set pieces in addition. He had also obtained the Mana Storm set equipment for Tier 1 Elementalists. Unfortunately, he only had 2 set pieces. He had also fortunately obtained 3 set pieces of the Dark Melody set equipment for Tier 1 Assassins. He had 1 set piece of the Forest Guard set equipment for Tier 1 Rangers. He had also gained 2 set pieces of the Hurricane set equipment for Tier 1 Swordsman. Finally, he obtained 1 set piece of the Braveheart set equipment for Tier 1 Shield Warrior. Shifeng had only gone through a small portion of the Twilight treasure chests in his possession. It was fully possible for him to collect a Tier 1 set equipment for every class. Suddenly, why has the sky darkened? While Shifeng had been busy organizing his bag, he suddenly realized the light had dimmed, visibility becoming even poorer than during night time. Taking a look below the ramparts, he noticed that a change had finally occurred at the Black Altar. Chapter 5:10, God Descends. At this moment, the Black Altar radiated a blood-red glow. In the darkness, it was an extraordinarily eye-catching. The ground surrounding the altar also began emitting plumes of bright red mist. A small cyclone that had appeared above the altar tugged the mist towards its core. Gradually, the space in the storm center gradually began to crack. A moment later, this spatial crack formed a portal. The instant the spatial portal was complete, the area around the Towers of Death froze. It was as if a separate, miniature world had formed around the Towers of Death, and no object from the outside world could affect anything that occurred inside this place. All of Shifeng's communication with the outside world was blocked as well, every name on his friends list having turned a dull gray. He was unable to contact anybody. The surrounding air felt as heavy as mercury, and Shifeng felt as if his every action was heavily restrained inside this region. Shifeng felt like a candle flickering in the wind. His life could be extinguished at any moment. Meanwhile, this was all due to the horrific pressure from the spatial portal. Just what is inside that spatial portal? Shifeng widened his eyes in shock. He tried to glimpse at what was inside the spatial portal, yet, as if a strange power shrouded the portal, not even Shifeng, with his extraordinary dynamic vision, could see anything inside it. However, there was one thing that his brain urged him to do right now: escape. The pressure leaking from the spatial portal was sufficient to freeze the entire space surrounding the Towers of Death and create a separate world. This was the first time Shifeng had ever encountered such a situation. While Shifeng struggled to recover from his shock, the hundreds of thousands of orcs surrounding the pitch-black altar suddenly turned into blood mist. Moreover, the transformation had been completely silent. The originally crowded fortress around the Towers of Death had suddenly become a ghost town. The abrupt change was enough to instill utter terror for a time. The blood-red runes around the altar forcefully sucked in the blood mist, intensifying the runes' glow. Simultaneously, the portal above the altar grew, the pressure it emitted increasing as well. The air that had previously felt as heavy as mercury now felt as dense as fine steel. Now, Shifeng could not move in the slightest. Is this divine might? A possibility suddenly flashed in Shifeng's mind. Divine might. It was something that Shifeng had felt more than a few times before. As long as divine might was activated, any players within the affected area would receive various sorts of suppression. Moreover, the wider the gap in tiers, the greater the suppression would be. Only players of the same tier would be unaffected by divine might. However, of all the divine might Shifeng had experienced before, not one had rendered him completely incapable of movement. Before Shifeng could reflect more on the situation, the Orc King Trezek finally finished chanting his incantation. Suddenly, the area around the Towers of Death fell eerily silent. Feng noticed hints of excitement and longing on Trezik's ferocious face at this moment. The spatial portal blotted out the area above the black altar. If the portal descended now, Feng did not doubt that it would devour the massive black altar whole. However, the black portal did not descend. Instead, the portal released a loud sound resembling the cracking of glass. It was as if something inside the portal were trying to smash its way through the mysterious power surrounding it. Feng began to have a bad feeling about this. If a god truly descended, then he would die with 100% certainty. A god possessed extremely acute senses. Even over 1,000-yard distance, a god could discover a player long before that player discovered said god. In the past, plenty of players had been very interested in gods. Unfortunately, many Tier 4 players had not been able to get even 3,000 yards close to the gods before the divine being swatted them like flies. Meanwhile, Tier 5 players had survived the wrath of gods, but only Tier 6 players qualified to challenge them. Even then, they only qualified. At this moment, Feng was less than 2,000 yards away from the altar. If a god descended, it would discover him immediately and send him to his death with a single slap. It shouldn't be able to descend, right? Feng could feel that the mysterious power surrounding the spatial portal was already at its limits. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic hand that blotted out the sky suddenly emerged from the portal. In the face of this hand, even the massive altar seemed like a small toy. Fortunately, the instant this hand descended, countless golden chains suddenly emerged from the sky. These golden chains immediately bound the hand, preventing it from moving. The chains of order. Feng breathed a sigh of relief at the sudden appearance of these fine chains. Sure enough, it is impossible for a god to appear here. Although the golden chains were thin, they contained an immeasurable amount of power. Even gods could not fight these chains yet. This massive hand abruptly twitched, and a single item fell from its palm. This item released a dazzling golden glow that illuminated the entire fortress around the Towers of Death. The moment this item landed in front of the Orc King, the gigantic hand in the sky retreated through the spatial portal. Peace returned to the Towers of Death. Did that god break open the spatial portal just to give the Orc King an item? Feng was utterly stunned. An item that was obtained from a god through the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands of orcs. Even if Feng could not clearly see what that item was, but judging from how the Orc King had willingly made such an immense sacrifice, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure if he could steal it. However, Feng promptly shook his head, removing the thought from his mind. Only those who wanted to give up on life would attempt to steal an item from a mythic monster. It would be no different than trying to steal from White River City's magistrate, the Tier 4 Great Wizard Weissman. Just as Feng was about to turn and leave, a figure suddenly came flying towards the Towers of Death from a distance. The figure flew at a tremendous speed, several times faster than even Feng when he had Wind Rider activated. In just a few seconds, the originally seed-sized figure grew to the size of an ordinary human Sky Knight. Feng could not help his shock. The new arrival was actually a human NPC. Moreover, it was the Tier 4 hidden class, Sky Knight. His body exuding a multicolored brilliance, the Sky Knight immediately charged towards the Orc King. Meanwhile, as if receiving the arrival of a great enemy, the Orc King Trezik immediately tried to collect the flashing golden treasure. However, the Sky Knight had obviously prepared for this situation. With a shout, he pointed his sword towards the heavens. Suddenly, a titanic golden sword appeared above the Orc King. This golden sword then transformed into a streak of light as it descended towards the mythic Trezik. Feng's jaw dropped. This Sky Knight actually knew the Tier 4 forbidden move, Firmament Flash. Forbidden moves were taboo skills in God's domain. Firmament Flash was labeled taboo, because the skill possessed overly destructive power. In addition, the skill was extremely difficult to learn. Classes of the same tier had no way of learning it. The Tier 4 Firmament Flash could rival even a Tier 5 skill. Even though the Orc King Trezik was a mythic monster, an existence slightly above Tier 4 classes, when facing an attack with the might of a Tier 5 skill, it had no choice but to protect its life first. The Orc King Trezik immediately unsheathed his blood-red greatsword. Releasing an angry roar, a frightening aura suddenly surged forth from his body. It seemed as if the Orc King had activated a berserk skill that boosted his strength to an astonishing degree. He swung his great sword, sending a streak of blood-red light slashing at the descending holy sword. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the land around the towers of death shook. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. What? Shi Feng was stunned. The Orc King Trezec had actually defended against the Sky Knight's firmament flash at this moment. However, the Sky Knight already stood before the golden treasure, his hand stretching out to snatch the item. Just as the Sky Knight was about to grasp the golden treasure, Shi Feng suddenly noticed a mocking grin on the Orc King's face. The instant the Sky Knight touched the golden treasure, he suddenly released a tragic scream. Suddenly, his body transformed into countless particles of light. Chapter 5:11, God Crystal. A Tier 4 Sky Knight had been a tyrant qualified to rule over a large city, yet such a dominant existence had died without offering even the slightest of resistance. Shi Feng even wondered if he were hallucinating. Is it a trap specifically targeting the Sky Knight? Shi Feng watched the dispersing particles of light, inwardly relieved. Prior to this, he had even considered stealing the treasure from the Orc King Trezec. Fortunately, he had given up on that idea. Otherwise, he would have lost his life just like the Sky Knight. The trap could instantly kill a Tier 4 Sky Knight, not even leaving behind a body. It was clear that this trap's damage was not ordinary. Although players would not face true death, the consequences of such an attack definitely would not end with just the loss of EXP and equipment. It was highly possible that the players would be affected as well. At the very minimum, players' immortal souls would receive damage, preventing them from logging into God's domain for a time. However, this was still not the most severe possibility. In some circumstances, players who died might even have to delete their accounts after reviving. It was possible that the Sky Knight's death fit into this category. After the Sky Knight died, Trezec kept his blood-red greatsword and slowly walked towards the treasure. Looking at the treasure with its golden divine glow, a grin on the Orc King's ferocious face, Trezec then began chanting his incantation once again. Suddenly, golden runes formed around the treasure, wrapping around the item, as if sealing it. Is it not a trap? As Shi Feng watched the Orc King's actions, it was clear that the trap was not meant for the mythic monster. Instead, there should be something special about the treasure that prevented others from touching it. However, as the Sky Knight had not known this, he had been erased out of existence. Since the Orc King knew that he could not touch the treasure, he knew exactly what kind of item that treasure was, hence why he sealed it. Should I take this risk? Shi Feng hesitated before, as the Orc King and the treasure were too close. By the time Shi Feng made it to the treasure, the Orc King would have already claimed it. However, now that the Orc King sealed the treasure, he had a chance to steal it. Shi Feng could take the opportunity while the Orc King was busy to sneak over. And as the treasure was sealed, he could steal it. However, Shi Feng had also witnessed the Orc King's power. Trezec had managed to block even the firmament flash, which had the power of a Tier 5 skill. Dealing with a Tier 1 player like him would be child's play for the Orc King. It was possible that, before he could even arrive before the treasure, the Orc King's greatsword would have already devoured his life. Moreover, escaping after he collected the treasure was also a problem with the Orc King Trezec's attributes. Even if Shi Feng's speed were several times faster, he would not escape from the Orc King's clutches. Seeing as the number of golden runes surrounding the treasure had gradually increased, it was clear that the time remaining for the completion of the treasure's seal grew shorter and shorter. Shi Feng looked at the 7 luminaries ring wrapped around his finger. Suddenly, he activated gravity liberation and jumped down from the wall. He then made a dash for the black altar. It would be a pity if he did not at least try to steal a treasure that could tempt even a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, after the 7 luminaries ring had upgraded to level 7, the ring's skills had undergone massive improvements. Shi Feng could totally give stealing the treasure a try. Above the black altar, Orc King Trezec focused on chanting his incantation. Meanwhile, Shi Feng slowly approached the altar. A mythic monster's perception range was not as wide as a god's. Normally, that range was around 100 yards. Hence, Shi Feng still had a chance. If the Orc King's perception range were any wider, Shi Feng would have no choice but to flee. When Shi Feng was about 100 yards from the Orc King, he halted his steps. Sure enough, the Orc King had yet to notice his presence. Feng then walked along the distance of 100 yards, searching for the location closest to the treasure before settling down and waiting for the moment the treasure's seal finished. Line after line of golden runes hovered around the treasure. This was the first time Feng had ever witnessed such a complicated sealing ritual. Just as the sealing process was about to end, Feng immediately used Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger secretly run over to and wait at the other side. Time slowly passed. Feng's heart began to beat furiously. He was but a lowly Tier 1 class. Moreover, this was his first time trying to steal an item right from under the nose of a mythic monster. One mistake would definitely end with his death. Though Feng did not mind losing a little EXP, he was deeply afraid of losing his equipment, particularly the 7 Luminaries ring and the Heavenly Dragon's breath. Neither of these items were bound to his character. After he died, there was a very high possibility of either of these 2 items dropping. However, if he unequipped these 2 items, he would lose his edge to steal the treasure. It was a gamble. While Feng waited quietly. After the Orc King chanted the final verse of his incantation, suddenly, the countless runes wrapped around this treasure. In the next instant, the golden divine glow that had originally surrounded this treasure disappeared, revealing a simple and unadorned crystal ball. When Orc King Trezik's eyes landed on this crystal ball, the excited smile on his face became even more prominent. However, just as the Orc King was about to step towards the crystal ball, Feng's doppelganger abruptly dashed towards it. The doppelganger was extremely fast. It had taken only an instant to cross the distance of 100 yards. A little Tier 1 ant dares to try for my god crystal? Die! Orc King Trezik revealed a disdainful sneer as he unsheathed the blood-red greatsword from his back. Transforming into a flash, Trezik suddenly appeared before Feng's doppelganger. Even though the doppelganger had already activated Windwalk, it was still as slow as a turtle compared to the Orc King. Trezik felt nothing but disdain for a Tier 1 ant like Feng. Hence, the Orc King decided to annihilate this little rat to avoid any taint to his god crystal. Without waiting for Trezik to take action, the doppelganger activated defensive blade. Feng's deductions had indeed been accurate. The difference in attributes between them was simply too massive. Before the doppelganger could even raise its sword to defend itself, Trezik's greatsword struck the doppelganger. Although Feng had grasped the flowing water realm and had even learned flowing water acceleration, there was a qualitative difference between himself and the Orc King Trezik. In front of absolute power, all tricks were useless. The Orc King's attributes were dozens of times higher than Feng's. Even if Feng's techniques were more impressive, their effects were limited in the blink of an eye. Defensive blade's block charges had been exhausted immediately after. A streak of red light cut across the doppelganger. Truly, without being able to resist, Feng's doppelganger had been defeated. However, while Trezik dealt with the doppelganger, Feng had already activated Windwalk and used a speed scroll. He had even activated Blade Liberation, increasing his agility by 80%, and activated the additional skill of the Flame Boots, Flame Rush, increasing his movement speed by an additional 100%. At this moment, Feng was faster than even wind itself. By the time the Orc King killed the doppelganger, less than 20 yards remained between Feng and the treasure. Despicable. Trezik immediately discovered Feng. Spinning around, he dashed towards Feng. Although Feng was very fast, 2 to 3 times faster than his doppelganger, compared to the Orc King, however, he was still as slow as a snail. Sure enough. Just as Feng was around 3 yards away from the treasure, Trezik suddenly appeared behind him, his greatsword swinging down at the little rat. However, Feng had long since prepared for this moment. Before this, he had activated the Aura of Earth. At the instant he was discovered, he used absolute defense, becoming invulnerable for 5 seconds. Now that Feng was invincible, he did not have to worry about any attacks towards him. While shouldering the Orc King's attacks, he grabbed the crystal ball and stuffed it into his bag. Trezik grew indignant at this sight. The violent aura that surged forth from his body caused even Feng to grow breathless. If he were not in an invulnerable state right now, he would have long since died. With the god crystal in hand, Feng immediately swapped the aura of Earth to the aura of space and activated space movement. He then jumped into the spatial crack that appeared and left the Towers of Death. Chapter 512, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Darkness arrived in God's domain once more. The lights in White River City shone brilliantly after the night had arrived. Aside from a small number of experts and elite parties grinding in the fields, the majority of players could only head back to the city to rest while it was lively in White River City. The liveliest area, without a doubt, was the Candlelight trading firm. As for the reason behind the Candlelight trading firm's popularity, that was due to the basic strengthened armor kits. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were not as powerful as the basic mana armor kits, the latter was simply too scarce. It could not compete with the large number of basic strengthened armor kits available at the Candlelight trading firm every day inside a high-class bar a short distance from the Candlelight trading firm. Feng Xianxia sat on the second-floor open-air terrace, gazing at the Candlelight trading firm with a smile on his face. "I want to see just how long you can hold out," Feng Xianxia laughed, his expression clearly displaying his arrogance. Initially, Feng Xianxia had been slightly worried that the Candlelight trading firm's flourishing business would show no signs of ending. If that were so, it would not be easy to deal with the firm in the future. However, during the process of poaching the firm's workers, Feng Xianxia had discovered a secret, a fatal weakness of the trading firm, and that secret was that only 3 people in the trading firm knew how to produce the basic strengthened armor kit. With just 3 people, it was simply impossible to satisfy the demands of the large number of players in White River City. Even if it were possible, a long time would be required to do so. By then, players would have outgrown their need for the kits. Knowing this fatal secret, Feng Xianxia began to spend large sums of money to purchase the basic strengthened armor kits, buying as many as he could. First, he wanted to deplete the Candlelight trading firm's stockpile. As long as the firm no longer had any basic strengthened armor kits remaining, the firm's popularity would fall and limit its business. Although he had to invest a massive sum of coins, the basic strengthened armor kits he bought were not completely useless. On the contrary, they were particularly helpful when raiding team dungeons. Secondly, aside from striving to establish their own guild residences, the various guilds in Starmoon City also strive to accumulate sufficient money to purchase the city's golden lands. Other than that, these guilds were also continuously raiding large-scale dungeons, improving their guild's popularity and equipment. Meanwhile, other than giving the basic strengthened armor kits to his own teams, Feng Xianxia also set aside a portion, selling them to other cities. There was no Candlelight trading firm branch in other cities, so there were no basic strengthened armor kits available there. With Underworld's channels, Feng Xianxia had sold these kits to the various guilds of other cities. When these guilds saw the kits, they fought tooth and nail to purchase them. As a result, he made a huge profit by reselling the kits. It was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Not only could he deplete the Candlelight trading firm's stockpile of armor kits, but he could also profit from reselling them. How could this possibly go wrong? However, as he celebrated his plan, he had also gained a deep understanding of how fearsome the Candlelight trading firm was. Fortunately, the Candlelight trading firm was only in White River City, and there were only 3 forgers capable of producing the basic strengthened armor kits. Should the trading firm ever resolve these 2 problems, it could definitely dominate Starmoon Kingdom's market. At that time, who could possibly compete with the Candlelight trading firm? Feng Xianxia could not hold back his envy. Why isn't the Candlelight trading firm mine? Feng Xianxia held a deep hatred towards Melancholic smile. If the Candlelight trading firm had agreed to cooperate, it would have been his possession by now. With the money he could earn through the trading firm, his position within Underworld would also soar. At that time, those currently above him would be at his beck and call. Did you think that, just because you refused to sell the trading firm to me, I would be helpless against you? The firm will fall into my hands. Feng Xianxia could already picture the moment he grasped the rights to the Candlelight trading firm, and it would only be a matter of time before all of Underworld's power in Starmoon Kingdom would fall under his control. At that time, it would be child's play to deal with a combat guild like Zero Wing. Just as Feng Xianxia enjoyed the wine of victory, a slightly chubby middle-aged man in pompous clothing sat down beside him. "Young Master Feng, may I know why you have called me here today?" Although the middle-aged man was only level 10, barely reaching the minimum requirement to enter a city, his body radiated a distinct shrewdness. In particular, those beady little eyes of his greatly resembled that of a wily old fox. How is the progress of the task I assigned you? Feng Xianyang asked softly. Young Master Feng, rest assured, I have already discussed things with many members of the Candlelight trading firm. Although only over a dozen or so advanced forging apprentices have officially defected to our side, many have expressed their intentions of doing so. I believe that in the near future, many more advanced forging apprentices will willingly defect to our side. At that time, the Candlelight trading firm will show signs of supply shortages. When the firm's popularity falls, it will become even easier for us to poach its members. If they run out of workers, even with a good shop and the basic strengthened armor kits, expansion will be impossible. The middle-aged man chuckled. Good, you've done well. As long as you succeed, you will receive your fair share of benefits. Feng Xianyang nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, inside one of the forging rooms of the Candlelight trading firm, Melancholic frowned, obviously worried. Just moments ago, several more advanced forging apprentices had requested to dissolve their contracts. Moreover, these few advanced forging apprentices all held rare forging designs. Although these people had to pay a compensation fee that was over a dozen times the value of the forging designs they had learned, it was still a massive loss for the Candlelight trading firm. It had not been easy for the firm to get its hands on these forging designs. Without these commodities, how was the firm supposed to retain its customers? Truly despicable. I didn't expect to have nurtured so many traitorous bastards. I should never have let these people learn those forging designs. Melancholic gnashed her teeth. She deeply regretted focusing on these people, supplying them with rare forging designs and allowing them to become advanced forging apprentices so quickly. Suddenly, Feng opened the door to the forging room and entered. However, due to his silence, by the time Melancholic had noticed him, he already stood right in front of her guild leader. Melancholic called out in surprise. Why are you here? Look at how distracted you are. Did you encounter some trouble? Feng asked, laughing. Feng was in an extremely good mood. After stealing the god crystal from the mythic monster Orc King Trezek and escaping with his life, he had made a beeline for White River City, afraid that the Orc King would catch up to him and finish him off. Now that he had returned to White River City, even if the Orc King did catch up to him, it was impossible for him to invade the city. Guild leader, I'm useless. I failed to live up to your expectations. To think that I have been nurturing so many ungrateful bastards. Regret filled Melancholic eyes. Feng had entrusted so many rare forging designs to her and had even repeatedly stressed that she should only let those who were trustworthy to learn them, yet, in the end. Listening to Melancholic mumbling, Feng could not help but laugh. So, that's what's going on. No problem. Although we lost some rare forging designs, haven't we earned several million credits in return? Feng smiled calmly. He then took out a wad of forging designs, tossing them onto the stone platform. Since Overwhelming wishes to poach our advanced forging apprentices who have learned rare forging designs, let them have at it. If they can afford it, let them poach as many members as they want. I welcome them to do so. Chapter 513, Mysterious Crystal Ball. Melancholic had never before seen any of the numerous forging designs scattered across the stone platform. This Melancholic was stupefied. No words could describe her shock. Guild leader, I'm not dreaming, right? She was a forger in her own right, so she knew how valuable these forging designs were. While the forging designs that could be purchased from the Forging Association were not particularly valuable, forging designs obtained elsewhere were. This was due to the design's low drop rates. However, ordinary forging designs were not enough to nurture a forger, hence the forging designs were so expensive. It was especially true for the forging designs that had very low drop rates and were meant for producing highly useful items. The prices of such forging designs were astronomical. Aside from that, there was one more type of forging design that was even more valuable, such as the basic strengthened armor kit forging design. Currently, aside from the Horizon Alliance's 3 copies, no one had them. Moreover, nobody knew where to obtain these forging designs. As a result, they were even more valuable than epic equipment. Regarding the currently available forging designs, Melancholic Smile had practically learned all of the designs that were available. Even if she hadn't, she at least knew about them. However, she had neither seen or heard of any of the forging designs that Shifeng had scattered all over the table. Before taking a casual glance at the forging designs, Melancholic Smile's eyes shone brilliantly. Every item these designs produced was an item that players needed desperately at this stage of the game. A majority of these forging designs contain instructions for the light stone. There are also some meant for level 25 to level 30 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. You can let any advanced forging apprentice learn the light stone forging designs. Shifeng chuckled. Slowly, he said, however, only the 3 of you can learn these equipment forging designs. You can also leave some to serve as a reward for the members who become basic forgers, but all those who wish to learn them must renew their contracts. If they want to leave the Horizon Alliance, fine. But they must first compensate the guild 20 times the value of the forging designs. If Overwhelming Smile wants to poach our members, let them have at it. Shifeng had long since guessed that Overwhelming Smile would try to poach their lifestyle players. These forging apprentices had initially joined with the intent of making a living for themselves. Since Overwhelming Smile was willing to offer an absurd salary in addition to shouldering the compensation, many would naturally be tempted. Before this, Shifeng had repeatedly told Melancholic Smile to be careful when recruiting members precisely because he wished to avoid this situation. He had also done so with the intention of informing Melancholic Smile of the severity of the matter. Not even the gods could see through the human heart, let alone mankind. Only through experiencing hardships could one grow. There were many things that one could not learn from the experience of others. Only through experience could wisdom be earned. Now that Melancholic Smile had personally experienced such a situation, in the future, she would definitely be more thorough when selecting talented players. Currently, he had a large number of light stone forging designs on hand. If Overwhelming Smile would willingly pay the price to poach the Alliance's members, Shifeng welcomed them to do so. The light stone forging designs were very common. In the past, each forging design only sold for several gold. Moreover, that was when most players had reached level 45, these forging designs were not particularly valuable. Only, current players' levels were not high enough yet to obtain them, resulting in their value increasing significantly. Based on Shifeng's initial estimates, each light stone forging design should be worth around several dozen gold. If he wished to acquire more light stone forging designs, he could obtain a ton of them any time he wanted. This way, he would not have to wait for the profits of the light stones to slowly roll in. Just the 20 times compensation Overwhelming Smile had to pay for poaching each member could make a ridiculous amount of credits. He could make a fortune just by selling advanced forging apprentices. Guild leader, I will definitely be more careful when selecting who I allow to learn these forging designs. Melancholic Smile was immensely excited when she looked at the light stone forging designs scattered across the stone platform. However, her greatest joy was due to Shifeng's forgiveness and encouragement. It's fine, just pick them at random. Even better, choose those who already have the heart to defect to Overwhelming Smile. Let Overwhelming Smile poach as many as they can. Otherwise, how will I make money? Shifeng laughed, but, for a moment, Melancholic Smile wanted to dissuade Shifeng. However, when she looked at the forging designs on the table, she suddenly came to a realization. I'll carry out your orders, then, guild leader. To others, the light stone forging design might be a treasure. However, judging from Shifeng's behavior, it seemed that they were not valuable in the slightest. Only, others did not know this yet. They would be senseless fools if they did not profit off of Overwhelming Smile's greed while they had the chance. A moment later, Melancholic Smile had picked out 3 advanced forging apprentices. Of them, 2 seriously considered defecting to Overwhelming Smile. They only held out for the right price. Hence, Melancholic Smile decided to give them this opportunity. In reality, there were many others with the same intentions within the Horizon Alliance. However, to convince others of the light stone forging design's rarity, she could not allow too many people to learn it at once. An item was as valuable as it was rare. If she did so, the light stone forging designs would lose their value as long as these two advanced forging apprentices learned how to produce the light stones. Their personal value would immediately skyrocket. In addition to the two's willingness to defect, Overwhelming Smile would try to poach them at all costs. After all, not only would they deal the Candlelight trading firm a blow, they could also steal two of the trading firm's highly valued talents. As Melancholic Smile took care of the light stone forging design situation, Shifeng had arrived at his own exclusive forging room. He had set up a private forging room for himself in every Candlelight trading firm. Other than himself, no one was allowed into these rooms. He wanted to ensure that he would have access to a forging room at all times inside the quiet forging room. Shifeng carefully retrieved the god crystal from his bag. The translucent crystal ball on the stone table looked simple and ordinary. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary crystal ball. However, Orc King Trezek had sacrificed hundreds of thousands of his subordinates to obtain this treasure. Moreover, this treasure had even managed to kill a Tier 4 Sky Knight, who had learned a forbidden move, instantly. The crystal ball's worth was clear. Just what is this thing used for? Shifeng could not see anything special about the orb despite observing it carefully for a long time. Moreover, the god crystal's information stated that it was only a common item. Aside from that, no other information was displayed. It was also not in an unknown or unappraised state. Is there some hidden information about it? The more Shifeng thought about it, the more he felt it was possible there were many amazing items in God's domain that might look ordinary, but in reality, contained power that could even shake the heavens. In the past, there had been a player who had purchased a piece of dilapidated armor at a bazaar, only to discover that the armor was actually an epic-ranked armor. Such situations often occurred in God's domain. Only after triggering special conditions could one reveal the true value of a treasure. Shifeng then used omniscient eyes. After more than half a minute had passed, however, there was still no reaction. He could not glean anything more about the crystal ballast. The level of my identification skill insufficient? Shifeng muttered in surprise. It can't be. I recall Charlene saying that the omniscient eyes activated using the golden stigmata is the second most powerful identification skill in God's domain. Do I need other items to activate the god crystal's true function? Shifeng suddenly had the urge to puke blood. After wasting so much effort to steal this item, he could not actually use it. He still needed to fulfill some special requirements. Yet, he had no clue as to what those requirements were. It was utterly frustrating. Doesn't it look a bit like the dark blue crystal ball I got from the Eternal Courtyard? After the improvement to his brain's activity, Shifeng's memory had become extraordinary. Thus far, he had not been able to do anything about the dark blue crystal ball. At this moment, seeing as both items were crystal balls and were related to gods, if someone told him that the two items were unrelated, Shifeng would not believe them. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng left the forging room immediately and rushed towards the bank. Chapter 514, Divine Might. Inside Overwhelming Smile's guild residence in White River City. What did you say? Feng Xianxia abruptly slammed his fist down on the table. Furious, he said, those bastards suddenly raised their price? Do they take us for fools? Young master, please calm down, the slightly chubby, middle-aged man advised. They have not raised their prices without reason, but because they have the capital to do so. Capital? Advanced forging apprentices like them? Overwhelming Smile has no shortage of individuals of their caliber. Feng Xianxia's brows furrowed, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Although his family was successful, he wasn't the only one competing to become the successor. He had joined Underworld precisely because he needed the organization's help to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, upon discovering God's domain's unique standing through Underworld's inside information, he had immediately snatched the chance and invested in the virtual reality game. As long as he could create a legacy for himself, the matter of becoming his family's successor would be set in stone. He had spent such a large sum of money to poach these people only because he wished to wound the Candlelight trading firm. Due to the ongoing war with Zero Wing, Overwhelming Smile's daily gold expenditure was massive. Hence, all of the money spent on dealing with the Candlelight trading firm right now was his. His liquid funds only amounted to several hundred millions of credits, so he could not squander it. Although advanced forging apprentices were indeed rare, with the money he possessed, he could easily hire dozens of advanced forging apprentice NPCs from the Forging Association. It was much easier and cheaper than poaching advanced forging apprentices from the Candlelight trading firm. Not only did he have to offer these people high benefits, but he also had to pay an astronomical compensation fee. Moreover, even when these forgers joined him, they were useless with their lifestyle skills reset to zero. Young Master Feng, the two I mention are somewhat special. Special? Just because they are special, they dared to raise the price we have agreed upon by 3 times? Do they really consider themselves true forgers? Young Master Feng, although they are not forgers, they have recently learned a rare forging design. They can now produce light stones. A light stone is an item that enables players to grind and level even throughout the night. With it, players will not be limited by time. Moreover, it's quite cheap to produce light stones, so it is a very lucrative product. Meanwhile, among the advanced forging apprentices of the Candlelight trading firm, only 3 have learned it. So, naturally, they raised their prices. Light stone? There is actually such a thing? Have you confirmed how they managed to obtain its forging design? When he heard about the light stone's function, Feng Xianxia immediately realized how massive its value was. If he could obtain the forging designs for them, he would not need to spend money to poach the Candlelight trading firm's members. He could simply rely on the light stones to defeat the Candlelight trading firm and dominate Star Moon Kingdom's market. The Candlelight trading firm is keeping that a secret, so low-ranking members like them have no access to that information. However, I have sent someone to investigate the light stones. Though, it would seem that the Candlelight trading firm only has a limited number of light stone forging designs. Otherwise, they would not only allow 3 advanced forging apprentices to learn them. Moreover, I have also heard that the 3 forgers of Candlelight are not producing the light stones, focusing on producing the basic strengthened armor kits. It is quite possible that the trading firm is too busy and has decided to allow its advanced forging apprentices to produce the light stones instead. In other words, it is possible that Candlelight only has 3 light stone forging designs. If we can poach 2 of them, it would be a massive blow to the trading firm. You're right. If Candlelight is allowed to produce a large amount of light stones, they will become more difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, man's schemes are inferior to those made in heaven. Melancholic smile, that damnable woman. She actually dared toy with this young master. Now, I'll show her what pain means. I don't care what it takes, poach those 2. We'll be even better off if you can lure the last one as well. When Feng Xianxia recalled Melancholic Smile's arrogance, he could not help but laugh. Young Master Feng, rest assured, we already have those 2 in the bag. Only, the last one is rather obstinate. His price might be a lot higher than the others. In addition to Candlelight's latest contract, our expenditure this time might exceed 50 million, the middle-aged man said cautiously. After all, this was not a small sum of money. They had to spend 50 million credits just to poach 3 people, with a majority consisting of the compensation fee. Based on his initial estimates, the light stone forging design should be worth nearly 100 gold. If they poached all 3 forgers, they had to pay a compensation fee of 6,000 gold just do it. It will be worth it if we can drag all 3 of those forgers to our side, Feng Xianxia said as he gnashed his teeth. If he could steal both man and forging design, he would have done so in a heartbeat. However, the Candlelight trading firm wouldn't be so stupid. Even fools knew how precious one-of-a-kind products were. Such items could significantly increase a shop's competitive edge, following which, the middle-aged man left the meeting room to negotiate with the advanced forging apprentices. Meanwhile, at White River City's bank, Feng had already rented a private warehouse for himself. If a player wished to store a truly precious item in God's domain's banks and wanted no one else to know of it, they had the option of renting a private warehouse and private room. Without the owner's permission, nobody was allowed inside the private warehouse. However, unlike the public warehouse where the daily fee was only several copper coins, renting a private warehouse was not cheap. Inside a small private warehouse, players had 30,000 item slots. Each day's rent was 30 silver, and there was a minimum rental period of 1 month, which would be a total of 9 gold. There was a discount if players rented the warehouse for 3 months, but even then, they would still have to spend 25 gold. A medium private warehouse had to 100,000 item slots, and the daily fee was 1 gold coin. Renting for 1 month cost 30 gold while renting for 3 months cost 85 gold. A large private warehouse held up to 500,000 item slots, and the daily fee was 4 gold coins. Renting for 1 month cost 120 gold while renting for 3 months cost 350 gold. Normally, ordinary players would not rent a private warehouse at all. However, as players reached higher levels, it would become much easier to earn coins. Many players who conducted business would usually rent a private warehouse. Shifeng had rented 2 large private warehouses without hesitation. Moreover, he had rented both for 3 months. One was for himself, while the other was for the guild. This way, Aqua Rose and the others would not have to worry about spies from other guilds while retrieving items of great importance. Such incidents had not been uncommon in God's domain in the past. There were many guilds that had not rented a private warehouse, and as a result, other guilds had learned some of their secrets. As a precaution, Shifeng had to rent one for the guild, no matter what. Shifeng then entered his private warehouse. Rows of cabinets lined the warehouse's interior, neat and orderly. Shifeng immediately moved all of the items from his public warehouse to his private warehouse. The private warehouse was very human-like, and immediately, it intelligently categorized all of the items, saving Shifeng the trouble of arranging them himself. Shifeng then opened a cabinet. Inside the cabinet, there was a single dark blue crystal ball. This crystal ball was none other than the one Shifeng had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard. However, this crystal ball was too powerful. Even with Shifeng's extremely high resistance, he lost 1000 HP every second just by coming into contact with it. If ordinary players touched it, they would most likely die on the spot. Death upon touching? Shifeng recalled the situation when he had obtained the deep blue crystal ball. Suddenly, he came to a realization. Wasn't it the same situation when he had stolen the God Crystal from the Orc King? Only, as the God Crystal had not been sealed yet, the Tier 4 Sky Knight had died instantly when he touched it. I wonder if it is possible? Shifeng was slightly nervous as he took out the God Crystal from his bag. Carefully, he placed it inside the cabinet, beside the dark blue crystal ball. He wanted to see just how these 2 crystal balls would react when placed together. The instant Shifeng placed the God Crystal inside the cabinet, the 2 crystal balls suddenly released a blinding glow, illuminating the private warehouse. The powerful pressure the 2 orbs gave off had caused Shifeng's body to feel heavy divine might. Shifeng could not help his shock. Right at this moment, the sound of a system notification rang out by his ears. System, do you wish to remove the seal and merge the 2 crystal balls? Chapter 5:15, Legendary Item. After hearing the system notification, Shifeng felt both stunned and hesitant. Both the dark blue crystal ball he had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard and the God Crystal he had stolen from the Orc King were extraordinarily precious items. They were even more valuable than an epic item, yet he was required to merge them. If he agreed, he would lose one of the 2 items to a reincarnated soul like Shifeng. Epic items were not particularly precious. As long as his team was sufficiently strong, he had plenty of ways to obtain more epic items. However, one could not obtain items above epic rank with strength alone. A certain amount of luck and opportunity were required as well. If he disagreed, he would have to look for some other way to activate the 2 items. Forget it, let's just go for it. Shifeng gnashed his teeth as he agreed to the merger. Suddenly, the 2 crystal balls transformed into 2 bubbles of liquid. The crystal ball Shifeng had obtained from the Eternal Courtyard transformed into a blue liquid, whereas the transparent crystal ball Shifeng had stolen from the Orc King transformed into golden liquid. The 2 liquids then merged, and as if they tried to devour one another, the newly formed liquid turned blue in one moment and gold in the next. Meanwhile, the divine might exuded by the both grew stronger as more time passed. Is this really a merger? Immersed in the divine might from the two liquids, Shi Feng's discomfort was unbearable. After several minutes of resisting each other, the two liquids finally became one. The dark blue crystal ball from the eternal courtyard had emerged victorious. After merging, the shape of the crystal ball had also changed. Instead of a crystal ball, it was now a dark blue metallic cup. Countless tiny blue runes were engraved around the cup's exterior. There was also a faint purple ring of light flowing around the cup. At this moment, the cup's divine might was far stronger than the one Shi Feng had felt before. So powerful. Shi Feng exclaimed. He even dared to guarantee that this was the most powerful item he had ever seen. Even the fragmented legendary ranked heavenly dragon's breath was far from matching this blue metallic cup. If not for this place being a private warehouse, he would have definitely caused a commotion inside the bank's hall. Meanwhile, any players caught within the blue cup's divine might would find it impossible to move. After all, if even a Tier 1 blade saint like himself struggled, Tier 0 players didn't have a prayer. If he could control this blue cup, he would have no problems dealing with even an army of thousands of elite players immediately. Shi Feng checked the cup's information. However, just after Shi Feng clicked to check the cup's attributes, he received -5,000 frost damage, even with his finger still a distance away, instantly losing half of his HP. Damn, isn't this a little too intense? Shi Feng looked at his completely frozen hand, a layer of purple frost covering his entire arm. If his finger had moved even a little closer to the cup, he would most likely have lost his life on the spot. Shi Feng then took a look at the cup's attributes. Holy Grail, legendary item. Legend has it that the Holy Grail belongs to the goddess of life and that it holds the power to bestow eternal life. However, after Ragnarok, the god of war had destroyed the Holy Grail and placed it in the eternal courtyard. The Holy Grail's restoration requires sufficient god's power. Only with an eternal heart can one truly hold the Holy Grail. Activatable skill dash. Power of evolution. Sacrifice one's own life force to evolve an item of the player's choice. However, there is a small possibility that the evolution process will fail. An evolved item's quality cannot exceed the fragmented legendary rank cooldown, 10 days. By the time Shi Feng finished reading the cup's attributes, his jaw hung to the floor. Legendary item. This was the first time he had ever actually seen one. Although the Holy Grail was neither a weapon nor a piece of equipment, among the various types of items found in God's domain, tools such as the Holy Grail were the most difficult to obtain. They were far rarer and more precious than weapons or equipment. Moreover, looking at the Holy Grail's description, it was obvious its rank could still be increased. However, he needed power of God to do so. Items such as the God Crystal should be able to supply it. However, looking at the streams of light overflowing from the Holy Grail, Shi Feng could not help but laugh bitterly. Although he had completely unsealed such an amazing item, he could not touch or control it. Shi Feng had also never heard of an item called the Eternal Heart before. Just how and where was he supposed to obtain one? Fortunately, he could still use the power of evolution. After all, he didn't have to control the Holy Grail to use the skill. He only needed to sacrifice some of his life force. The term life force referred to a player's HP. For all Shi Feng cared, the Holy Grail could have as much of his HP as it wanted. That's not right. Shi Feng thought it over for a moment, feeling that something was amiss. A skill capable of evolving an item, such an OP skill should not only require a sacrifice of HP. Even the skill's 10-day cooldown was insignificant. God's domain always followed the rule of equivalent exchange. However, this was obviously not an equivalent exchange. Otherwise, even if the success chance wasn't 100%, having an opportunity to obtain a fragmented legendary item once every 10 days was still astounding. Obviously, Shi Feng wanted to try it. The Holy Grail had a cooldown of 10 days. If he did not activate it now, wouldn't it be a waste? Which item should I evolve? Shi Feng looked through his warehouse and bag, feeling very indecisive. He only had one chance to evolve an item every 10 days. If the item he evolved now had little use to him, he would suffer a huge loss. Should I evolve the 7 Luminaries ring? Shi Feng could not help but stare at the 7 Luminaries ring around his finger. As the replica of a godly relic, it was already frighteningly powerful, even at only epic rank. If the ring were upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, it would be godlike. No. Feng immediately shook his head. If he upgraded the ring to fragmented legendary rank, the equipment requirement would definitely soar. He wouldn't be able to equip the ring. The impact on his current strength would be painful. Moreover, Feng did not doubt that the success rate of evolving an item to fragmented legendary rank would be abysmally low. It would be a huge pity to waste an opportunity to evolve an item. The best choice he could make right now was to evolve a dark gold item to an epic item. With this idea, Feng shifted his gaze to the Purgatory's shadow. As a dark gold weapon, if he could promote it to an epic weapon, then it would increase his overall combat power significantly. At that time, even Summer Sunshine would easily suffer defeat at his hands as the leader of a guild. However, his first and foremost priority was to increase his guild's strength. Currently, his personal strength was sufficient. Even if he became slightly stronger, it would not impact the guild. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past Feng's eyes. That's right. How could I forget? There's still the Icarus's heart. Feng laughed. If he evolved Icarus's heart, it would help the guild tremendously. Just the meager 5 points of luck it provided had allowed him to obtain so many Tier 1 set equipment. If he could evolve Icarus's heart further, raising the luck it provided even a little, couldn't he obtain even better items? Although Icarus's heart was already capable of evolving, he needed the souls of Lord-ranked monsters to do so. Even so, based on Feng's estimates, he should only be able to evolve Icarus's heart to dark gold rank at maximum. After all, it was an item he got from a dark gold treasure chest. It was utterly impossible for him to obtain an epic ranked necklace. I'll choose you. Feng smiled as he removed Icarus's heart from his neck. He then adjusted the 7 luminaries ring to the aura of water and activated Life Bloom, healing himself. Previously, he had received a significant amount of damage just by approaching the Holy Grail. He would have to touch it again, so he had to heal himself back to full HP. He could not afford to miss any. In a moment, Feng's 10,000 plus HP recovered to full. Feng then tapped on the touchscreen that was very close to the Holy Grail, choosing to use Power of Evolution. The instant his finger collided with the touchscreen, Feng lost 7,000 HP. However, Life Bloom quickly regenerated a significant amount of the missing HP. Only when he recovered to full HP did Feng proceed to select Icarus's heart as the target of evolution system. Are you willing to permanently lose 400 HP to evolve the Icarus's heart? Crap, that's the requirement? Feng could not help but curse. It was actually a permanent loss? No wonder it could allow an item evolve to a maximum of fragmented legendary rank. Chapter 5:16, Successful Evolution. In God's domain, aside from leveling up, it was extremely difficult for players to obtain permanent attributes. Losing 400 HP, or the equivalent of 20 endurance points, would significantly weaken a player. Even Feng would mourn the attribute loss, let alone other players. However, despite having seen the true side of the power of evolution, Feng still chose to sacrifice 400 HP, albeit begrudgingly. Although 400 HP was precious, it could not beat being able to upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank. Moreover, Feng knew of several methods to increase his endurance permanently. He could easily make up for the loss he suffered now. Feng then clicked, agree, and suddenly, the strength of the Holy Grail's divine might soared. In the next moment, strands of green light flowed from Feng's body and into the Holy Grail. After the Holy Grail absorbed 400 HP from Feng, it fired a purple ray at the Icarus's heart. Immediately, the Icarus's heart released a brilliant golden glow, forcing Feng to shut his eyes. After the golden radiance faded, Feng opened his eyes and looked at the Icarus's heart, discovering that the necklace now emitted a faint purple glow. Was it a success? Feng was somewhat nervous as he examined the necklace's attributes. If it had failed, then he had permanently lost 400 HP for nothing. Moreover, he would also have to wait for 10 days before the next sacrifice. However, after investigating the Icarus's heart's attributes, Feng's tightened fists relaxed as excitement quickly overtook him. That's right, it was a success. Icarus's heart, necklace, mysterious iron rank can be evolved. Equipment requirement, all attributes 120. Level 20, level 80, currently level 30. All attributes plus 18. Luck plus 7. Additional skill. Divine Providence, temporarily increases players' luck by 25 points for 30 seconds cooldown, 45 minutes. Evolution Condition, absorb the life force of 300 players to evolve to Secret Silver rank. 0/300. After evolving, Icarus's heart's rank had upgraded from Bronze to Mysterious Iron. The luck it provided had increased from 5 points to 7 points. Aside from that, Divine Providence's cooldown had decreased from 1 hour to 45 minutes. This would save Shifeng a lot of time. However, the best improvement by far was the change to the evolution conditions. Originally, the Icarus's heart required Shifeng to kill Lord-ranked monsters. Moreover, it required 100 kills. Lords were extremely rare, and Shifeng would have to waste a lot of time to kill 100. Now that the conditions had been adjusted, Shifeng only needed to kill 300 players and absorb their life force. Instead, a lord was very difficult to find, but players crowded the streets. As long as Shifeng worked hard, he could upgrade Icarus's heart to epic rank very quickly. At that time, he would gain massive profits from opening the Twilight treasure chests. At the thought, Shifeng could not help but grow restless. If not for the ongoing war with Overwhelming Smile, he would have struggled to find opponents. Now, however, his target was clear. He would use Overwhelming Smile's players as sacrifices for the Icarus's heart. Now that Overwhelming Smile's White River City branch has been defeated, it won't be easy to find large groups of players. I might as well make a trip to Maple City and have a look at the situation there. After some consideration, Shifeng felt that Maple City was the best location to take action. Overwhelming Smile had already become Maple City's overlord. The Overwhelming Smile members there had nothing to fear within the region of Maple City. It would be far easier for Shifeng to find targets there than in White River City. Shifeng then slipped the Icarus's heart over his head and headed for White River City's teleportation hall. Shifeng very much looked forward to upgrading the Icarus's heart to epic rank. Not even the night in God's domain could hinder Shifeng's yearning. The sooner he upgraded the necklace to epic rank, the sooner he could obtain better items from the Twilight treasure chests. One could obtain even epic items from the Twilight treasure chests. If he could get his hands on several epic items, he could help the guild tremendously. Naturally, he would upgrade it sooner rather than later. As for the matter regarding the light stones, he fully trusted Melancholic Smile's capabilities. Shifeng believed that it wouldn't be long before the light stones raked in a massive income. Just as Shifeng arrived before the teleportation hall, the sound of his communicator rang near his ears. The caller this time was none other than Gentle Snow, who had been busy consolidating her power as the new guild leader of Ouroboros. Although Gentle Snow had chased away her biggest competitor, Chao Chenghua, the resulting internal struggles within Ouroboros had resulted in the first-rate guild falling apart. If Gentle Snow wished to consolidate her power, she would need to spend a lot of time and effort to do so. In addition, a more powerful opponent, the first-rate guild Star Alliance, lurked, waiting to strike. Shifeng had never thought that Gentle Snow would have the spare time to contact him with the burdens she currently shouldered. Guild leader Black Flame, may I ask if you have the time to speak right now? In the video call, Gentle Snow still wore the calm and elegant smile she usually displayed. She looked like a goddess that was high above mortals. It felt as if she were in control of everything. However, though she appeared completely fine on the surface, her act did not deceive Shifeng. He could feel that Gentle Snow had grown frilier than before. Seeing a superwoman like Gentle Snow so exhausted, one could just imagine how terrible Ouroboros' current situation was. However, giving the situation some thought, Shifeng felt that such an outcome was expected. Gentle Snow had just taken control of Ouroboros. The number of people she could trust was limited. Meanwhile, after ruling Ouroboros for so many years, Chao Chenghua would not give up so easily after being kicked out of his position. In addition to a great enemy like the Star Alliance threatening the guild, it would be very difficult for Gentle Snow to cope. Miss Snow, there is no need to mince words. Our guilds are allies, so feel free to speak your mind. Shifeng spoke candidly. Gentle Snow revealed a bitter smile on her pure and delicate face upon hearing Shifeng's words. Guild leader Black Flame's senses are as sharp as always. I'll speak openly, then. I'm calling about the Candlelight trading firm that suddenly appeared on one of Star Moon City's golden lands and the Candlelight trading firms in White River City. I can't think of anyone in the entire Star Moon Kingdom other than you who is capable of launching such firms. That's right, I am indeed the founder. Shifeng did not try to hide it. To begin with, he had no need to do so. He had spoken with Gentle Snow about his plans to establish a lifestyle guild long ago. Back then, he had hoped to utilize Ouroboros's fame to promote his trading firm. Even without Gentle Snow's call today, he had prepared to seek her help to promote the Candlelight trading firm at an appropriate to me as a first-rate guild. Ouroboros had a large number of members scattered across Star Moon Kingdom. Practically every major city in Star Moon Kingdom housed the guild's members. There were even branches in other kingdoms. If the guild helped with promotion, the Candlelight trading firm's business would flourish. However, the supply of basic strengthened armor kits simply could not meet the demand. Even if Ouroboros promoted the firm right now, it would not significantly increase the firm's income, hence Shifeng had decided to hold off on seeking Gentle Snow's help for the moment. Excellent, this will make things easy. I want to invest into the Candlelight trading firm. I don't want a lot of shares, 20% will do. Naturally, I will compensate you appropriately. The compensation will include 30% of Ouroboros's shares, as well as funds, channels, and materials, which will allow the trading firm to develop quickly. What do you think of my offer? Chapter 517, Fate Makes Fools of the People. One had to admit that Gentle Snow's proposal was tempting. Even Zhao Yueru and the elders of Ouroboros standing beside Gentle Snow were shocked by her offer. After all was said and done, Ouroboros was a bona fide first-rate guild and possessed a massive fortune. The guild had only achieved its current status after striving for many years. Although the guild's internal struggles were serious, the guild itself was still frighteningly strong. Second-rate guilds were still no match for it yet. Just for 20% of the shares of a trading firm, Gentle Snow actually intended to trade 30% of Ouroboros's shares for 20% of the trading firm, in addition to providing various funds and channels. This decision was simply insane. Snow, have you gone mad? You only hold 50% of Ouroboros's shares right now, yet, you're actually going to give Black Flame 30%? What will you do if Black Flame joins hands with Chao Chenghua? Zhao Yueru persuaded her friend softly. Although Zhao Yueru trusted Black Flame, 30% of Ouroboros's shares was simply too important. If utilized properly, Gentle Snow could easily persuade more of the guild's elders to her side. That way, Chao Chenghua would not be able to impact the guild so easily. Utilizing the guild's shares to boost Gentle Snow's strength and solidify the guild was far more valuable than obtaining 20% of the Candlelight trading firm's shares. That's right, young Madam Snow, you have to consider this carefully. Those shares are the last resort left by young master for you to keep Chao Chenghua in check. Although Chao Chenghua can no longer play God's domain, in the real world, his authority in the company has not been affected in the slightest. If you give those shares to someone else and lose this protective talisman, he can easily join hands with the other shareholders of the company to oppose you. A man nearing his 50s in butler clothing similarly attempted to persuade Gentle Snow. You don't have to say anymore. I know what I am doing. Gentle Snow shook her head, waiting for Shifeng's reply. She was no fool. She knew this was not a worthwhile transaction. Even so, she insisted on conducting such a trade to deepen the relationship between their two guilds. Although she was the guild leader of Ouroboros and one of the major shareholders of the company, neither her authority nor her words were of any use. Unfortunately, although she had tried to nurture plenty of people herself, there were too few capable personnel under her command. It was especially true for experts in God's domain. Chao Chenghua had managed Ouroboros for many years now, so he had previously had the time and resources to nurture plenty of experts. Due to her premature victory over Chao Chenghua in God's domain, he had decisively ordered all of the experts under him to abandon the guild. In addition, Chao Chenghua had also roped in many of the guild's elders and had secretly been transferring personnel out of the guild, gradually splitting Ouroboros in half. If Ouroboros split in half, then the shares she had on hand would be meaningless. Hence, she might as well use it to pull Zero Wing to her side. Although Zero Wing seemed only to occupy a single city right now and looked to be inferior to many second-rate guilds, Zero Wing City had the second highest population in Star Moon Kingdom. That was far better than occupying 3 to 5 minor cities with a population of only several 100,000 players. In particular, after seeing Yi Feng's and Violet Cloud's performance. Although Zero Wing was still a fledgling guild right now, Gentle Snow had seen Zero Wing's small, but sharp, fangs. When the time was right, Zero Wing would rip apart all enemies in its way and become Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. At this moment, just the fact that Black Flame had managed to establish a Candlelight trading firm on one of Star Moon City's golden lands displayed the man's capabilities and power. Meanwhile, Shifeng was similarly stunned by Gentle Snow's proposal. He had never expected Gentle Snow to make such a tempting offer. However, Shifeng still shook his head and said, "Miss Snow, your offer is indeed very tempting. However, please allow me to refuse." "Refuse? Why?" Gentle Snow asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening with shock. Her proposal was no different than shoving money at Shifeng's face. If Zero Wing and Ouroboros joined forces, not only could they make up for each other's deficiencies, but it would also become more convenient for their two guilds on their paths to becoming the overlords of Star Moon Kingdom. She could not fathom why Shifeng would reject such a proposal. "As I understand it, I know that you hope to deal with Ouroboros' internal problems quickly, but I do not want Zero Wing to get mixed up in the internal struggles of other guilds," Shifeng explained. "However, I have another proposal that Miss Snow might be interested in." "Another proposal?" Gentle Snow could not help but ask curiously. "It's very simple. Miss Snow simply needs to bring Ouroboros' members into Zero Wing. I can give Miss Snow 15% of Zero Wing's shares." Although Shifeng's voice was utterly calm, his words were astoundingly shocking. "Are you trying to annex Ouroboros?" Gentle Snow said, slightly indignant. "Ouroboros did not belong to her entirely. Originally, it should have been her brother's. Only, due to her brother having an accident, Chao Chenghua had taken the opportunity to weasel his way to the top. And all this time, she had been thinking of a way to help Ouroboros recover its past glory, so how could she possibly agree to merge Ouroboros and Zero Wing right now? Is there a difference?" Shifeng countered. "Ouroboros exists only in name now. Although you have acquired the position of Ouroboros' guild leader, you do not possess the corresponding authority. Sooner or later, Ouroboros will split in half, so why not join Zero Wing instead?" Shifeng had his own considerations regarding Ouroboros. In reality, Ouroboros was not all that important to him. The only reason he had decided to offer 15% of Zero Wing's shares was solely due to the war goddess herself, Gentle Snow. Everything else meant little to him. In the past, Chao Chenghua had defeated Gentle Snow. With the entire guild pitted against her, it was only natural that she had lost. Aside from Gentle Snow's most trusted followers, not a single person had stood with Gentle Snow. How could she have won? Even if her own abilities were amazing and her strength famed throughout God's domain, the people's aspirations could not be easily swayed just by strength alone. Although Shifeng had helped Gentle Snow win the competition this time, her fate had not changed much. In this life, she was simply the one standing on the righteousness rather than Chao Chenghua. Even so, the majority of Ouroboros' members were still Chao Chenghua's subordinates. He could just withdraw his men and form his own guild. Only, the price he would have to pay would not be small. However, Chao Chenghua had no other choice in the end. Ouroboros would disband. What point was there for Gentle Snow to strive so hard? It would be much better for her to take the opportunity, while a small portion of the guild still supported her, to join Zero Wing. Time crawled by. Both sides silently looked at each other at this moment. Complex emotions filled Gentle Snow's heart. She had won the competition, but lost the guild. This sentence fit her situation perfectly. Despite her desperate efforts to preserve the guild, at the end of the day, she could not escape her fate. Fate makes fools of the people. Gentle Snow quietly exclaimed. She then looked at Zhao Yueru and the several guild elders beside her. They were all people whom she trusted the most. By the time Chao Chenghua extracted all of his underlings from Ouroboros, the guild would only exist in name. At that time, it would be very difficult for the guild to continue in Star Moon Kingdom after all. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were sworn enemies. Even if Ouroboros only existed in name, the Star Alliance would not let it off the hook. Only when the guild had thoroughly erased Ouroboros from God's domain would it rest. Chapter 518, Breaking the Balance. After some time, Gentle Snow released a small Scyther phone could see the helplessness Gentle Snow struggled with through the screen. However, her reaction was only natural. After all, who would willingly merge the guild they had spent an endless amount of effort to establish with another guild? However, Sure Feng had his own considerations as well. Even if Zero Wing and Ouroboros were allies, the guilds resided in two different cities. And as no one could predict the future, both Zero Wing's upper management and its guild members had to keep up their guard constantly. In order to avoid adding to Zero Wing's worries, the best result would be to annex Ouroboros. It was truly hilarious a little guild like Zero Wing actually dared to annex a first-rate guild. However, Sure Feng possessed the strength and confidence to succeed. Zero Wing currently possessed many experts. There was also a continuous supply of funds from the Candlelight trading firm, so Zero Wing could afford to annex a gigantic existence like Ouroboros. Moreover, after receiving Ouroboros's trade channels, the Candlelight trading firm could profit further. In addition, after operating in the virtual gaming world for so many years, Ouroboros must have accumulated plenty of old customers, who were very rich and willing to spend lots of money in virtual reality games, as well as corporate sponsors. Otherwise, the guild would not have such an impressive income. Zero Wing Workshop was currently still developing their customer base. If the workshop could claim Ouroboros's old customers, it could very quickly earn large sums of credits, unlike the workshop's current state where it was without a stable income and required Sure Feng to look for a source himself. Guild leader Black Flame, I need some time to consider this matter, Gentle Snow said after calming down. Since guild leader Black Flame has no intentions of selling the Candlelight trading firm's shares, may I purchase some coins from you? Although there were plenty of people selling their coins on the virtual trade center, the available volume was very small. Moreover, every other guild in the game was also attempting to purchase coins in bulk, making it practically impossible to purchase large sums. Thus, Ouroboros could only rely on its own money farming teams to cover the guild's daily expenses. Miss Snow, you should know how tight the various guilds are for coins right now. However, if you're only interested in purchasing a small sum, there should be no issues. May I know how much you are looking to buy? Sure Feng asked. Although he had spent quite a lot of money already, both the Starstreak trading firm and the Candlelight trading firm provided him with a significant daily income. He could easily sell 1,000 or 2,000 gold. He don't want much, 5,000 gold will do, Gentle Snow stated after giving the matter some thought. I can transfer 50 million credits for them immediately. With 5,000 gold, she should barely be able to stabilize Ouroboros's current situation. If she established a guild residence and gave the guild members some hope, it would make it more difficult for Chao Chenghua to lure players away. 5,000? Miss Snow, you think too highly of me. Sure Feng smiled bitterly. How about this, I can sell you 2,000 gold at market price. However, I will require Ouroboros's help to purchase a few plots of land in Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 cities and to promote the Candlelight trading firm. Coin's market value constantly depreciated. Currently, one gold coin was worth about 6,000 credits. One could roughly purchase a piece of level 25 mysterious iron equipment or level 20 secret silver equipment with that kind of money. Gentle Snow's offer to purchase 5,000 gold at 50 million credits was far above market value. However, even if she had 50 million credits, she couldn't even purchase 4,000 gold, much less 5,000. Otherwise, those corporate giants would have long since bought up all the available lands in major cities. One could say that coins were at their peak value right now. If one could purchase a good plot of land now, they could earn back the money spent by 10, or even dozens, of times. These massive corporations naturally would not hold back from spending their credits. Unfortunately, such a thing was simply not possible. 2,000 gold? Gentle Snow was immediately stunned. Before, she had only mentioned 5,000 gold with the intention of probing Zero Wing's bottom line. Throughout God's domain, there was not a single guild that was capable of revealing 5,000 gold, yet Shifeng had just casually mentioned that he would sell her 2,000 gold. In order to acquire so much money, she would have to spend several days relentlessly trying to purchase coins and draft the guild's money-farming teams and her confidants. On the other hand, even after purchasing so many golden lands, Shifeng could still afford to sell 2,000 gold. His financial prowess was unmatched. Is it not enough? Shifeng pondered for a moment before saying, I can offer you 3,000 gold at most. If it is still not enough, you will have to look for other avenues yourself. Gentle Snow had helped him plenty of times, so he would not kick her while she was down. He would help her to the best of his abilities so long as it was within his capability. Although he had a lot of money, he needed that money to purchase lands and set up shops in other cities. Besides that, he also needed to leave some for the guild in case of emergencies. Thanks, I'll transfer the money to you right away, Gentle Snow said, inwardly feeling overjoyed. With 3,000 gold in addition to the 2,000 gold she currently had on hand, she would have enough to purchase a plot of land and establish Ouroboros' guild residence, as well as maintain the guild's daily expenses. This way, Chao Chenghua would find it far more difficult to tear the guild. After Shifeng sold 3,000 gold to Gentle Snow through the virtual trade center, he then teleported to Maple City. Maple City was also considered a major city in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. The city had nearly 1 million players. This was also one of the reasons that many people had an optimistic opinion of Overwhelming Smile. Aside from a few small guilds, Overwhelming Smile was the only large guild residing in the city. It had already chased any major competition out of Maple City. One could say that Overwhelming Smile had fortified itself in Maple City. It would be very difficult for other guilds to cause even the slightest bit of trouble here at this moment. As Shifeng wandered through Maple City's streets, the majority of the players he saw on his walk consisted of Overwhelming Smile's members. Every one of these Overwhelming Smile members flaunted their arrogance, and players of other guilds could only do their best to avoid standing in the way. Overwhelming Smile has set up a trading firm in Maple City. The shop's name is Overwhelming Trading Firm, and it's in the Central District. The items there are much cheaper than the ones in NPC shops. They also offer plenty of items that are not available in NPC shops. If everyone is interested, please go take a look. Many Overwhelming Smile members loudly promoted the Overwhelming Trading Firm, attracting many players' attention. After all, player-owned shops were far better than NPCs. In particular, none of the NPC's shops sold whetstones. Normally, they could only purchase such items from forging apprentices. Unlike White River City, Maple City did not possess a Starstreak trading firm that allowed players to purchase many items not normally found in NPC shops. Overwhelming really is the dominant force here. Unfortunately, that will only hold true for now. Shifeng currently sat under a small outdoor pavilion, sipping wine as he observed the lively streets of Maple City. In a moment, a middle-aged man close to his 40s arrived before Shifeng. Respectfully, he said, "Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. My name is Liang Chen. Guild Leader Snow has sent me to you. Here is the agreement stating that I will purchase land on your behalf. Please look through it. Thank you for your efforts." Shifeng received the agreement and gave it a quick glance. After making sure that everything was in order, he signed his name and said, "Let's head to the city hall and proceed, then." Chapter 519, Silent Massacre. Inside Maple City's City Hall. At this moment, Liang Chen, the person whom Gentle Snow had delegated to assist Shifeng in purchasing land, was utterly stupefied. Without hesitation. Shifeng had purchased a plot of land located in the central district of the city that cost over 2,000 gold. Immediately after, he established a luxury shop for 1,000 gold. In total, Shifeng had spent over 3,000 gold in a span of just a few breaths. Liang Chen was someone whom Gentle Snow trusted absolutely, so she had already shared her knowledge regarding Shifeng. Hence, Liang Chen knew that Shifeng had sold Gentle Snow 3,000 gold not long ago. Otherwise, he would not have exposed the fact that he already had enough reputation in Maple City to become a baron. Although Maple City was not as good as White River City, the number of players who had reached the reputation of a baron was still extremely low. There should only be 2 or 3 such players throughout Maple City right now. Previously, Shi Feng had spent 3,000 gold. Now, he had spent over 3,000 gold once again. This level of wealth far surpassed Ouroboros with such financial prowess. Who could possibly challenge Zero Wing in a war of attrition? Only now did Xianxia finally realize why Overwhelming Smile, a guild that had managed to dominate Maple City, had failed to defeat Zero Wing, and why Zero Wing was publicly acknowledged as White River City's #1 guild. The other first-rate guild's upper managers believed in their hearts that, although it was no match for Zero Wing in White River City, particularly in terms of the number of experts each guild possessed, Overwhelming Smile would still emerge victorious. After all, Overwhelming Smile possessed ample funds, whereas Zero Wing was a guild with no background or capital at all. At most, Zero Wing could only hold out for a bit longer. However, now that Xianxia re-examined the situation, even 3 Overwhelming Smiles would not be enough to defeat Zero Wing. It seems the sky in Maple City will change soon, Xianxia inwardly sighed. After learning more about God's domain, the various guilds had obtained a general understanding of its rules. If a guild wanted to become an overlord in the game, they required 3 things: experts, financial prowess consisting mainly of coins, and member count. Among these 3 points, member count was the least important, as it was very easy to increase a guild's population. As long as a guild possessed sufficient financial prowess, they could increase their member count indefinitely. God's domain was different from past virtual reality games where member count was a guild's top priority. In past virtual reality games, the differences between each individual player were simply too small. In these games, numbers equaled power. If one person was not enough, then they could just send a group. If a group was not enough, then they could send 100 players. Sooner or later, they were bound to exhaust their enemies to death. Unfortunately, God's domain was different. A single top-tier expert could single-handedly dominate an entire region. Moreover, unlike in past virtual reality games, the top-tier experts of God's domain were not easily produced. In the past, one could easily become a top-tier expert if they had sufficiently powerful equipment. Now, however, players needed sufficiently powerful combat techniques to qualify as a top-tier expert. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile was far behind Zero Wing regarding both experts and financial prowess. The result of the confrontation between the 2 guilds was already self-evident in reality. So long as Overwhelming Smile hurriedly established their trade and earned large sums of money through it, they would have a fighting chance. Only, now that Shi Feng had arrived, how could Overwhelming Smile contend with Star Moon Kingdom's chief forger with its few lifestyle players? Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm possessed 3 bona fide forgers. They were several times more powerful than advanced forging apprentices. The Candlelight trading firm also possessed the tactical weapon known as the basic strengthened armor kits. Simply put, Overwhelming Smile stood no chance of victory whatsoever. After Shi Feng obtained some information regarding Maple City from Xianxia, he hurried towards the city's teleportation hall. From the information Xianxia had given him, Shi Feng basically knew all of Overwhelming Smile's elite members' preferred grinding locations. He could use this chance to sacrifice these players to the Icarus's Heart Guild's elite members were different from ordinary players. When night arrived, ordinary players would usually return to their respective cities to rest or log out of the game, whereas elite players would continue leveling out in the fields. Because of their equipment or combat techniques, elite players had no reason to fear the monsters at night. Only, their leveling speed would slow somewhat this time of day. Even so, it was much better than others who could not level up at all. Even if their leveling speed were slower at night, they would gradually widen the gap between themselves and other players. As a result, the levels of guild elite members were usually a lot higher than ordinary players. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile's main grinding location was the Dragon Ridge. Dragon Ridge was a level 25 to 30 leveling area. The monsters inside consisted of dragon men. Dragon men were born with thick scales and had inherited the unparalleled strength of dragons. They were natural-born warriors. Moreover, as they were a small branch of the dragon race, dragon men also had an innate love for collecting treasures. Hence, dragon men had significantly higher drop rates. There were also many quests available in Dragon Ridge that required players to deal with the dragon men, so many players loved to level here. However, Overwhelming Smile monopolized the high-resource areas within Dragon Ridge. So, other players could only complete some kill quests for dragon men in areas with low monster populations. Shortly after Shifeng teleported to Dragon Ridge and was in the midst of searching for Overwhelming Smile members, Melancholic Smile suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, I've completed the task you gave me. Sure enough, they tried to steal all 3 advanced forging apprentices who have learned the light stone forging design, regardless of cost. In the end, all 3 defected. Melancholic Smile said excitedly. With all 3 advanced forging apprentices poached, that meant the firm had received the compensation for 3 light stone forging designs. They had earned nearly 50 million credits, just like that. As for the loss of the 3 advanced forging apprentices, Melancholic Smile was utterly unaffected. After the Candlelight trading firm had developed itself, the benefits it provided its members were extremely good. The firm's forgers also received an unlimited supply of materials. As long as they worked hard, they could earn a lot of money. Hence, many forging apprentices had arrived to apply to the firm. Among them, there was no lack of intermediate forging apprentices. As long as the firm nurtured them a little, it would have another batch of advanced forging apprentices in no time. Although Overwhelming Smile had successfully stolen many players from the Candlelight trading firm, the firm's advanced forging apprentice count had not decreased since its establishment. On the contrary, they had accumulated more forgers. Good. Shifeng similarly smiled. With this sum and what he received from Gentle Snow, he could soon carry out his expert training plan. Right, how many light stones have been produced so far? I have secretly recruited dozens of advanced forging apprentices in other cities, and they are frantically producing light stones in their respective cities' forging associations. They are still unfamiliar with the production process at the moment, so their production is somewhat slow. Even so, we already have several hundred stones. In 1 or 2 days, we should accumulate up to 20,000 pieces, Melancholic Smile said confidently. At that time, Candlelight will become a household name. I guarantee that Candlelight will become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Melancholic Smile had spoken these words not out of arrogance, but because the light stone's value was simply immeasurable. Both elite players and ordinary players could afford them. Considering the number of players producing the light stones right now, they could supply several cities' worth of players. After Melancholic Smile finished her report, Shifeng had stealthily arrived at the inner region of Dragon Ridge. At this moment, one could see lights flickering occasionally through the dark and quiet forest, coupled with the sounds of explosions. The cause of these phenomena was none other than Overwhelming Smile's elite players grinding dragonmen. These Overwhelming Smile elites were very organized. Forming groups of 20, the team of 100 took turns battling the dragonmen army. They fought with great efficiency. While one group fought, the others would rest and remain vigilant of their surroundings, preventing other monsters from ambushing them. You guys will be it. Shifeng smiled. Chapter 520, Expert Hidden in the Dark. Overwhelming Smile's 100-man team currently grinded a dragonmen nest in shifts in the Dragon Ridge. Dragonmen nests were considered treasure lands. One could find various treasure chests inside these nests. Moreover, at least one boss guarded every nest. These bosses were usually chieftain and lord rank, but rarely the latter. Nests were also high-resource areas, and they were suitable locations for elite teams to level up and upgrade their equipment. This 100-man team from Overwhelming Smile had not noticed Shifeng's slow approach at all. However, when Shifeng was roughly 100 yards away from the team, he suddenly stopped. Why is he here? Shifeng was confused when he saw the thinly built man standing at the forefront of Overwhelming Smile's team. Shifeng's equipment and attributes far surpassed current players of God's domain. Moreover, with a powerful identification skill like the omniscient eyes, his vision was naturally superior to ordinary players. Even during at night, his vision was not significantly affected. Meanwhile, the thinly built man he saw was none other than War Wolf, a true top-tier expert he had met several times before. At this moment, War Wolf was already a level 27 Tier 1 shield warrior. His equipment had also undergone major changes. Currently, he wore nothing but level 25 dark gold ranked items, and his HP was close to 7,000. Compared to Zero Wing's chief MT, Cola, War Wolf was only slightly inferior. However, the most significant change about the man would have to be the guild emblem on his chest. Feng had once attempted to recruit War Wolf to Zero Wing. However, the latter had expressed his dislike of being bound by a guild, so Feng had given up. Yet, now, not only had War Wolf joined a guild, but the guild he had joined was also Overwhelming Smile. How could this not shock Feng? No wonder Overwhelming Smile's dungeon raiding progress in Maple City is so fast. It turns out that they have his help. Feng came to a realization. He had personally witnessed how skilled War Wolf was. With the help of the Tier 1 shield warrior, Overwhelming Smile would not need long to clear a team dungeon. However, Feng could not figure out just how Overwhelming Smile had managed to persuade War Wolf on this 100-man elite team. Aside from War Wolf, Feng could also see several more experts. These people were clearly different from the elite members of Overwhelming Smile. A decisive aura surrounded their bodies, and in terms of attacking and dodging, they were obviously a cut above Overwhelming Smile's elite members. Several of these experts had even reached the level of a true expert. No matter which guild they joined, they would be their guild's top combatants. Regarding combat techniques and experience, none of these people were less than Ouroboros's soaring snake. Overwhelming Smile really knows how to hide its secrets. Fortunately, I discovered this ahead of time. If these people gradually accumulate their power in the dark, they will become a vicious threat to Zero Wing in the future. After watching for some time, Feng discovered that there were 7 true experts in this 100-man team, including War Wolf. There were 8. Not even Zero Wing possessed so many true experts. Although the 7 others were inferior to War Wolf, they were most likely stronger than Cola and the 5 demon generals. Only Flying Shadow of the 5 demon generals was close to being a match for these 7 experts. If it really came down to a battle, if Flying Shadow did not possess the advantage in attributes, he would not last against any of these experts. The only ones who could contend with these 7 people were Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and Violet Cloud. Of course, regarding growth potential, Cola alone was already far above these 7 people, not to mention Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud, who had the potential to reach God tier in God's domain. Every peerless expert capable of reaching God tier was an extraordinary existence. Experts who had only touched on the refinement realm stood no chance against them. Furthermore, these experts' combat techniques resembled War Wolf's. It was clear that they had only achieved the skill they had today after training with War Wolf for many years. Meanwhile, Cola, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and the others were only ordinary people. In the past, they had to rely on themselves and undergo countless trials and errors to attain what they had. The number of experts in God's domain is limitless. I really can't afford to take things lightly. After seeing these experts, Feng suddenly felt that he was too negligent. The world's population was massive. Adding to the fact that this was an era of technology and humanity as a whole focused on physical fitness, there were countless capable people throughout the world. Even though he had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past, he had only seen a small fraction of God's domain. He was just a frog at the bottom of a well. There were still plenty of secrets about God's domain that a minor character like him was not qualified to see. Take War Wolf for example. In the past, Feng had never once heard of the man before, yet the strength War Wolf displayed was already so powerful. He definitely had a high chance of becoming a Tier 6 God-ranked expert in the future. Meanwhile, this was only Star Moon Kingdom. There were hundreds of kingdoms and empires in God's domain, and kingdoms held the fewest experts. One could just imagine how many experts and secrets there were in God's domain that he was still unaware of. It seems that I'll have to proceed with the experts' training plan quickly. Although Feng had wanted to train Fire Dance and the others, pushing them into the refinement realm to become true top-tier experts as soon as possible, he was simply too busy to do so. He also did not have the appropriate facilities or supplies. Hence, he had told Fire Dance and the others to train by themselves for now. Seeing that War Wolf and his team ventured deeper into the Dragonman's nest, Shifeng did not rush to take action. Instead, he followed after the team secretly, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It was not because Shifeng was incapable of killing these players. Rather, he hoped to take care of these experts in one go. It was especially true for War Wolf. Before, although War Wolf was not his friend, they had not been enemies, either. Now that War Wolf had joined Overwhelming Smile, however, that meant that War Wolf stood against Zero Wing. Naturally, Shifeng could not let him go. However, Shifeng was only one man. Facing a team of 100 players, if these elites focused on escaping with their lives, how could Shifeng possibly kill every one of them? Not to mention, there were 8 top-tier experts in their midst. Among them, there was also a thorny existence like War Wolf. If War Wolf and the 7 other experts cooperated to deal with him, even Shifeng would face the threat of death. Hence, Shifeng was not in a hurry to attack. First and foremost, a good hunter required patience. A hunter also needed to have a firm grasp of timing. The first ambush was particularly important. Shifeng had long since become familiar with ambushing his enemies. Unfortunately, the terrain was simply too spacious. Forests also covered the surrounding environment, making it easy for players to escape and hide their trails. Naturally, Shifeng could not act rashly and prematurely expose himself. Moreover, time was on his side at the moment. It was already nighttime in God's domain, and players' vision significantly weakened during this time of day. If Shifeng hid under the cover of darkness, it would be even more difficult to discover him. In addition, Shifeng was currently level 30. He was much higher leveled than the monsters inside the Dragonman's nest, so it would not be easy for monsters to detect him. Time passed slowly, and Shifeng followed War Wolf's team as they pushed deeper into the nest. With nothing better to do, Shifeng opened Twilight treasure chests whenever Divine Providence was ready. After the Icarus's heart had evolved, the luck attribute it provided had significantly increased. Upon activating Divine Providence, Shifeng's luck could reach a maximum of 32 points, that was 7 points higher than before. With each use of Divine Providence, Shifeng could open up to 9 treasure chests, and among these 9 treasure chests, there was a very high probability of Shifeng obtaining 1 or 2 pieces of Tier 1 set equipment. After Shifeng had tailed War Wolf's team for close to 4 hours, he had completed the Hurricane set equipment, the Tier 1 set equipment for Swordsman as expected of a godly tool. I've only gone through half of the treasure chests, and already, I've completed a set of Tier 1 set equipment. If I can upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank and open up the remaining Twilight treasure chests, I might complete the Tier 1 set equipment for all classes. Shifeng grew excited as he smiled at the brand new Hurricane set equipment inside his Baga's. A Tier 1 set equipment for Swordsman, the Hurricane set was only inferior to an epic set equipment. It was far superior to the level 20 Dark Gold ranked Dragonclaw set equipment he currently wore. Moreover, unlike the Dragonclaw set, the Hurricane set specifically catered to Swordsman. Chapter 521, A Monster That Evolves. As the closest thing to an epic set equipment below level 50, a Tier 1 set equipment was naturally extraordinary. Initially, Shifeng had not been very confident of wiping out War Wolf and the others. However, now that he had completed the Tier 1 set equipment for Swordsman, his combat power would soar. Once he equipped it, his chances of defeating War Wolf's group of 8 top-tier experts would also significantly increase. Shifeng then replaced the Dragonclaw set equipment with the Hurricane set equipment. Unlike the Dragonclaw set, the Hurricane set was specifically designed for Swordsman. The silvery blue streamlined armor did not hinder its user's body at all. Shifeng now felt much lighter in the Hurricane set equipment as expected of a set exclusively for Swordsman. Not only does it have strong defense, but it also increases the player's dexterity. Ordinary equipment cannot compare. After testing his range of movement, Shifeng's lips curled into a smile. Hurricane set equipment. Level 20, Level 50. Equipment requirement, Tier 1 Swordsman. Set consists of 5 parts: head, chest, hands, legs, and feet binds when equipped set effect. Two-piece effect, damage increased by 10%, attack speed increased by 20%, and all swordsman skill effects increased by 20%. Four-piece effect, strength increased by 15%, and agility increased by 15%. Obtain sword aura release skill, deals 300% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 5 yards, knocking back all enemies by 12 yards and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown, 1 minute. 5-piece effect, all swordsman skill cooldowns reduced by 20%. Receive 1 stack of hurricane energy every time you deal damage to the target. Each stack increases attack speed by 2% and attack range by 1 yard for 20 seconds. Maximum of 10 stacks. Obtain hurricane skill, deals 200% plus, 30% asterisk number of hurricane energy stacks, weapon damage in a cone to enemies within a range of 20 yards and lifts all targets struck into the air, preventing movement for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. With the set's basic attributes, Shifeng's strength finally broke past the 500-point threshold even without entering a berserk state. His agility also passed 600 points. Regarding movement speed and attack speed, Shifeng was confident he would not lose to any player unless said player wore an epic set equipment. Moreover, even if they wore an epic set equipment, it was not necessarily better than the hurricane set equipment. Once equipment reached dark gold rank or above, it would undergo a unique transformation. This transformation was not reflected in the equipment's information. Rather, the set provided a hidden advantage. This advantage came in the form of the equipment's compatibility with a player's movements. It was similar to how a person would find it uncomfortable wearing shoes and clothing that did not fit. Every class and player had different movement habits. Ordinary equipment was standardized, not adapting to a player's movement habits, and was somewhat inconvenient for a player. Although the inconvenience might seem negligible to ordinary players, to experts, this inconvenience was like having a nail in their shoe. It would cause their movements to become awkward and significantly affect their performances. A Tier 1 set equipment's quality was higher than dark gold. Hence, in the system settings, the set equipment would adjust to fit the player's class movement habits. Currently, Shifeng felt as if the nail that had been inside his shoe was finally gone. He could now move unhindered, following which, Shifeng resumed his weight in the shadows. Wolf and the others were already close to the heart of the dragonman's nest. The terrain was narrow with mountains looming on each side. The team could only advance or retreat, there was no third option. This place was the best location to set up an ambush. Boss Wolf, I've already scouted ahead. Aside from some elite dragon men, there aren't any traps or mechanisms throughout the path towards the heart of the nest. However, the boss guarding the treasure is a level 30 lord. Moreover, it leans towards magical type, so it will be somewhat difficult to deal with. A Tier 1 assassin in black named Shadowless Rat reported, a magical type? Wolf, who had a sickly complexion, frowned slightly. Magical type bosses usually possessed many AoE skills and had a variety of attack patterns. However, the most frightening aspect of such bosses was their ability to instant kill players. They were different from physical type bosses that could be contained using a variety of methods. The biggest difference between physical type attacks and magical type attacks was that physical type attacks were normally very straightforward, they did not have any compound attack patterns. Although physical attacks were a lot faster, it would not be a problem if one reacted quickly and defended against the attack. On the other hand, magical attacks were usually compounded. Because of this, these attacks could easily instant kill players. In the past virtual reality games, monsters' attack patterns were monotonous, unlike the monsters in God's domain whose attack patterns were very realistic. Moreover, with the increase in level, monsters' attack patterns would also evolve, transforming from the initial monotonous attack patterns to the current compound attack patterns. In other words, players had to guard more than one area, possibly up to 5 or 6. Most ordinary players already struggle to defend against single-fold attacks, much less two-fold attacks. The simplest example of a two-fold attack was an attack that came in tandem. In a panic, there was a high chance that both attacks would strike ordinary players. They would have to train rigorously to avoid such tandem attacks. Meanwhile, although the members of the various large guilds had killed plenty of monsters, monsters with compound attack patterns only began appearing after level 25. Hence, a majority of players would usually suffer the first time they encountered such monsters. Against a boss, even team wipes were common. Let's take a look at it first before coming up with a strategy. Warwolf said. Warwolf then led his team and advanced towards the Lord-ranked boss quickly, killing everything in their path. Magic Eye Dragonman, Lord rank. Level 30. HP 1 600 000/1 600 000. As an area boss, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP changed according to the number of players in its area of influence. The minimum limit was 20 players, and if there were more than 20 players within range, its HP would increase accordingly. In other words, having more players wasn't necessarily an advantage. The moment Warwolf's team of 100 stepped into the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP instantly increased to 8,000,000. Shadowless Rat, the 19 of you will stay with me. Everyone else, leave the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence, Warwolf immediately commanded. Upon seeing the boss's HP increase. Facing such a boss, having more people would only increase the team's burden. Their team had 8 experts who could easily deal with compound attacks, while the other 12 were veteran gamers who could deal with compound attacks relatively well. By forming a team of 20 players like this, they could deal with the Magic Eye Dragonman as easily as dealing with an ordinary lord. Very quickly, the others left the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence, hiding in a corner and watching quietly. Once the 80 players left the area, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP returned to 1 600 000. Okay, I'll go first. Everyone else, be careful of its aggro. Saying so, Warwolf dashed forward, charging at the Magic Eye Dragonman, who had a pitch-black tail and was covered in scales. When the Magic Eye Dragonman caught sight of the shield warrior charging at it, it activated rapid charge and arrived before Warwolf, swinging its hammer fiercely down on the intruder. As it swung down its war hammer, a massive black eyeball appeared above the Magic Eye Dragonman's head, silently firing multiple black rays at Warwolf. Boom. When the massive hammer the size of a small car landed, even the ground shook. However, after the dust settled, it appeared that the war hammer had not actually struck Warwolf. Instead, the weapon had landed right before the shield warrior, missing its target by a fraction. As for the black rays, they had also failed to damage Warwolf as they only brushed past his body. Immediately after, Warwolf swung his sword. Second acceleration. Although Warwolf's sword seemed slow, while the weapon was in mid-swing, it suddenly vanished. Unknown as to when it happened, Warwolf's sword had struck the Magic Eye Dragonman, causing over -400 damage to the Lord, following which, Warwolf and the others began to bombard the Lord with attacks. For a time, attacks flew back and forth, the extraordinarily intense battle shocking the overwhelming Smile members who watched from a distance. If they recorded this battle, they could enjoy it like watching a sci-fi movie. It's time. Shifeng, who had waited for a long time, revealed a faint smile at this moment. Shifeng downed a bottle of Haunted and activated the Ring of Nothingness. Upon entering a state of nothingness, he charged forward. Chapter 522, One Hit. While Warwolf's team of 20 cautiously faced off against the Magic Eye Dragonman, the other overwhelming Smile members watched excitedly, hoping to learn Warwolf and his team's techniques. They yearned to become one of those 20 players on the team and were enchanted by the battle. They paid no attention whatsoever to their surroundings. It was not because they were foolish, but because overwhelming Smile's prestige in Maple City made them untouchable. No one would dare to provoke them. Furthermore, it was currently nighttime, and there were fewer players out in the field grinding and leveling up. Even if someone were plotting against them, they had so many players on their team. There were even top-tier experts in their midst. They had no reason to fear anyone. Boss Wolf is really amazing. Despite facing so many magical attacks, he has not once received any magical damage from the boss. I know, right? If I had just half of Boss Wolf's abilities, I could easily become the chief MT of other first-rate guilds. Half? In my opinion, 1/3 would be enough to become the chief MT of Star Moon Kingdom. Didn't you see how Boss War Wolf tanked the final boss of a 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon all by himself? Even when the previous two MTs had all of the healers on them, the final boss still took them out easily. Meanwhile, after Boss War Wolf arrived, he tanked the boss all by himself and only required one healer to keep him alive. My jaw nearly hit the ground. When the spectating crowd spoke about War Wolf, admiration for the Shield Warrior filled their hearts due to War Wolf's appearance. The 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons that had previously given Overwhelming Smile a headache had become very easy to raid. If not for the 50-man large-scale team dungeons having too high of a requirement, Overwhelming Smile would have long since obtained the first clear, huh? Why does it suddenly feel hot? Hot? Now that you mention it, you're right. Isn't it nighttime right now? Several players began to glance around, searching for the source of the sudden heat. However, they had not noticed anything in particular. Wait, above us. A vigilant assassin shouted as he pointed towards the sky. Immediately, everyone shifted their gazes upward, only to find an endless stream of fire-type mana gathering above their heads, condensing into a fire that rained down on them. Meanwhile, a spinning wall of flames had appeared around them. The ground beneath their feet also began to boil. This phenomenon was none other than Shifeng's firestorm. After Shifeng had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, the level 7 firestorm now had an effective radius of 30 yards, and the skill shrouded all 80 spectating players before Overwhelming Smile's elites could react. A damage of over -10,000 points appeared above each of their heads. War Wolf had the highest HP in Overwhelming Smile, yet, even he only had close to 7,000 HP. After a storm of flames swept through the crowd, silence permeated the area. All 80 members of Overwhelming Smile had been reduced to ash. Due to Haunted's effect, the drop rate of all of the players Shifeng had killed had multiplied. Moreover, due to Shifeng absorbing their immortal souls. Not only had these players lost their levels and equipment, but they were also barred from logging into God's domain for a long period. Good. Only you guys are left. Hiding a short distance away, Shifeng revealed a satisfied smile. This was the fearsome aspect of large-scale destruction spells. In the past, there had been a saying in God's domain: one would rather incur the ire of a god-tier assassin rather than provoke a player with large-scale destruction spells. God-tier assassins were only powerful against individual players. However, a player who knew large-scale destruction spells could annihilate an entire army by themselves. If a god-tier assassin was likened to a sniper rifle, then a player with large-scale destruction spells was like a strategic missile. They were a guild's worst nightmare. In the past, the Midnight Tea Party had stood on equal footing with super guilds because they had a mage god and curse god on their team. These two players had possessed an arsenal of large-scale destruction spells. To them, an army of thousands was no different than floating clouds. A single tier 6 large-scale destruction spell could easily wipe out the entire army. After killing the 80 Overwhelming Smile members, Shifeng did not bother picking up the loot scattered across the ground. Instead, he charged towards War Wolf, who currently raged against the magic Eye Dragon and Firestorm's Commotion would not have escaped the notice of War Wolf's team. While both sides were engaged in an intense battle, Shifeng could not waste this opportunity by picking up loot. Boss Wolf, the members on standby have been wiped out. What are we supposed to do now? Shadowless Rat asked, a lingering fear in his eyes as he watched the raging inferno that faded gradually. At this moment, the names of their team members on standby had turned gray. Retreat for now. Otherwise, our chances of victory will be too low if we have to fight the boss while dealing with this new enemy, War Wolf immediately shouted in the team chat. I'll cover for you guys. Everyone, retreat. One had to admit that War Wolf's team was very skilled. Despite realizing that a new enemy had arrived, they still retreated in an orderly manner. War Wolf also retreated slowly as he held off the boss. Only one person. While Shadowless Rat pulled away from the boss battle, he suddenly noticed a black figure dashing towards them. He sighed with relief at the sight. Licking the corner of his lips, he sneered and said, "Boss Wolf, leave this bastard to me. He actually thinks he can provoke us and plunder our treasures? I'll teach him a lesson." Saying so, Shadowless Rat activated wind steps and dashed to meet the cloaked figure initially. Wolf had intended to stop the assassin. However, after giving it some thought, he changed his mind seeing the enemy's movement speed. Wolf had already managed to judge the enemy's strength. Although the enemy was an expert and possessed good attributes, he was still far from being a match for Shadowless Rat. Wolf was very familiar with Shadowless Rat's strength. Among the 8 top-tier experts, the assassin ranked 3rd in one-on-one combat. He was more than enough to deal with an ordinary expert. Moreover, they had already destroyed 50% of the boss's HP. It would be a huge waste if they had to start all over again. Before, he had worried that the enemy was very powerful due to the fact that the latter possessed a large-scale destruction spell. Ordinary players could never possess such skills. At the very least, the enemy should be an extremely powerful expert or someone with the backing of a large guild. If it were someone targeting Overwhelming Smile as a whole, they would have no choice but to retreat. After all, with Overwhelming Smile's high prestige in Maple City, the enemy would have sent a team of several hundred players to deal with their 100-man team. However, since there was only one attacker, it should only be an expert trying to plunder their items. Shadowless Rat was more than enough to deal with such an expert. If Shadowless Rat was not enough, they could just send someone to help the assassin with their combat techniques. It was very dangerous for them to fight against the boss while fending off several hundred players. However, since the enemy was alone, one person should be enough to deal with the problem. The rest could focus on the boss. When Shadowless Rat was only 30 yards away from Shifeng, he activated stealth. He intended to finish off Shifeng with a chain of attacks. However, who was Shifeng? Under the gaze of omniscient eyes, no enemies could hide from Shifeng. Up till now, Shifeng had intentionally lowered his speed. He had not used his maximum. Suddenly, Shifeng's speed increased. Only an afterimage remained in Shifeng's original location. So fast. Shadowless Rat immediately panicked. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. However, it was too late to retreat. The distance between him and Shifeng was less than 20 yards. Activating Wind Blade, Shifeng's speed soared, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Shadowless Rat. He immediately swung his sword down towards the assassin. Shadowless Rat was greatly surprised. However, his instincts as an expert allowed him to react to the attack. After grasping the trajectory of Shifeng's sword, he quickly moved his daggers to receive the attack. In the next moment, however, a black streak of light cut across Shadowless Rat. The assassin was then forced out of stealth, a shocked expression on his face as he looked at the black hooded figure before him. How could any attack possibly be so fast? Shadowless Rat looked at his bloodied chest, his heart palpitating as his HP quickly bottomed out. He then crumbled to the ground, motionless. Chapter 523, Cooperation. Shadowless Rat's instant death stunned Wolf and the others, who watched the entire encounter as his teammates. They were very familiar with Shadowless Rat's strength and skill. Moreover, Shadowless Rat was a Tier 1 assassin who had grasped Omnivision. He could easily perceive his enemy's attack trajectory and respond appropriately. In addition, the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment, his total HP being over 4,400. Even Wolf would have to expend a significant amount of effort to defeat Shadowless Rat. If the assassin focused on escaping, Wolf would be helpless against him. Yet, now, he had actually been killed with a single hit. Meanwhile, they didn't even know what had happened exactly. They only saw the pitch-black sword in the enemy swordsman's hand transform into a streak of light, and in the next moment, Shadowless Rat was dead. How could they not be shocked? After killing Shadowless Rat, Shifeng did not stop. Turning, he dashed for Wolf and the others. This time, however, he did not hold back as he sprinted at full speed. In the dead of night, his cloaked figure looked like a ghost. He was extremely difficult to locate. He hid his strength. All those who aren't Tier 1 classes, fall back. I'll hold off the boss. The rest of you, delay him. Maintain your distance. His sword is extremely fast, so do not approach him no matter what. Warwolf shouted his orders in the team chat. Although Warwolf's instructions had been appropriate, he still felt as if something were off about this situation. Why had such an expert ambushed them? Moreover, based on the enemy's behavior, it was clear that he had aimed for them from the very beginning. This situation greatly confused Warwolf. Among the various teams in Overwhelming Smile, their team had always strived to maintain a low profile. They have never provoked anybody. They were an elite team that Overwhelming Smile had formed in secrecy to serve as the guild's trump card, and even the normal members of the guild did not know they existed. However, the enemy had clearly chosen the best possible moment to launch his attack. The ambusher's strength was the most usual aspect. He was definitely one of the rarely seen top-tier experts. Although the enemy had only attacked once, Warwolf could tell how powerful he was. Comparing basic attributes alone, this enemy was far superior to Shadowless Rat. Even if both sides fought without any combat techniques, Shadowless Rat would not have an easy time blocking that person's sword. Not to mention, there was also the attack that contained no excess movement. Being caught unaware, it was only natural that Shadowless Rat had been defeated. In fact, there was not the slightest bit of error with Warwolf's judgment. In front of absolute power, all tricks were futile. Shurfeng currently wore the Tier 1 Hurricane set equipment. He also possessed the epic ranked 7 Luminary's Ring and the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. With one hand, he wielded the top-tier Dark Gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow, and with the other, he wielded the magic weapon, Abyssal Blade. He was a Tier 1 Blade Saint, and his one-handed sword mastery had reached the level of a Sword Master. In terms of basic attributes, he was leaps and bounds above Shadowless Rat. Even though Shadowless Rat had already reached the threshold of the refinement realm, in the face of absolute power, all combat techniques were useless. Not to mention, as an assurance, Shurfeng had even used flowing water acceleration in his attack. How could Shadowless Rat possibly block an attack with that kind of speed? However, Shadowless Rat's bad luck was partially to blame for Shurfeng's ability to kill him with one hit. Even with Shurfeng's powerful basic attributes, it was still impossible for him to eliminate over 4,400 HP, killing the assassin, with a single hit. At the very least, he needed 2 hits to finish off the assassin. However, the attack that struck Shadowless Rat had triggered a triple critical hit. Even death would find it difficult to avoid the assassin at that point. In the span of a few breaths, the remaining 6 experts in Warwolf's team had already managed to block Shurfeng's advance. Among these 6 players, 3 were melee classes, with 1 being a swordsman and 2 being berserkers. The remaining 3 consisted of a cleric, an elementalist, and a ranger. All 6 players were Tier 1 classes. A party of ordinary Tier 1 players would be more than enough to deal with a 20-man elite team, not to mention that these 6 Tier 1 players were true experts. Their coordination was certainly something to behold. I refuse to believe that the 6 of us cannot defeat one of you, a level 27 male berserker in silver armor said irritably as he watched Shurfeng dash towards his team. It's better to be careful. This person's attack power is very high. Even plate armor classes like you will not survive more than a few hits. Focus on pinning him down. Leave the attacking to us ranged classes, the tall and slender level 26 female elementalist suggested. We know, relax. Another level 26 male berserker in black armor laughed. They were very confident that they could deal with Shurfeng normally. They often held practice PvP matches against each other. As long as they, the 3 melee classes, worked together, even their boss Warwolf would suffer defeat. They also had 3 ranged classes on their side. They refused to believe that the black-cloaked swordsman before them could turn the tide of the battle by himself. The Tier 1 ranger then fired a series of frost arrows, sealing off Shurfeng's movements. Meanwhile, the Tier 1 elementalist used a combination of ice spear and ice wall. Both the ranger and the elementalist had grasped omnivision, so they could see through Shurfeng's actions and send their attacks ahead of time. Under the combination attack, Shurfeng was forced to stop his advance temporarily and evade the incoming attacks. Take this. Seizing the opportunity, the silver armor berserker tightened his grip on his great sword and used flame charge on Shurfeng. Flame charge could force the target into a fainted state for a slightly more than 1 second. As long as they incapacitated Shurfeng for 1 second, under everyone's focused fire, even his 10,000 plus HP would not last. The black-armored berserker had also used charge on Shifeng, though he purposely timed his skill's activation so that he would reach Shifeng a moment after the silver-armored berserker. Even if Shifeng activated a skill to defend against the silver-armored berserker's charge, he could only defend against the first charge and not the second one. Most importantly, both berserkers attacked Shifeng's sides, making it even more difficult for Shifeng to force his way through the attacks. There were also the three ranged classes blocking off Shifeng's paths of retreats. If Shifeng tried to evade, the attacks would strike him. Die. The black-armored berserker readied his battle axe as the silver-armored berserker attacked Shifeng, waiting for the moment when Shifeng used a skill to defend against the silver-armored berserker's charge. When that time arrived, it would then be his turn to finish Shifeng off. Shifeng's only choice was to evade the charge and in turn, sacrifice some of his HP by enduring the ranged class's attacks. That way, he would at least keep his life. In the long run, however, he would only find death here. It was only a matter of time. Why isn't he dodging? The Tier 1 female elementalist muttered, confused, as she watched from afar. Even when the silver-armored berserker arrived before Shifeng, the latter had not moved in the slightest. In the next moment, the silver-armored berserker swung down his great sword with all his might. Dang! Dazzling sparks scattered to the surroundings as Shifeng blocked the silver-armored berserker's full-powered slash with one of his swords. Yuri dead. On the other side, the black-armored berserker sneered. Shifeng had actually decided not to evade the attack. He had not even used a skill to defend himself. He was simply insane after being incapacitated by two charges. Not even a miracle could save him from death when the black-armored berserker arrived before Shifeng and swung his axe. Everyone heard the sound of clashing metal once again. How? The black-armored berserker was shocked as he stared at Shifeng blocking his axe with the Purgatory's shadow. Does he possess a skill that makes him immune to control effects for a short time? The two robust berserkers standing beside Shifeng had failed to inflict any damage. Even an immunity skill won't save you. Shouting angrily, the silver-armored berserker's body increased slightly in size. It was obvious that he had used a berserk skill, allowing his strength to grow. He then used cross slash. The other black-armored berserker used whirlwind slash. It should be my turn now, right? Shifeng asked softly. Chapter 524, Ganging Up. Before the fight with War Wolf's team had even begun, Shifeng had activated the aura of space on the 7 luminaries ring, becoming immune to all control effects, whether it was the Tier 1 elementalist's ice wall or the Tier 1 ranger's frost arrows. Shifeng had intentionally dodged both the Tier 1 elementalist's ice wall and the Tier 1 ranger's frost arrows with the goal of tricking the two Tier 1 berserkers into approaching him on their own accord, saving him the time of going after them. Himself releasing a low shout, Shifeng used the skill unique to the Hurricane set equipment, Sword Aura Release, dealing 300% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 5 yards and knocking all enemies back by 12 yards, stunning them for 1 second. Crap. The silver and black-armored berserkers immediately realized something was amiss and hurriedly activated block to defend themselves, swinging the great sword and battle axe. Boom. Both berserkers felt as if they had just been hit by a truck, their bodies flying backward and slamming heavily into the ground. Before either of them could react, Shifeng advanced. He could easily cross a distance of 12 yards with a single step. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared before the silver-armored berserker and sent a chop down on the man. Currently, both berserkers were in a fainted state. They could not defend against Shifeng's attacks at all. However, the instant Shifeng's sword descended, he immediately changed his weapon's trajectory, directing the chop behind him. Pang! 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 Before anyone noticed, a Tier 1 swordsman had appeared behind Shifeng and similarly used chop. Hence, Shifeng had abruptly changed his target when the swords of light collided. The impact sent the Tier 1 swordsman flying, 3 damages of over -400 points appearing above his head. How can someone possess such horrific strength? Is he a human-shaped lord? The Tier 1 swordsman stared at Shifeng in disbelief. He had flown over 6 yards and had only managed to stabilize himself after much difficulty. Even so, the hand he used to grip the sword that collided with Shifeng's blade was completely numb during this brief exchange between Shifeng and the Tier 1 swordsman. The silver-armored berserker recovered from his fainted state. Shock filled his heart when he saw a single hit send his swordsman companion flying. Immediately, he used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to scare Shifeng away. When the silver-armored berserker used Whirlwind Slash, the Elementalist and Ranger at a distance promptly begun to launch cover fire. What a joke. Shifeng was capable of sending a level 26 Tier 1 swordsman flying with just one hit. If such an attack struck them directly, they would die instantly. Facing the barrage of attacks, Shifeng had no choice but to evade, opting to chase after the black-armored berserker. After all, not only were these attacks overwhelming, but they were also experts' attacks. If he really tried to take the silver-armored berserker's life, it was highly possible he would have to sacrifice his own. Seeing Shifeng retreat, the level 27 silver-armored berserker unconsciously released a sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly lost my life there. If he had not instinctively used block, allowing him to negate one instance of damage coming from his front, he would have lost his life during Shifeng's first attack, not to mention that alarmingly dangerous second attack. Despite being in a fainted state, he could clearly feel the killing intent, which was intimidating enough to cause one to freeze during battle, contained within Shifeng's attack. Even if he were not in a fainted state, he was not confident he could block that lightning-quick attack. Although he possessed high HP and defense as a berserker, his HP was just slightly more than 5,300. With Shifeng's frightening attack power, even a plate armor class would die from a single hit. Only a brief second had passed since they had begun fighting Shifeng. However, this was the first time in his life the silver-armored berserker had experienced such a long second. His life very nearly flashed before his eyes. When the black-armored berserker saw Shifeng come for him, without hesitation, he turned and fled. He had also experienced Shifeng's power. Not only were Shifeng's basic attributes leaps and bounds above theirs, but his combat techniques were also far beyond them. Facing such a person head-on was nothing short of suicide. While the black-armored berserker fled, the distant female elementalist cast ice wall and ice spheres to hinder Shifeng's movements. Although the spells could not reduce Shifeng's movement speed, they still dealt damage. Hence, Shifeng had no choice but to dodge the attacks. Besides that, the Ranger consistently fired accurate attacks at Shifeng's movement trajectory, hindering the Blade Saint's chase of the black-armored berserker. The Tier 1 swordsman also trailed behind him, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. This is really annoying. Although Shifeng had expected such a situation, he could not help his slight irritation. Top-tier experts were top-tier experts for a reason. They were not as easy to deal with as other players. Although he was very fast, he was not fast enough that his enemies could not react. With the 6 of them cooperating perfectly, attacking and retreating simultaneously, Shifeng simply could not find any gaps to attack. As for using long-distance attacks such as Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and so on, these skills' casting times were too long. With these people's skills, they could easily dodge Shifeng's long-range attacks. Moreover, using such skills would also slow his movement, allowing these people to widen the gap between them, placing him at a disadvantage. However, these people's ranged attacks were also useless as Shifeng dodged them easily. As for confronting him in melee combat, they did not have the courage. They would be gambling with their lives if they tried to take on Shifeng's attacks for a time. Both sides were locked in a stalemate at this moment. Werewolf had shaken off the boss and dashed toward Shifeng with astonishing speed. Ha ha ha. Brat, you're finished. The silver-armored berserker could not help but laugh when he saw Werewolf running over to help them. Werewolf was a shield warrior. Not only did he possess a frightening defense, but he also had a shield. Adding in Werewolf's techniques, if he coordinated with them in melee combat, they could easily finish off Shifeng. Most importantly, while they had a healer, Shifeng did not. This battle's result was clear for all to see. Encircle him, do not let him escape. Werewolf hurriedly shouted in the team chat. Boss, you can count on us. Overwhelming smiles. 12 other elites suddenly emerged from their hiding spots, each of them holding a crimson bead. Once they circled Shifeng, they immediately began chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a massive flame barrier rose from the ground, creating a dome that trapped Shifeng and the others inside. Brat, you're really not simple. We even have to use the sealing beads that we obtained from Hell Mode Team dungeons after going through much difficulty to deal with you. Don't even dream of escaping now, the silver-armored berserker laughed. No one was allowed to leave the sealing barrier. Unless Shifeng possessed a skill with tremendous destructive power, he would have to wait until the barrier exhausted its power. Meanwhile, the barrier had a duration of 15 minutes. It was more than enough to deal with Shifeng. I sent he just one extra person? Do you guys really think you can handle me? Shifeng retorted with a laugh. You underestimate the effect one extra person can have. Even before this, you couldn't do anything to us. With Boss Wolf's help, we will break the balance and kill you. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. You're the one who ambushed us. Next time, make sure you think twice about who you attack. The silver-armored berserker sneered confidently. If 6 of you are just barely a match for me, I wonder how the 7 will cope with 2? Shifeng could not help but ask. Although Shifeng's voice was soft, everyone's chests tightened. Even with War Wolf's powerful aid, they felt that they would only have a 60% chance of taking down Shifeng. If another expert popped up, then 2? Do you think I'm a fool? Once this barrier is up, nobody is allowed to enter or leave. The silver-armored berserker refused to believe Shifeng's claim. However, the moment he finished speaking, another person suddenly appeared by Shifeng's side. Moreover, this person was a twin of their enemy. The killing intent this person radiated could similarly make one's heart skip a beat. Chapter 525, Instant Kill. Every member of War Wolf's elite team was stunned when they saw 2 Shifengs in front of them. What's going on here? One Shifeng had already given them plenty of trouble, and they even required War Wolf's help if they wanted any hope of defeating him. Now that there were 2, what were they supposed to do? A doppelganger, huh? War Wolf remained calm despite the sudden appearance of another Shifeng, and he immediately thought of a possibility in God's domain. Aside from the skills of the various classes, there was also a large variety of general skills. A skill capable of producing a doppelganger was not entirely impossible. It was just like how summoners could summon powerful monsters. When the others on the team heard War Wolf's statement, they realized that this was actually quite possible. Otherwise, how would they explain the situation before them? Everyone instantly released a sigh of relief. Although a doppelganger possessed some lethality, at the end of the day, a doppelganger was still a doppelganger. However, they quickly realized that they were sorely mistaken. They were outrageously wrong. The instant Shifeng's doppelganger showed itself, it dashed towards the Tier 1 swordsman. Although the speed of the doppelganger's sword was not as frightening as the real Shifeng's, every one of the doppelganger's attacks forced the Tier 1 swordsman to take 3 to 5 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The Tier 1 swordsman was even forced to activate defensive blade to hold off the doppelganger's assault. I'll help you. The black-armored berserker rushed towards Shifeng's doppelganger, brandishing his battle axe. However, even with the aid of a top-tier berserker, the Tier 1 swordsman's HP rapidly decreased. The team's Tier 1 cleric had no choice but to heal the Tier 1 swordsman constantly to stabilize the latter's HP. The doppelganger's combat power flustered every one of its enemies. Leave the doppelganger to me. Since it is a skill, there is definitely a duration. Once the duration ends, we will deal with the person himself, War Wolf snarled. He then used charge and arrived before the doppelganger. Shifeng had to admit that War Wolf was indeed an expert who had already set foot into the refinement realm. Both his attacks and evasion were extremely accurate and meticulous. He always achieved the greatest of effects using the smallest of actions. In addition, that massive shield of his allowed him to guard the majority of his body from the doppelganger's attacks easily. Despite being forced into a constant retreat by the doppelganger's every move, his body remained as steady as a mountain. Amazing. If Kola was as skilled as War Wolf right now, we could definitely try to raid a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Shifeng pitted his situation while he watched War Wolf. With War Wolf pinning down the doppelganger, the remaining 6 experts kept Shifeng in check while they bided their time. However, before anyone could catch a breather, 12 swords suddenly appeared hovering around Shifeng. Just looking at the gleaming edges of the blades made one's scalp tingle. Since you guys see nothing wrong with ganging up on others, there's nothing wrong with me using my doppelganger and these 12 swords to deal with the 7 of you, right? Don't call me a bully, alright? Shifeng smiled faintly. He then controlled the 12 abyssal blade phantoms to attack the 6 experts. Suddenly, the silver-armored berserker and the other experts paled, their words sticking in their throats. Although the 12 abyssal blade phantoms did not contain much power, their damage was still significant. They could cause up to 45% of Shifeng's damage. In addition, the phantoms were small, fast, and nimble, making it extremely difficult to avoid their strikes. While the melee classes could cope, but barely, with the phantoms, the same did not hold true for the ranged classes. It was especially true for the cleric. Preserving his own life had become an arduous task, much less doing so and healing his team after fighting for only a short moment. Wolf and the other top-tier experts were miserable. The overwhelming Smile members watching from outside the barrier were utterly dumbfounded. Even if everyone present was a fool, they could tell just how powerful Shifeng was. By now, it was obvious that Shifeng had merely been toying with the 6 experts during their previous exchange. At this moment, Shifeng stood on the sidelines and watched the battle. By relying on the doppelganger and 12 swords, he had already beaten overwhelming Smile's prided peak combat force into submission. If he joined the battle, couldn't he wipe them out any time he wanted? Just who are you? Wolf demanded, his confusion evident on his face. Such a powerful expert would not just coincidentally ambush them. He must have a purpose for doing so. However, instead of replying to Wolf's question, Shifeng silently pointed the abyssal blade towards the sky. Suddenly, countless swords of light appeared above the silver-armored berserker and the others, completely enveloping the 7 people. Then, like raindrops, the swords of light descended. This skill was none other than the Tier 1 skill Shifeng had learned when he became a Blade Saint. Skywill Sword. Skywill Sword inflicts 1000 base damage plus 200% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 20 yards. Also seals all enemies within range, preventing them from leaving the area for 4 seconds. Previously, 9 Dragon's Slash had forced everyone to use up almost all of their life-saving skills. Among the experts, the Elementalist and Cleric had both exhausted theirs. Faced with the rain of swords, the 2 ranged players could only quietly go to their deaths. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Tier 1 Berserkers, the Tier 1 Swordsman, and the Tier 1 Ranger had less than a third of their HPs remaining after the Skywill Sword's descent. They were also trapped in a 20-yard radius area. Using silent steps, Shifeng appeared behind the Tier 1 Ranger. Although Rangers possessed melee combat capabilities, Shifeng had caught him completely off guard. A sword of light flashed across the Ranger's body, and without offering the slightest resistance, the Ranger, too, fell lifelessly to the ground, his equipment scattering around his body. Damn it. Wolf's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Although he wanted to save his companions, he already had his hands full dealing with the doppelganger before him. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with regret. Just why had he used a barrier to trap his own men with this kind of monster? Moreover, the barrier lasted 15 long minutes. Everyone outside, hurry up and escape. Wolf was helpless as he shouted this command. Boss Wolf. The overwhelming Smile team members outside the barrier nodded and scattered. As they ran, they began to contact the other members of Overwhelming Smile, asking for reinforcements. However, they knew that no one could save Wolf and the others. There was not enough time inside the barrier, though the silver-armored berserker and the other 2 experts tried to attack Shifeng as a group. The gap between their strength and speed and their enemies was simply too massive. Without needing any skills, Shifeng easily finished off the 3 of players after brandishing his swords a dozen times or so. As for Wolf, Shifeng was done playing around. He immediately instructed his doppelganger to activate Blade Liberation. Blade Liberation was a skill that he had learned himself, not a skill that he acquired with his equipment. Since the doppelganger could utilize all of the skills he had learned, it was naturally capable of using the Tier 1 Berserker skill, Blade Liberation, as well. Instantly, both the doppelganger's strength and agility increased by 80%. At this moment, the doppelganger's strength and agility had even surpassed Shifeng himself. In the next moment, countless swords of light clashed with War Wolf's massive red shield, producing a continuous stream of rings. The barrage of powerful attacks sent War Wolf flying. As he tried to stabilize his body in midair, he suddenly discovered Shifeng's doppelganger before him. Hurriedly, War Wolf raised his shield in an attempt to protect his body. Shockingly, however, the doppelganger's sword passed through his shield and struck his body, dealing over -1000 damage. This move was none other than the skill specifically meant for targeting MTs, Illusory Shadow. Once this skill was used, the doppelganger's attacks could only be dodged, and not blocked. At this moment, War Wolf's towering shield was practically non-existent. Moreover, he could not control his body while he flew through the air, making it impossible to dodge the doppelganger's attacks. Attack after attack assaulted War Wolf. The doppelganger attacked the shield warrior 6 times in a row, and of them, 3 had triggered a critical hit, dealing close to -3000 damage in the blink of an eye. War Wolf's body fell to the ground, his nearly 7000 HP reaching 0. Meanwhile, Shifeng had activated space movement and instantly appeared before the 12 escaping Overwhelming Smile members. He then finished off each player with a single hit, letting none escape the Dragonman's Nest. Chapter 526, Deterring Force. After annihilating everyone at the Dragonman's Nest, Shifeng began to collect the items his victims had dropped due to Haunted's effect. War Wolf and the others' drop rates had multiplied. Moreover, due to Shifeng's luck attribute, some of Overwhelming Smile's elites had even dropped up to 3 pieces of equipment. Shifeng had obtained more than 200 pieces of equipment, with the most inferior being level 20 secret silver equipment, just by killing this team of 100 players. In total, Shifeng had earned more than 1000 gold in equipment. No wonder so many players joined the forces of darkness. An indescribable joy filled Shifeng's heart when he looked at the assortment of advanced equipment in his bag. If Zero Wing had only itself to rely on to obtain all this equipment, a lot of time would be required. Meanwhile, Shifeng had only needed 5 minutes. However, equipment was not his greatest concern this time. The key point had been killing War Wolf and the others. After absorbing their immortal souls, War Wolf and the others could forget about logging into the game for at least 2 or 3 days. In addition to their lost equipment, they would have to waste at least 4 or 5 days to recover from this serious setback. With this one fight, Shifeng had stomped Overwhelming Smile's trump card to the ground, severely slowing the guild's development progress. If I put my back into it, I should be able to collect the 300 points of life force required before logging off. Shifeng took a look at the Icarus's heart's attributes, licking his lips. He then departed from the Dragonman's Nest in search of other Overwhelming Smile members. Previously, when he had attacked War Wolf and the others, the latter had contacted the other nearby Overwhelming Smile members, hoping to attract a crowd. After all, Overwhelming Smile was the overlord of Maple City. Now that someone had dared to provoke the guild, they wanted to openly display what the consequences were for such actions, as this concerned the guild's reputation. Overwhelming Smile would take action to serve as a deterrence for others. Hence, this was the perfect time for Shifeng to hunt Overwhelming Smile members. Time gradually passed just as Shifeng had predicted. While he had killed War Wolf's team, the Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge began to rush towards his location. There was actually someone who dared kill their allies while in their territory. Before this, nobody had dared to kill any members of Overwhelming Smile. Now that someone had emerged, naturally, they needed to retaliate. Filled with rage, the members of Overwhelming Smile rushed over to the Dragonman's Nest where War Wolf's team had fought, hoping to teach Shifeng a lesson. Unfortunately, only an endless abyss awaited them. The majority of the reinforcements that arrived consisted of 20-man teams, and very rarely would a 100-man team appear. Although all of these teams consisted of elite players, compared to War Wolf's team, they were significantly inferior. Whenever Shifeng discovered one of these teams, he would immediately use Firestorm. As for those that were fortunate enough to be outside the skill's effective radius, Shifeng would rush over and finish them off quickly. Each battle usually lasted around 5 or 6 seconds. These Overwhelming Smile members did not even have the time to contact the other teams. They could only watch as Shifeng devoured them, one after another, becoming life force for the Icarus's heart. After slightly over half an hour, Shifeng had collected a total of 300 points of life force, evolving the Icarus's heart to secret silver rank. The luck attribute the necklace provided increased from the original 7 points to 9 points. Although it was a minor increase, it had significantly increased items drop rates. Meanwhile, if Shifeng wanted to upgrade the Icarus's heart to fine gold rank, he needed double the previous requirement, 600 points of life force. Originally, Shifeng had wanted to log out of the game to rest. However, thinking that this was a rare opportunity, he continued to massacre the endless stream of Overwhelming Smile members that stormed over to help their companions. Currently, Overwhelming Smile's members still had no idea of what was occurring at the Dragonman's nest. They also did not know that many of their companions had already died. After all, players who had lost their immortal souls could not log into the game even if they wanted to, so it was not possible for them to notify their allies. Even if there were a way to make contact, that would only happen after the upper managers of Overwhelming Smile discovered that the dead could not log back into the game. Who knew how long that would take? If Shifeng waited until everyone from Overwhelming Smile reacted to the situation, searching for Overwhelming Smile members would become far more difficult since news of his slaughter would get out sooner or later. Shifeng intended to go all out and kill as many as he could ignorantly. The members of Overwhelming Smile who wanted to teach Shifeng a lesson continued to run to their deaths. Every team that came to the Dragonman's nest died, the 100-man teams were no exception. Meanwhile, inside Overwhelming Smile's guild residence in Maple City. "Miss Yulan, what's going on with you? Why are you in such a hurry to see me?" a handsome middle-aged man seated on the guild leader's throne asked, laughing. This middle-aged man was none other than Overwhelming Smile's true guild leader, Laughing Heaven. Laughing Heaven had tan skin and a pair of deep black eyes. His entire person radiated a sense of majesty and gave others the impression that he was one who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although Overwhelming Smile was only a second-rate guild, it had only been established a short time ago. Meanwhile, Laughing Heaven was the person responsible for nurturing Overwhelming Smile from the ground up. During the initial stages of God's domain, he had accurately chosen to develop Overwhelming Smile in Maple City, leading the guild to become the city's overlord. Soon after, Underworld came with the offer of acquisition. Not only had Underworld supplied the guild with significant funds, but it also supplied many experts, allowing Overwhelming Smile to become a guild capable of rivaling first-rate guilds. However, what shocked Laughing Heaven the most were the experts Underworld had sent. Because of those few experts, Overwhelming Smile had managed to raid team dungeons smoothly and unimpeded, shocking Maple City. Overwhelming Smile had become a well-known guild in Starmoon Kingdom, and even showed signs of becoming the kingdom's #1 guild leader. Laughing Heaven, now is not the time for jokes. Recall all of our members from Dragon Ridge immediately. If they can't return, instruct them to keep their guild emblems hidden, Yulan said with a stern expression, her tone sounding like an absolute command rather than a request. "Miss Yulan, did something big happen in Dragon Ridge?" Laughing Heaven was no fool. Hearing the sudden change in Yulan's tone, he could tell that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. However, he could not casually withdraw all those players who were out grinding without a good reason. Such an action would negatively impact the guild's development. "Are you really clueless about what is happening in Dragon Ridge?" Yulan asked quietly. "Are you talking about the person who is attacking our teams?" When Laughing Heaven realized the reason for Yulan's distress, he could not help but laugh and said, "Miss Yulan, aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? Isn't it just someone ambushing us? Is there really a need to withdraw our members from Dragon Ridge? Many guild members have already gone to deal with that arrogant bastard. I doubt it will be long before that player is found and killed. Making a big fuss over nothing? Found and killed?" Yulan could not help but laugh upon hearing Laughing Heaven's words, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. "To actually speak such ridiculous words, do you even know what exactly is happening in Dragon Ridge right now? Miss Yulan, there is one thing that you have to understand. While you might be Overwhelming Smile's guild leader in White River City, in Maple City, I, Laughing Heaven, am the true guild leader." Laughing Heaven was not impressed by Yulan's behavior. If not for the woman having the support of Underworld, he couldn't care less what the woman said. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame, is currently in Dragon Ridge. The majority of the subordinates you've sent there to level up are most likely dead already. If you don't recall them right this instant, it won't be long before he wipes out every member we have there. Yulan said sternly. That is all I have to say. Guild leader Laughing Heaven, whether you wish to act upon my advice or not is up to you. Finished, Yulan turned and left the guild leader's office. Her task in Maple City was only to develop Overwhelming Smile's trade. She was not allowed to intervene on any other matters relating to the guild, not could she. Otherwise, she would not have run all the way here to meet with Laughing Heaven. Meanwhile, Laughing Heaven was stunned into silence when he heard the name Black Flame. Chapter 527, Commotion at Maple City. Inside Overwhelming Smile's guild leader's office. Some time after Yulan's departure, Laughing Heaven still struggled with accepting the situation. He could not understand why Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, would go all the way to Dragon Ridge to ambush Overwhelming Smile's members. Who was Black Flame? He was Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. He was someone capable of coming and going as he wished even when surrounded by tens of thousands of enemies. Laughing Heaven had even heard tell that 2 of Underworld's prided 7 ghosts had died at the hands of Black Flame, leaving Underworld helpless against Zero Wing. In the end, even Underworld could do nothing but forbear from dealing with Zero Wing. This alone spoke of Black Flame's power. Shit. Laughing Heaven suddenly recalled a situation. There was a rumor going around saying that Black Flame was capable of preventing the players he killed from logging into God's domain for a long period. However, Laughing Heaven knew that this rumor was true, as after Black Flame killed Underworld's 5th ghost and 6th ghost, the 2 were unable to log into the game for 2 full days. Laughing Heaven also knew that, back in the Watch Cemetery in the White River City region, Black Flame had single-handedly forced Underworld to withdraw from that land of treasures. If what Yulan said was true, then the Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge vying for revenge were no different than sheep to the slaughter. Moreover, it was currently night in God's domain. Every guild member capable of leveling up at night was an elite player. If these people were annihilated and barred from entering the game for 2 days. Laughing Heaven immediately tried to contact War Wolf, hoping his team of experts could pin down Black Flame. With their strength, they should be able to deal with this matter without much difficulty. Afterward, he only needed to withdraw his guild members from Dragon Ridge. Did he log off? When Laughing Heaven opened his friends list, he suddenly discovered that War Wolf and the other experts were offline. That shouldn't be right. I heard that War Wolf was planning to raid a Dragonman's Nest today. Why would they log off so soon? It can't be. Laughing Heaven abruptly thought of an extremely unlikely possibility. How could this be? Did Black Flame kill all 8 of those top-tier experts? However, when he recalled Yulan's sudden appearance in his office, it was highly possible that War Wolf had contacted Yulan after he died. This won't do. I need to call back everyone immediately. When Laughing Heaven thought about the massacre of Overwhelming Smile's members, rage and frustration filled his heart. However, who else could possibly win against this one-man army? Shortly after, Laughing Heaven sent a command to all Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge, ordering them to either head to other locations to level up or return to the city to rest. In any case, the monsters at night were not easy to deal with. They could also accumulate double EXP buff if they rested in the guild residence. What's going on? Why are we being told to leave Dragon Ridge? I'm only a short distance from the treasure chest. That's right. Our team is still looking for that little thief that dared ambush us. If we withdraw like this, won't we let that bastard get away? Who knows? However, this is a command from the guild leader, so we have no choice. The members of Overwhelming Smile were somewhat dissatisfied with Laughing Heaven's command. However, as it was a command from the guild leader himself, they could not disobey. While Overwhelming Smile gradually withdrew from Dragon Ridge, a commotion occurred in Maple City. Many players resting in the city passionately discussed these ambushes, and overwhelming smiles withdraw. Bars were particularly lively with such conversations. After all, Overwhelming Smile was Maple City's overlord, and it constantly received attention from the city's players. Now that such a huge incident had occurred, how could it not attract attention? Did you hear? Overwhelming Smile suddenly withdrew all of its members from Dragon Ridge. Of course, I heard about it. It really makes you wonder what is going through their leaders' minds. Hee hee. I have some insider information. I heard that someone is killing Overwhelming Smile players in Dragon Ridge. With no way to deal with this assailant, Overwhelming Smile was forced to withdraw from Dragon Ridge. Oh, blow it out your ass. Overwhelming Smile is our Maple City's absolute overlord. Whoever dares attack them is just looking to die. Hey, don't deny it so quickly. That player that ambushed Overwhelming Smile is no simple character. Suddenly, the players in the bar grew curious. Aside from the fact that Overwhelming Smile was the city's overlord, the guild also had more than its fair share of experts. Otherwise, they would not have successfully raided level 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons one after another. Even until now, aside from Overwhelming Smile, no other guild in Maple City had accomplished such a feat with these experts. What player had even a chance of challenging the guild? I don't believe it. Who could possibly be so powerful? That's right. Unless a first-rate guild is trying to wage an all-out war against Overwhelming Smile in Maple City, who else would possess such strength? The bar's crowd expressed their doubts. They did not believe any of this information. Moreover, they always had a sense of pride regarding the guild known as Overwhelming Smile. After all, they were all players of the same city. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile was indeed very powerful. Throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, only a few guilds could raid level 20 Hell Mode team dungeons. Even if a first-rate guild wished to take strike out at Overwhelming Smile, they would be beaten to death if they set foot in Maple City. Hee. I knew none of you would believe me. However, once I say this name, you will definitely believe me. The male druid giggled. Continue boasting. Who doesn't know how to boast? Suddenly, everyone inside the bar sent contemptuous looks at the independent player. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you guys, then. The player attacking Overwhelming Smile is Black Flame, Zero Wings guild leader and Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. The male druid said very confidently. When the druid finished speaking, the entire bar fell silent. Everyone felt that Black Flame was the only person capable of such a feat. This was because such an incident had once occurred in White River City. Back then, hadn't Overwhelming Smile's many experts been forced to withdraw from the Watch Cemetery precisely because of Black Flame? It could be said that practically everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew about Black Flame. One hit to deter the guilds in White River City, one battle to be crowned as god. Many players had tried to learn from Black Flame. If they could learn even a fraction of his skills, they could become experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame's title as the one-hit Azura was something that excited countless players. The leader of a guild. Moreover, he is the overlord of White River City. Why would he come all the way to Maple City to cause trouble for Overwhelming Smile? Someone suddenly asked. How should I know? Maybe Black Flame plans to lay his hands on Maple City as well? The male druid joked. Silence overtook the entire bar once more. When they thought about it, there was indeed a small possibility of such a situation. After all, Zero Wing was already White River City's overlord. Why would such a powerful guild be satisfied with ruling just a single city? It had to expand sooner or later. Thinking up to this point, everyone could not help but grow excited. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the bar, a middle-aged man in his late 30s was greatly shocked when he heard this news. This man was none other than Liang Chen, the person who bought land on behalf of Shifeng. Sure enough, the winds of Maple City are going to change. Liang Chen sighed. In all of Star Moon Kingdom, most likely, only an expert like Black Flame was capable of deterring the overlord of an entire city by himself. Chapter 528, Characteristic Skill. The news regarding Black Flame quickly spread throughout Maple City. Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing had been waging an all-out war against each other. No one was surprised that Black Flame had taken his killing all the way to Maple City, considering it perfectly reasonable. Regarding this situation, everyone's opinion of Zero Wing was still quite optimistic. Normally, Overwhelming Smile occupied all the high-resource areas located within the Maple City region, and many players were not happy about that. However, these players would not dare voice their anger as Overwhelming Smile was Maple City's overlord. Now that someone capable of taking out Overwhelming Smile members had emerged, these players would cheer and support them. However, as news of Shifeng's hunt spread, another event had occurred that excited players in Maple City. Another player-owned shop had emerged in their city, and this shop was the Candlelight trading firm. The Candlelight trading firm sold a wide variety of goods, with the most precious item being the basic strengthened armor kit. Many players had never even seen the basic strengthened armor kits before. Hence, the moment Maple City's players laid their eyes on the kits, they rushed to purchase their own. As a result, business at the Candlelight trading firm was far better than what the Overwhelming trading firm enjoyed. Naturally, while there were some who celebrated the Candlelight trading firm's new establishment in Maple City, there were others who grew worried. Although the city's players were overjoyed by this situation, Yulan, who was currently inside the Overwhelming trading firm, was incensed. Candlelight trading firm. Yulan ground her teeth. She had truly not expected that the Candlelight trading firm had been preparing to set up a shop in Maple City. Furthermore, Candlelight had managed to obtain a plot of land in the central district of the city. However, this was still not the most infuriating aspect. The most detestable thing was that the Candlelight trading firm had actually set up its shop relatively close to the Overwhelming trading firm. Due to the Candlelight trading firm having the advantage regarding available products, many of the Overwhelming trading firm's original customers had shifted their attention towards the Candlelight trading firm. Boss, what are we supposed to do now? If this continues, Candlelight will snatch all of our remaining customers, a shop manager asked, concern filling his voice. We don't have a choice. Our only option is to start a price war. Reduce the prices of all goods, Yulan said, sighing helplessly. She did not have any good ideas about how to deal with this situation. Unless they could get their hands on some exclusive items, there was simply no way to compete with the Candlelight trading firm. Fortunately, unlike in White River City, the Overwhelming trading firm possessed some capital in Maple City, and their two trading firms had started with the same benefits around the same time. In addition, Maple City was their home ground. The cost of harvesting materials was significantly lower here, resulting in a lower production cost. They definitely had a fighting chance against the Candlelight trading firm in God's domain, shops in different cities, but owned by the same player, shared products. However, while there was no city tax for consigning products to shops in the player's home city, there was a small 8% city tax charged for items consigned to sell at shops in other cities. This was a protection mechanism of sorts implemented to protect the player-owned shops of each respective city. In other words, since the Candlelight trading firm's main headquarters was in White River City, there was an invisible cost added to the items they sold in Maple City. To the Overwhelming trading firm, this was an advantage. Sure enough, after the Overwhelming trading firm reduced its prices, other than players wanting to purchase products unique to the Candlelight trading firm, players quickly returned to shopping at the Overwhelming trading firm. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ridge, Shifeng was currently having the time of his life with wave after wave of Overwhelming Smile players marching towards their deaths. Shifeng had finally managed to upgrade the Icarus's heart to Dark Gold rank. He was only a short distance away from upgrading the necklace to Epic rank. Now Icarus's heart, necklace, Dark Gold rank can be evolved. Equipment requirement, all attributes 120. Level 20, level 80, currently level 30. All attributes plus 27. Luck plus 14. Additional characteristic skill. Divine Providence, temporarily increases players' luck by 32 points for 30 seconds cooldown, 40 minutes. Luck, duration, and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 100 points of life force per sacrifice. Evolution condition. absorbed the life force of 5,000 players to evolve to epic rank 748/5000. The base luck alone provided 14 points. That was significantly higher than the initial 5 points. However, that was not the improvement that excited Shifeng the most. Rather, it was the change that had occurred to the Divine Providence skill. Divine Providence had evolved from an ordinary skill to a characteristic skill. Characteristic skills were different from normal skills in which the skill's effects would undergo a transformation when certain conditions were met. The skill now allowed the sacrifice of life force to enhance its effects. Meanwhile, depending on the number of life force points sacrificed, the effects would also vary. With a maximum sacrifice of 100 life force points currently, Shifeng had 748 life force points stored in the Icarus's heart. In other words, Shifeng could enhance the Icarus's heart's effects to its maximum 7 times. Since the cooldown has already completed, this is a good chance to test its effects. Shifeng could not contain his excitement when he looked at the bright gemstone around his neck. He could receive 46 points of luck before he had even sacrificed any life force points. This was the highest amount of luck Shifeng had ever seen in either life. If he sacrificed life force points as well, his luck would reach frightening heights soon. Shifeng retrieved over a dozen Twilight treasure chests from his bag, laying the chests out neatly in front of him. He then activated Divine Providence and chose to sacrifice 100 life force points instantly. His luck rose to 66 points, with the duration of Divine Providence increasing to 40 seconds and cooldown decreasing to 30 minutes. Hurriedly, Shifeng began opening the Twilight treasure chests, with each chest requiring 3 seconds to open. Shifeng just barely managed to open 12 treasure chests in 40 seconds. Losing a few seconds when switching to the next treasure chest was inevitable. Although Shifeng felt slightly disappointed about the time he had lost, when he thought about the additional effects gained from sacrificing life force, his mood instantly brightened again. If he applied that 66 points of luck when killing monsters, the drop rate would be astounding. The rarely seen jackpot might even occur, multiplying the number as well as increasing the quality of the items dropped. Unfortunately, such a powerful effect came at the cost of 100 life force points. He had only managed to kill so many players today due to catching overwhelming smile unprepared. However, after they set up certain precautions, it would not be as easy to harvest 100 life force points anymore. Of course, Shifeng absolutely refused to commit random murder. Although there were many people in this world who did not have a bottom line, and even more so inside a game, Shifeng was not one of them. This was a fundamental principle of being a human being. If he crossed this line, he would be no different than an animal. Shifeng then began collecting the items inside the Twilight treasure chests. Awesome. Shifeng could not help but laugh. Sure enough, the effects of 66 points of luck are truly amazing. Among the 12 Twilight treasure chests, he had obtained 4 pieces of Tier 1 set equipment, 1 for Shield Warrior, Guardian Knight, Assassin, and Cleric. Among them, the Tier 1 set equipment for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were the most difficult to obtain, yet, Shifeng had actually obtained 1 piece for both classes. Up until now, Shifeng had collected 4 of the 5 set pieces of the Yin-Yang Walker set equipment for Guardian Knights. He only lacked the boots. Now currently, he had 3 pieces of the Mana Storm set equipment for Tier 1 Elementalists. As for the Dark Melody set equipment for Tier 1 Assassins, like the Yin-Yang Walker, Shifeng now had 4 pieces. He was only missing the head slot. He had 3 set pieces of the Forest Guard set equipment for Tier 1 Rangers. He now had 3 set pieces of the Brave Heart set equipment for Tier 1 Shield Warriors. He had 2 set pieces of the Ghost set equipment for Tier 1 Cursemancers. He also had 3 set pieces of the Angel Wing set equipment for Tier 1 Clerics. By now, Shifeng was close to completing the Tier 1 set equipment for the majority of the available classes. It would not be long before he completed them. At that time, if he led a team of players geared in Tier 1 set equipment into a large-scale team dungeon, who could possibly compete with Zero Wing to obtain first clears? Just the thought excited Shifeng. With such equipment, they could steamroll through even a 100-man team dungeon, let alone a 50-man team dungeon. Just as Shifeng was arranging his new items, he suddenly discovered a glowing purple tablet inside his bag, his chest constricting upon this discovery. Chapter 529, Shop Promotion. Feng quickly took the purple tablet from his bag. The tablet displayed a single word. Promotion. However, this promotion order was not a guild residence promotion order in God's domain. All promotion orders were extraordinarily valuable, and among them were guild residence promotion orders and promotion orders for other specific establishments. However, of these promotion orders, the rarest was the shop promotion order. The tablet in Feng's hands right now was none other than the shop promotion order. All shops set up by players in NPC cities began as 1-star shops without exception, regardless of whether it was a 300 gold shop or a 1000 gold shop. Only, a 1000 gold shop was far more luxurious, and it had a few more available functions. However, after a shop was promoted to 2-star status, it would undergo a qualitative change. In particular, the benefits a lifestyle player received would be significantly enhanced. It was extremely difficult to obtain a shop promotion order. Unlike a guild residence promotion order that could be obtained from dungeons, a shop promotion order could only be obtained through certain special quests. The only other option was to gain one from treasure chests. However, not just any ordinary treasure chest would drop the promotion order. The treasure chest could not be below level 40, and it must be fine gold rank or above. There was also a certain probability to obtain one from rankless treasure chests such as the Twilight treasure chest. However, the chances of obtaining a shop promotion order were simply too minuscule. Normally, players would obtain it through a challenge quest. However, since it was a challenge quest relating to a shop's promotion, it was not so easy to receive or complete it. Such challenge quests were no less difficult than epic quests. Hence, there were extremely few shops capable of completing them. Because of this, the promotion orders obtained through treasure chests were extremely valuable, and countless businessmen would offer astronomical prices for one. Feng had only obtained this item due to a stroke of luck. With this item, I can finally monopolize White River City's trade with the Candlelight trading firm. Feng returned the shop promotion order to his bag and took out a return scroll. Since it was no longer easy to locate overwhelming smile players, he had no reason to remain here. Meanwhile, now that he had obtained a shop promotion order, he needed to go and promote his shop in God's domain settings. Unlike in other virtual reality games where using one shop promotion order would promote every shop that player owned, players in God's domain required one promotion order for every shop they owned should they wish to upgrade them all. However, Feng had long since made up his mind. Zero Wing's roots lay in White River City, so the shop promotion order must be used on one of the shops there. As for the shops in Starmoon City and Maple City, unless he had excess, he would not waste any promotion orders on these two cities. After using the return scroll, Feng returned to Maple City. However, Feng was in no hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he first went to investigate the overwhelming trading firm. Now, he had already heavily damaged Overwhelming Smile's hidden trump card, which would severely impact its dungeon raiding process. He had also killed plenty of Overwhelming Smile's elite members, causing significant damages to the guild. Not to mention, due to a lack of resources, the development of Overwhelming Smile's branch in White River City had also been wounded. If this situation continued, the gap between Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing would only grow as more time went by. The only fighting chance Overwhelming Smile had right now was the Overwhelming Trading Firm. If the Overwhelming Trading Firm developed successfully, Overwhelming Smile would have the coins required to fight a war of attrition against Zero Wing. In addition to its ample funds and enormous background, the guild's development speed would soar. After all, a massive organization such as Underworld possessed the mechanisms required to nurture experts. Only, everyone had yet to adapt to God's domain fully. Once they did, however, with sufficient coins and funds, in addition to experts giving out pointers, it would be very easy for Overwhelming Smile to nurture a large number of experts. Although Zero Wing seemed to prosper right now, in reality, it was still significantly inferior to other major guilds, particularly in terms of training mechanics for experts. God's domain was mankind's second world. It was not a game with a short lifespan. A guild's strength was not determined by wins and losses. Instead, it was determined by how long the guild in question could remain in power. In the past, there had been many guilds that had prospered greatly for a period. However, after some time had passed, they still crumbled and eventually faded out of existence entirely. Based on this, one could easily tell the gap between guilds. This was why Shadow had remained a second-rate guild in the past. It was because the guild had only been recently established and did not possess the necessary mechanisms to nurture experts. Although the guild had succeeded in establishing such mechanisms during the middle stages of God's domain, said mechanisms were far inferior to that of first-rate guilds. In the end, the gap between Shadow and the first-rate guilds of God's domain only grew wider as time went on. Hence, Shifeng wanted to establish such training mechanisms as soon as possible and produce an endless stream of experts for Zero Wing. Only then could Zero Wing become a true powerhouse. This was also one of the reasons why first-rate guilds looked down on Zero Wing. They all shared the same thought: you are only strong right now. What about in a few months? Let's see how you fare in 1 or 2 years. All guilds that had achieved the status of a first-rate guild possessed a history over a decade long. Some had even survived several decades. When Shifeng arrived before the overwhelming trading firm, he could see a constant stream of players enter and exit the shop. As for the Candlelight trading firm, which was only a short distance away, although the shop also had plenty of customers, there were significantly less than the overwhelming trading firm. Overwhelming trading firm's items sure are cheap. I can buy another stack of advanced whetstones with the money I saved. That's right. Not only are the items cheap, but I never expected that it would also push out a new product. Unfortunately, the shop didn't have many for sale, and I didn't have the chance to buy one. Are you talking about the magic damage potion? Yeah, that's right, it's that item. I'm an elementalist. If I drink that potion, it can increase my magic damage by 5% for half an hour. It would help significantly when I'm grinding monsters or raiding dungeons. Shifeng had initially planned to enter the shop to investigate. However, upon hearing the conversation of a few players who had just left the overwhelming trading firm, he could not help but stop and listen. Magic damage potion? Shifeng was not a stranger to this item. The recipe for the potion only had a chance of dropping from level 20 Hell Mode team dungeons. However, its production difficulty was very high. At the very least, one needed to be a basic alchemist. Even then, the success rate of crafting one hovered around 20% to 30%. Sure enough, I cannot underestimate Underworld. I just established a shop at Maple City, and already, there is someone capable of producing such a potion. Shifeng was not particularly surprised at discovering this information. Overwhelming Smile was a massive guild. Its members didn't consist of purely combat players. The guild nurtured a large number of lifestyle players as well, so it was only natural for someone to be capable of producing the magic damage potion. However, this was not good news for the Candlelight trading firm. The magic damage potion was not unique to the overwhelming trading firm. Zero Wing had also obtained a few magic damage potion recipes. However, even now, the Candlelight trading firm had yet to successfully nurture a single basic alchemist, so they could not produce it. Shifeng decided not to linger. Immediately, he headed to the teleportation hall and returned to White River City. Upon arriving at White River City, the first thing Shifeng did was head towards the city hall and upgrade the Candlelight trading firm next to the auction house to a 2-star shop. When a shop was promoted to 2-star status, the building itself could also undergo an upgrade. However, a significant sum was required for the reconstruction. Without hesitation, Shifeng spent 1,000 gold to reconstruct the shop. The reconstruction did not take much time at all, it was done in just a dozen minutes or so. Suddenly, the 3-story tall Candlelight trading firm rose to 5 stories. It became an extraordinarily eye-catching display beside the auction house, attracting the attention and discussion of many players. It was common knowledge that shops could only possess a maximum of 3 floors. Throughout the entire God's domain, there had yet to be a single player-owned shop that had more than that. Yet, now, the Candlelight trading firm's shop had 5 guild leader. What did you do? Why has the shop suddenly gone from being 3 stories to 5 stories tall? After the reconstruction of the shop completed, Melancholic Smile contacted Shifeng immediately, unable to help her curiosity. Chapter 530, Special Space. The Candlelight trading firm developed very quickly, and it constantly recruited lifestyle players. Despite the Candlelight trading firm having 2 high-end shops in White River City, they simply did not have enough space to house over 1,000 lifestyle players. For each of the 3-story tall shops, the first floors were used exclusively for selling products, the second floor housed the various workshops, and the third floor housed the warehouse, offices, and lounges. Hence, not many workshops in each shop were available for the firm's lifestyle players' use. As a result, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to send the lifestyle players to the various lifestyle associations to produce items. Although the matter of space could be resolved this way, it significantly increased the firm's expenditures. Renting the workshops in the lifestyle associations required money. A basic workshop's impact on a player's success rate was insignificant, so Melancholic Smile mostly rented intermediate workshops for the firm's lifestyle players. Meanwhile, renting an intermediate workshop cost 1 silver per hour. If she rented workshops for 100 people, that was 1 gold per hour. If she rented enough workshops for 1,000 people, that was 10 gold per hour. 10 gold coins, that was almost a small guild's total liquid funds. Melancholic Smile even considered suggesting that Shifeng purchase a few more plots of land and establish more shops. Unfortunately, in order to satisfy the current number of lifestyle players they had in the firm, they would require 2 or 3 plots of land. However, the situation had changed now. The Candlelight trading firm next to the auction house had been promoted to a 5-story building. Although it seemed that it had only gained 2 more floors, it was equivalent to having 2 more shops worth of workshops. In fact, the space inside the shop had also grown. It was now roughly a little more than twice the original size. With so much space, the Candlelight trading firm could save a lot on rental fees. Melancholic Smile only wished that Shifeng would upgrade all of the Candlelight trading firm's shops. That way, the firm would not have to spend any money on renting workshop. Shifeng could not help but laugh at Melancholic Smile's reaction. In the past, even after God's domain had operated for over a year, countless players were unable to promote their 1-star shops to 2 stars. It was purely due to luck that the Candlelight trading firm had obtained the promotion order so quickly. It was practically impossible to obtain another shop promotion order from the Twilight treasure chests. Though, if he could upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank, there might be a small chance for Shifeng to obtain a second one. Shifeng then had Melancholic Smile meet him in the meeting room on the 5th floor of the firm with cream cocoa and roasted ironheart. The benefits a 2-star shop offered were not limited to an increase in space. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many players desperately trying to upgrade their 1-star shops to 2-star shops in the past, willingly spending tens of thousands of gold to obtain a shop promotion order. Meanwhile, the news of the Candlelight trading firm owning a 2-star shop spread quickly. After all of White River City knew of the Candlelight trading firm. A majority of the players residing in the city had shopped at the trading firm at least once before. Now that one of the shops had mysteriously grown, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Young Master Feng, there is some movement over at the Candlelight trading firm. They have actually managed to establish a 5-story shop. When I went over to investigate, I found that the first floor has doubled in size. The number of items they can put on display has also significantly increased. A player specifically tasked to investigate the Candlelight trading firm reported 5 stories larger than before. Feng Xianxia could not help but sneer. The Candlelight trading firm is certainly ambitious. While producing light stones, they also expanded their shop to prepare for the new sales. What a pity. Truly a pity. So what if they have a larger space? Now that I have stolen the 3 of the advanced forging apprentices capable of producing the light stones, that shop will only have empty shelves to show off. He still felt the sting from the large amount of money he had spent to poach those 3 advanced forging apprentices. However, the thought of how the Candlelight trading firm could no longer produce the light stones soothed the pain in his heart. Right, how are we developing in Maple City? Feng Xianxia asked the somewhat chubby man beside him. I heard that the Candlelight trading firm has set up a shop close to the overwhelming trading firm. This should have significantly impacted the overwhelming trading firm's business. Young Master Feng, please rest assured. Although the Candlelight trading firm is impressive, Maple City is our home ground. Moreover, Miss Yulan has succeeded in inviting that great personage to help us. The magic damage potions they have produced have single-handedly driven the overwhelming trading firm's business. Candlelight has no chance against us. It won't be long before the overwhelming trading firm stabilizes its status as Maple City's #1 trading firm. Also, when that great personage's alchemy proficiency advances or when we obtain an item that increases success rate, he will be able to produce that item. At that time, not even the Candlelight trading firm in White River City will be a challenge, the chubby man said, giggling good. It's as expected of the woman who the higher-ups favor. As long as the overwhelming trading firm conquers White River City, my status will rise along the tides. At that time, my succession of the household will be set in stone. Feng Xuanyang's eyes suddenly glowed. He truly never expected that Yulan would successfully recruit that great personage from Underworld. That great personage was only a lifestyle player. However, by relying on his superb talents, he had profited Underworld in many virtual reality games, and gradually throughout the years, he had become a force to be reckoned with in the organization. Even Underworld's upper managers tread carefully when around him. Although Feng Xianyang had thought of trying to invite that great personage before, he simply did not qualify to do so. Meanwhile, the fact that Yulan had recruited that great personage's help showed just how capable she was. It seems that I'll have to rope that woman in the future. Feng Xianyang licked his lips as he pondered. Although he had only been interested in gentle snow in the past, Yulan's temperament, figure, and appearance were not one bit inferior to gentle snow's. In certain aspects, Yulan was even superior to the snow goddess. If he could make Yulan his woman, it would benefit him greatly in the future. His chances of becoming the master of his household would increase. In the meeting room on the 5th floor of the Candlelight trading firm, Shi Feng noticed Melancholic smile and the others stand to greet him the moment he entered. Guild leader, seeing as you were in such a hurry to look for us, do you have some sort of surprise for us? Cream Cocoa revealed her anticipation as she gazed at Shi Feng with her large eyes. She knew that Shi Feng would never call for a meeting with them for no reason, and in every meeting, Shi Feng always had something prepared for the three of them. Hence, she very much loved meetings. You really are perceptive, Shi Feng laughed faintly. He then said, follow me, then. I'll show you guys something. Shi Feng then led the three forgers out of the meeting room, arriving before a room a short distance away. The Candlelight trading firm's reconstruction had only completed a short while ago. There were still many areas inside the shop that Melancholic Smile and the others were unfamiliar with. In particular, there were some rooms that Shi Feng had locked. Not even Melancholic Smile was allowed to enter the room he led the forgers to. Was one such location. Guild leader, isn't this a workshop? Cream Cocoa asked curiously. You'll understand once you enter, Shi Feng laughed as he slowly opened the door. Once the door opened, the trio behind Shi Feng was stunned by what they saw. A completely different world awaited them beyond the door. When the door opened, a fragrant smell and beautiful scenery greeted each of them. The room even contained a small creek. The most incredible part of the room was the ball of water floating in the middle of the room. That's a simulation device. Melancholic Smile was immediately surprised when she saw that floating ball of water. Originally, simulation devices could only be found in the library of White River City. It was a tool that allowed players to learn or craft their own spells. Melancholic Smile had never imagined that this workshop would also contain one simulation device. Cream Cocoa asked, confused. White River City's library also has a water ball. The simulation device there allows players to learn or create spells. However, the simulation device here is slightly different. It is meant to assist lifestyle players with producing items. Through the simulation, you guys can discover the flaws you have when producing an item. At the same time, it can also aid you in creating a completely new item. With this, you won't have to waste a lot of materials and can freely try producing as many items as you want. This is a function that only special workshops possess, Shi Feng explained. Chapter 531, Frightening Talent. I've already set this place as a special forging room. You will have a higher success rate than even in the advanced forging rooms with any items you forge in here. The effects are especially obvious when you forge complicated and high-quality items. Hearing Shifeng's explanation, Melancholic smile and the others were so excited that they were speechless. Their surprise was simply two huge players who had never produced a high-quality item before had no idea how difficult it was to produce one. It was an extremely delicate job. Not only was the success rate very low, but the slightest mistake would also result in the item's destruction naturally. Practicing the forging process for a long time would help significantly. However, high-quality materials were extremely rare. They had no opportunity to experiment and familiarize themselves with the forging procedures. They could rely on their experience and hope that, after repeatedly producing the item, they would become proficient with the design and reduce the amount of wasted materials with this simulation device. However, they could practice as much as they wanted to, constantly modifying and upgrading their techniques. This would be of immeasurable help to them. Moreover, after players became forgers in God's domain, if they wished to become a master forger, they had to create their own items. Otherwise, it would not be possible for one to become a master forger at all. Hence, players normally began to accumulate experience of creating items when they became basic forgers. By the time they became advanced forgers, they would attempt to create new items constantly. However, with this simulation device, they could save a significant amount of time and effort. Of course, this did not come without a price. The simulation device needed energy to run, and magic crystals supplied that energy. Fortunately, it was relatively easy to obtain magic crystals. After all, they had a certain drop rate from Dungeon's guild leader. "You're too awesome." Indescribable joy filled Cream Cocoa when she stepped into the room. Although Melancholic Smile and Roasted Ironheart were not as simple-minded and pure as Cream Cocoa, not revealing their thoughts so easily, they still could not help but approach the magic water ball when they entered the room. They loved all of the tools in this room so much that they simply could not bear to part with them. They would not trade this forging room away even if someone offered them a luxury car. The value of this special forging room far surpassed those luxury cars. Moreover, one could not buy a special forging room so easily in the Forging Association. The advanced forging room was the best one could rent. Special forging rooms were only available in 2-star shops or above. This was also why so many players in the past had dreamed of upgrading their shops to 2-star status. The fragrant aroma inside the special forging room relaxed anyone who came into contact with it. The environment inside the room could also be adjusted to suit the user. Just the impact the forging room provided to one's mental state was significant. Using this room was practically a luxury. Not to mention, the flame and tools in an advanced forging room could not compare to those in this room. Although the flame in the special forging room could not match a Tier 2 mysterious flame, it was very close. However, Shifeng had already switched the flame here to the ice blue devil flame, further increasing the forging success rate. The special forging rooms are extremely limited in number. A 2-star shop only has 5 rooms. Among them, I have reserved 3 for you guys. I've already given you the authority over these rooms, so you will only be able to enter your respective special forging room. As for the remaining 2, I've set one as an alchemy room and the other as a forging room. Melancholic, if you find anyone talented in alchemy or forging, you can let them use these 2 rooms. However, you must first have them sign another contract. The effects that special workshops provide are extraordinary. It improves a player's techniques. It is far more valuable than any mere forging design. Shifeng said sternly. "Guild leader, you can rest assured, I won't allow any of those traitorous bastards near these special forging rooms," Melancholic Smile assured. While it was difficult to obtain forging designs in God's domain, it was many times more difficult to train a highly skilled lifestyle player. This was precisely the function of these special training rooms, so they would not use them to nurture traitors afterward. Shifeng let Melancholic Smile handle the remaining matters regarding the Candlelight trading firm and logged out of the game. It was already daytime in the real world, with the sun shining brightly in the sky. I played for so long and never noticed. Shifeng smiled bitterly when he looked at the time, discovering that it was already nearing 1 p.m. However, there was nothing Shifeng could do about that. Not only had he come across such a priceless opportunity to evolve the Icarus's heart, but he had also obtained a shop promotion order. He could not log out of the game even if he wanted to. After Shifeng ate and was about to rest, his quantum watch rang. "Hello, Master Shifeng. I have completed the task you requested yesterday. You can have people visit the training area at any time," the female assistant, Liang Jing, reported respectfully through the video call. Ever since the fight at Big Dipper, he had become popular in Jianghu City. Many of Jianghu City's powerful figures hoped to meet with Shifeng. Unfortunately, Shifeng had rejected all of these requests. He had not been trying to be arrogant by doing so, he just did not have the time to spare. His future development was not aimed towards the world of fighting, but towards God's domain. Naturally, he could not waste too much time and effort on physical competition. Besides, these interpersonal relationships mattered little to Shifeng. If not for his victory over a top-tier master like Lei Bao, these people would not attempt to befriend him. If he had not defeated Lei Bao, these people would not even care if he existed. In other words, a person's strength was the key to success. As long as he continued to grow stronger, many more high-profile figures would seek his company. Hence, Shifeng had instructed Liang Jing to handle these affairs for him, and he had to admit that this female assistant was quite capable. Not only had she managed to dismiss all those who wanted to meet him, but she had also done it in a way that satisfied everyone. However, all these were only small matters. What truly amazed Shifeng was her integration of Big Dipper's inner training area and the training system's improvement. Even Shifeng admired Liang Jing's capabilities. She had actually accomplished all of this in such a short time. No wonder Chairman Xiao had her as his head assistant. Shifeng read through the information Liang Jing had sent, shocked by what he saw. This was the first time Shifeng had seen such management abilities. She was leaps and bounds above a manager like Blackie. Management talent? Shifeng suddenly thought of another matter. The guild's daily affairs have hampered Aqua's progress of her combat techniques lately. Moreover, I will also need someone to help integrate the Candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing. Melancholic Smile has been busy dealing with this so far, not giving her much time to improve her own forging techniques either. At this rate, the two of them will soon be buried in management work. What if I have Liang Jing handle these affairs? Shifeng pondered as he gazed at Liang Jing's image on the screen. If he had someone who could liberate Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile from their management duties, allowing them to display their original talent fully, it would benefit both Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm's development. Liang Jing was a very good option for this position. However, Liang Jing was Xiao Yu's subordinate. Meanwhile, both Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm possessed many secrets. It was an extreme risk to hand their management over to an outsider. There was also the fact that Shifeng had little to no knowledge of this female assistant. While Shifeng focused on Liang Jing, the latter also noticed Shifeng's odd gaze, and she could not help her discomfort. He couldn't be. Chapter 532, The Most Powerful Newbie. Shifeng's current status in society was worlds apart from what it had been. Although he did not exude any sort of aura, from Liang Jing's point of view, this silence weighed down on her. Previously, she had belittled Shifeng. Although she had not said anything, she had struggled to accept Xiao Yu's instruction to escort a youthful little brat like Shifeng to the assembly hall. Hence, she had purposefully treated Shifeng with a little disrespect. Now, however, Liang Jing regretted her actions. She really shouldn't have treated Shifeng impertinently back then. After all, someone who could earn Chairman Zhao's respect wouldn't be an ordinary character, even if it were only a young man in his early 20s. He can't be thinking of replacing me, right? Liang Jing worried. There were countless people out there who dreamed of becoming the assistant to a character like Shifeng. In the VIP room that day, many of Jianghu City's influential figures had hoped to send Shifeng assistance, taking the chance to deepen their relationship with the popular young man. Meanwhile, she had only received this job due to her advantage of being Xiao Yu's most valued assistant. If Shifeng dismissed her, only tragedy would await her. She had seen countless wealthy and well-stated princelings who were immeasurably arrogant. These people got rid of anything or anyone that irked them. Meanwhile, a successful young man such as Shifeng, whose status in society was far superior to even Xiao Yu's, was even more likely to behave in such a way. Watching Shifeng's solemn gaze, Liang Jing's heartbeat accelerated. Am I going to be fired, just like that? Liang Jing inwardly despaired. Suddenly, Shifeng spoke, Miss Liang, thank you for your trouble. I'll leave to inspect the training grounds you've arranged in a moment." Although Shi Feng might appear to gaze at Liang Jing solemnly, in reality, he was simply pondering how he should go about making Liang Jing one of his people, liberating both Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile's potentials. He had not paid any attention to Liang Jing herself. However, after considering the matter for some time, he had not come up with a proper solution. Hence, he could only set the matter aside for now. After all, Liang Jing was someone Xiao Yu had sent. If Liang Jing became the manager of Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm, she would wield the core secrets of both organizations. Hence, Shi Feng needed to be careful with his decision. Although Liang Jing's management capabilities were extraordinary, he first needed to familiarize himself with her personality. He had time to make the decision after he got to know her a bit. Liang Jing was surprised. Inadvertently, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had fully expected Shi Feng to dismiss her when he opened his mouth to speak. Hurriedly, she said, "Master Shi Feng, I'll have a car sent to receive you immediately." Meanwhile, at the Big Dipper Training Center, the situation had undergone a massive transformation. The training center's employees were all in an extraordinarily good mood. Even the guests who frequented the training center were in a fiery mood. The training center had regained its past popularity by now. Everyone had heard the news that the Big Dipper Training Center had finally recruited a top-tier master to serve as an instructor. In this age, where mankind focused on personal fitness, everyone placed great importance on their own physical condition. Only through proper training and the assistance of medicine could one significantly improve their lifespan. In the past, people who had survived past the age of 100 were extremely rare. In today's society, however, many were easily capable of living past 120 years old. In addition, they could retain their youth for a long period. In the past, one would practically lose all semblance of youth past the age of 50. Now, however, even after reaching 70 years old, some still possessed their youthful vigor and appearances as if they were in their 40s. However, they were mostly martial arts masters. Ordinary people had yet to reach that level of health. In the past, Tai Chi grandmasters had lifespans surpassing 150 years. In the ancient world, that had practically been a miracle. Nowadays, with the support of technology, it was not impossible for humans to live that long. Hence, many people wished to strengthen their own bodies. Master Shi Feng, this is the training ground the company has prepared for you. What do you think? Liang Jing pointed towards an exotic and elegant three-story villa. Originally, the company had planned to turn this into a resort gold status members or above. However, when Shi Feng requested a training ground that was free of disturbances, the only place they could think of that fit Shi Feng's requirements was this villa. This villa was equipped with state-of-the-art training equipment, and the building surroundings were the best Big Dipper Training Center had to offer. There was even a gravity training room in the villa that could fit up to several hundred people at a single time. When Liang Jing heard that the company had assigned this area to Shi Feng, she was greatly shocked. This Greenwater Villa was Big Dipper's treasure. Now, the company had actually given Shi Feng full authority over this place. Liang Jing had only realized how important Shi Feng was to the company after this decision had been made. Not bad. This is an impressive location. Shi Feng nodded his head with satisfaction. In reality, he had both visited and lived in the Greenwater Villa before. It was certainly a valuable area. Shi Feng had even considered moving the guild's core members here, particularly the upper managers of the workshop. Although the workshop he had bought was quite good, the facilities available there were nothing compared to the Greenwater Villa. Miss Liang Jing, can I trouble you to ask Chairman Xiao to move all 10 virtual gaming cabins we previously agreed upon here? Shi Feng asked after giving it some thought. Nurturing experts was easier said than done. Naturally, the more advanced the training and recovery facilities were, the more progress those experts could make. In particular, the gravity training room was immensely helpful to players. Hence, Shi Feng planned to move a portion of Zero Wing's core members to the Greenwater Villa. He also intended to move here. By doing so, he could give pointers to others at any time. He could also scour for talents at the Big Dipper Training Center. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game as it placed heavy emphasis on actual combat. The further one progressed in the game, the more realistic and difficult the battles would become. Producing experts would become much easier if he chose to nurture players who were already somewhat skilled in combat. Master Shifeng, please rest assured. I will have the 10 virtual gaming cabins installed in the Greenwater Villa by today. I will have the S-rank nutrient fluid sent over as well, Liang Jing said slowly. The Big Dipper training center had already gone all out this time. Both the virtual gaming cabins and the S-rank nutrient fluids were extremely difficult to obtain. However, in order to rope in Shifeng, they spared no expense or effort, following which, Shifeng notified Blackie and the other upper managers, having them come to Big Dipper's Greenwater Villa. Brother Feng, am I dreaming? We can really live here? Blackie asked with disbelief when he arrived before the Greenwater Villa. For commoners like himself, the Big Dipper training center was a place he could not visit even if he wanted to. Only members were allowed here. As for the villa before him, normal members were probably not even allowed here. Yet, now, people like them had the chance to live in this villa. They were merely professional gamers. To a massive existence like the Big Dipper training center, they were negligible. Even Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the 5 demon generals standing beside Blackie were stunned into silence. They were just commoners in real life. They did not dare consider entering such a high-class location. Even the Zero-Wing workshop Shifeng had established had surprised them. They had never known that a gaming workshop could be so luxurious. Now, they were even more surprised. They were actually going to live in such a high-class villa. Everyone had yet to learn about Shifeng being a martial arts master, much less about the fight that made him famous overnight. Big brother Shifeng, I heard that the daily rental here is very expensive, Violet Cloud worriedly commented. That's right. Normally, each person has to pay several thousand credits per day to stay here. However, from today onwards, this will be Zero Wing's training base. Shifeng nodded. It is not as easy to mingle in God's domain as you think it is. Hence, from today onwards, I will work with all of you frequently. However, I will only instruct you on your combat techniques in God's domain. I'll leave your training in the real world to someone else. Someone else? Everyone was surprised. That's right. This is Master Lei Bao. He has only recently joined Zero Wing, and from today onwards, he will handle your daily training. This is a rare opportunity that many will never have, no matter how much they wish for it, so you must cherish it. Shifeng introduced the martial arts master. Although he was skilled in God's domain combat, he did not know how to train people in the real world. On the other hand, Lei Bao was a bona fide top-tier master, someone who was only a short distance away from reaching the realm of Grandmaster. When it came to training people in the real world, Lei Bao was far more qualified than he was. Chapter 533, Overwhelming Force. When the group heard Shifeng's introduction, they were dumbfounded. Everyone present knew just how precious a martial arts master was. Many professional fighters would do anything just to receive advice from a martial arts master, let alone personal tutorage. Moreover, their instructor was a top-tier master. Never in their dreams would something like this happen. For a second, Blackie and the others even thought that they had heard wrong. However, after spending time in God's domain, everyone's senses had improved considerably. By now, they were already capable of making a rough estimate of another person's strength. Lei Bao also made no attempt to hide his beast-like aura in the slightest. Just basking in his aura made their bodies feel heavier. If not for Shifeng standing beside Lei Bao, they would have fled immediately, as this oppressive feeling was truly unbearable. Although none of them knew Lei Bao's exact strength, none of them doubted that Lei Bao could wipe the floor with all of them in less than 10 seconds. Master Lei Bao, I'll have to trouble you, then. Shifeng could see everyone's surprise and knew how incredulous of a situation was. However, this was all definitely real. Not even famous professional fighters would have access to these benefits. If Blackie and the others could not improve with Lei Bao's help, then he really had no other means of helping them. In the past, under Shadow's arrangement, Shifeng had sought out many masters to learn from. He had not been as lucky as Blackie and the others. Being stood up by a martial arts master after several weeks of waiting was a normal occurrence to Shifeng. As for personal tutorage, that was just a dream. No problem. Since we agreed upon this beforehand, I will hold up my end of our bargain. Lei Bao nodded. He then shifted his gaze to Blackie and the others, faintly smiling. He said, all of you, follow me. I'll have a look at your foundations before planning your training. Under Lei Bao's watchful gaze, everyone felt their hair stand on end. They all had a bad premonition about what was to come. Unfortunately, with Lei Bao's personality, even if they did not want the training, he would not show any mercy. Guild leader. The group sent pitiful looks toward Shifeng. However, Shifeng only waved them off. With Lei Bao's training, Shifeng hoped that they could learn how to control their bodies more efficiently. Once they learned that control, they could display frightening combat power in God's domain. When it came to control over one's body, Lei Bao had reached perfection. That he had reached the standard of tiger roaring showed that Lei Bao knew a unique method to train his physical control. Otherwise, he could never train his body to the degree of merging his internal and external power. Compared to a half-baked martial arts master like Shifeng, Lei Bao was a powerhouse. While Lei Bao trained Blackie and the others, Shifeng did not remain idle as he headed towards the Greenwater Villa's gravity training room. Now that Shifeng's brain activity had significantly improved, if he wished to control the lock on his physical power completely, he needed to possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, his body would crumble, unable to withstand the sudden release in power. Lei Bao, on the other hand, was different. He was a true martial artist, someone who had trained in the arts since he was young. Even if he released the limiter his brain had placed on his body could easily handle the additional power. The gravity training room would help enhance physical toughness immensely. There were also various medicine and healing cabins available for one to recuperate as they needed. Since Shifeng had access to these facilities, he had to train as much as he could. After Shifeng had spent half the day training, Liang Jing had finished with her tasks at the Greenwater Villa. Currently, every Zero Wing member had a virtual gaming cabin in their room, coupled with an unlimited supply of A-rank nutrient fluids. However, the most valuable item was still the S-rank nutrient fluids. Each person had received one bottle. With it, everyone could fully replenish their brain's energy. Such expenditure had left even Liang Jing, someone who had seen various aspects of high society before, stunned. Not only was there a top-tier martial arts master serving as an instructor, but everyone had also been provided with a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids. How was this supposed to be training for professional gamers? Those who did not know better might even think that these youths trained to participate in the national fighting competition. Was such extravagance necessary just to play a game? Shifeng could very much relate to Liang Jing. The chances of a single guild currently spending so much to nurture their experts were nil. The same could be said even for super guilds. However, that was simply because no one had realized the importance of a top-tier expert yet. Moreover, God's domain had only recently become popular, so its influence over the real world was still very faint. However, with the passing of time, God's domain's popularity would grow, and soon, it would become a part of everyone's daily life, becoming a true second world of mankind. People had the chance to live a different life in God's domain. They could explore all the mysteries this new world had to offer and perform feats that were normally impossible. The wealth one could earn in the game was immeasurable, and various fighting competitions would come to God's domain. These competitions were even more exciting than the fights in the real world. After Shifeng instructed everyone on their combat techniques in-game, he retired to his room and logged in, beginning a new day in God's domain. The moment Shifeng logged in, he began to open Twilight treasure chests without hesitation. He activated Divine Providence and sacrificed 100 life force points inside the quiet forging room. The 12 Twilight treasure chests on the floor released a dazzling aurora that filled the room. It can't be, right? It's possible to obtain this, too? Shifeng looked at the golden book in his hand. Shifeng was already relatively happy about being able to obtain several more pieces of Tier 1 set equipment from the 12 treasure chests. However, upon seeing this glowing golden book, his joy became utter shock. The Book of Gold. This was the best possible item a lifestyle guild could obtain from the Twilight treasure chest. This book was not any ordinary item. It was a consumable item that would vanish after use. To an individual lifestyle player, this book's effects were not particularly significant. To a lifestyle guild, however, it surpassed even that of an epic item book of gold, consumable. Permanently increases the proficiency of a single player's lifestyle skill by 1 rank to a maximum of master rank. Can also be used to increase the proficiency of 100 players' lifestyle skills by 1 rank to a maximum of advanced forger. For 2 days with this item, I can temporarily promote those advanced forging apprentices to basic forgers and promote Cream Cocoa and the others to intermediate forgers, significantly increasing their production speed and success rate. Sure Feng could already imagine just how frightening the Candlelight trading firm would become with a sudden influx of so many basic forgers. Although there was only a gap of 1 rank between a basic forger and an advanced forging apprentice, it was a massive gap. Using the light stones as an example, while advanced forging apprentices only had a success rate of 20% to 30%, basic forgers had a success rate of 60% or higher. Not to mention, many items required one to be at least a basic forger to craft them. Until now, there were only 3 basic forgers in all of White River City, Melancholic Smile and the other 2. Other cities might not even have 1 basic forger, let alone 3. If the Candlelight trading firm had 100 forgers, its impact on the market would be astronomical. Most likely, even if one added together all the forgers throughout Star Moon Kingdom right now, that number would not even reach half of the Candlelight trading firm's. Melancholic, contact all trustworthy advanced forging apprentices immediately and have them gather in the 5th floor meeting room. Sure Feng did not wish to leave the Book of Gold unused. Chapter 534, Fire Dragon Potion. Maple City, Overwhelming Trading Firm. Master Aspiration, may I know if you are satisfied with the Overwhelming Trading Firm's advanced alchemy room? Yulan asked softly as she watched the white-haired old man standing beside the workbench. Currently, this old man held a purple glass bottle and gently swirled it around. Yulan was extra careful when dealing with this old man, Master Silent Aspiration, treating him with more respect than even Feng Xuanyang. Although this white-haired old man was already past 70 years old, even Underworld's upper management had to show this man great respect, much less a young woman like herself. Before Yulan had even been born, this old man had explored virtual reality games for many years. And throughout all these years, he had focused fully on the art of alchemy. In this day and age, nobody in the virtual gaming world's alchemy industry did not know the name Silent Aspiration. Old man Silent Aspiration was already a basic alchemist. Meanwhile, if Sure Feng could see the potion this old man was concocting right now, he would find it both shocking and familiar. The potion in the glass bottle was a fire resistance potion. However, it was not just any fire resistance potion. It was a modified variation. In the past, this potion had been known as the Fire Dragon Potion, and it had been extremely famous throughout God's domain. Not only did it provide more fire resistance than a basic fire resistance potion, but its duration was also much longer. Most importantly, the Fire Dragon Potion increased a player's strength by 10 points during its duration. The Fire Dragon Potion's effects could also stack to a maximum of 50 strength and 100 fire resistance to an ordinary player. 50 strength was a significant increase, not to mention experts not bad. I never expected that you, little girl, could actually obtain such a good bottle. This has finally allowed me to complete my newly developed potion. Silent Aspiration smiled at the red liquid inside the purple bottle. Satisfied, he said, sure enough, it is as I surmised. Not only will the fire resistance stack, but the strength bonus will also stack. Seeing as the basic version of the potion already possesses such wonderful effects, let's call this the Fire Dragon Potion. Little girl, consider yourself lucky. Master Aspiration, you truly are amazing. You are actually capable of producing such a powerful potion. May I know the success rate for this Fire Dragon Potion? Yolan's eyes lit up with joy when she saw the Fire Dragon Potion's effects. In order to convince Master Silent Aspiration to come to Maple City and help Overwhelming Smile, she had to go through much difficulty to obtain this set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment. However, compared to the value of this Fire Dragon Potion, a set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment was nothing considerable. Relax. If this old man crafts the potions personally, my success rate is 50%. And though the success rate of other alchemists might be below 30%, the materials I've used to concoct this potion are all common. It won't do much harm to waste some, Silent Aspiration laughed. To develop the Fire Dragon Potion, he had invested a lot of time. Otherwise, he would have long since become an intermediate alchemist by now. Many thanks for Master Aspiration's help. Now that we have the Fire Dragon Potion, as long as we nurture a large number of alchemists, the Candlelight trading firm will no longer be a problem, Yulan said confidently. As the creator of the Fire Dragon Potion, Silent Aspiration could distribute its recipe to as many people as he wanted. It would be extremely easy for the overwhelming trading firm to develop a small army of alchemists. Moreover, the overwhelming trading firm would have exclusive rights to sell the Fire Dragon Potion. It was far more precious than any rare forging design or recipe. It was impossible for anyone outside the trading firm to produce it. With this potion, who could possibly challenge the overwhelming trading firm? I've already produced what you requested. Little girl, if you wish to keep me here, you need to remember the secret silver equipment you promised me. Silent Aspiration reminded her. To this old man, nothing was more valuable than refining his alchemy. In particular, the alchemy in God's domain was unbelievable. If possible, he would have immersed himself in research every day. Unfortunately, his equipment was not good enough. Otherwise, he would not have bothered helping Yulan. Master Aspiration, please rest assured. I have already found some clues leading to the set. I believe that it won't be long before we obtain a set of secret silver alchemy equipment for you, Yulan guaranteed. In the meantime, however, I will have to trouble Master Aspiration to produce a few more Fire Dragon Potion recipes. That way, I can earn the money required to buy the alchemy equipment quickly. This is a simple task, Silent Aspiration laughed. As time passed by, the various guilds throughout God's domain no longer competed over dungeons. Instead, they had shifted their focus to competing in trade. This competition only grew fiercer as more time passed. This shift had occurred because everyone had seen just how profitable the Candlelight trading firm was. After just 2 short days, many guilds had opened their own shops. Even Ouroboros had opened a shop in Starmoon City, though the shop was nowhere near the central district. However, Gentle Snow had not had much choice. She had seen just how much money the Candlelight trading firm raked in every day. By the time Ouroboros collected enough reputation points and coins to purchase a golden land, the Candlelight trading firm would have monopolized Starmoon City's trade. So, she made the decision to set up a shop in the city's outer district first. At the very least, the guild could gain a small income of coins this way. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile was even more amazing. Not only had the guild set up a shop in Maple City, but it had also opened another shop in White River City, challenging the Candlelight trading firm. Young Master Feng, everything has been prepared. At noon, we should have a sufficient stockpile of the Fire Dragon Potion. At that time, our men will announce the sales of the potion throughout White River City. Even if the overwhelming trading firm is not situated in the golden areas, everyone will still swarm the shop. Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm only has 3 people capable of producing the basic strengthened armor kits. When the time comes, it will fall to the overwhelming trading firm. Excellent. Yulan, you've done splendidly this time. You were actually able to obtain something as valuable as the Fire Dragon Potion. With this potion, the overwhelming trading firm will lure a large number of players. We'll reduce the prices for the other products as well. I want to see just how the Candlelight trading firm plans to compete. Feng Xianxia said gleefully. Underworld had money and manpower. They could easily obtain a large stock of materials. In addition to Silent Aspiration's unlimited supply of Fire Dragon Potion recipes, each additional basic alchemist they nurtured would be one more capable of producing the Fire Dragon Potion. Currently, the overwhelming trading firm already possessed 6 basic alchemists. As more time passed, that number would only increase. On the other hand, the Candlelight trading firm had no way to increase the number of forgers who could craft basic strengthening armor kits, no matter how many basic forgers they hired. Meanwhile, Candlelight's unsatisfied customers would naturally run to the overwhelming trading firm. After all, many level 25 dungeons required players to have fire resistance. One could say that the Fire Dragon Potion was more valuable to players than the basic strengthened armor kits. Moreover, every player only possessed limited funds. As the Fire Dragon Potion was cheaper than the basic strengthened armor kits, when comparing the benefits one could gain from the two, players would prioritize the Fire Dragon Potion. While Feng Xianyang fantasized about monopolizing White River City's trade with the overwhelming trading firm, Shifeng's work was in full swing to maximize the benefits of the Book of Gold. Shifeng allowed all trustworthy advanced forging apprentices to become basic forgers and had them produce light stone ceaselessly for 2 days. As for Shifeng himself, after becoming a forger, he had unlocked the forging design for the intermediate mana armor kit. Hence, throughout the duration of the Book of Gold, he focused on forging intermediate armor kits without rest. In addition, during this time, Shifeng had secretly recruited Gentle Snow's help to establish a few Candlelight trading firms in several other major cities, particularly the major cities in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. However, as Shifeng's money was limited, he had only established basic shops in these cities' outer districts. To establish these shops, Shifeng had invested all of the money he had earned during this time. He even spent the money the guild had earned through guild quests. Guild leader, we have met our intended goal. We can begin operations at any time, Melancholic smile reported. Although she was somewhat tired, excitement filled her eyes.